Yeah, I accidentally set my morning alarm. So I was just doing it real quick. Because I went to the gym after work and walking my dog today. Since I had my dentist appointment this morning. So I was like already kind of half asleep when I was getting back. And I flipped the one for 10:30, which is when I have one of my meetings, instead of 10 p.m. So I mean, I guess the good thing is like, you know, I wake up at 3 pretty much like clockwork now. At the very least. You generation with the 10, enjoy. Why do I feel like I'm not gonna enjoy?
There's a new body cam that just...
There's a new... Oh god. Huge Minecraft YouTuber arrested. What's up guys, cock fart penis balls here. And don't you just love putting the mine in minor? Because that's what we're going to be talking about here today. We got a brand new Minecraft YouTuber with some crazy allegations. I guess we can go and watch it. Whatever. Alright, yeah. Did the right thing.
There's a new body cam that just dropped today that's got a lot of people talking because it features an extremely big Minecraft YouTuber named Popular MMOs.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up.
Oh, I remember that fucking guy. I never watched him, but I recognize the name. Saul Goodman with the 1 and the peach. Thanks, bro.
Wake your ass up.
Weird and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up.
Just put your arms like you're praying. Look at what? Like you're praying. Yeah, just make like palm stuff. No, I'm about to get chased.
You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube boy.
It's really sad to see someone spiral like this. Yeah, it was a really bad call to try and run away from the cops, especially in the condition he was in. He was way too fucking hammered. He was in a different dimension. He had left the corporeal realm. So when he tried to run away, it was in slow motion. He was looking like a claymation out there at 5 frames per second. So not the best call there for sure. One thing I found really weird about this, and you see it a bit at the end of the Sizzler reel where the officer goes, "It's YouTube boy," sounding like the owl from the How Many Licks Does It Take to Get to the Center of a Tootsie Pop commercial, is
Yeah, obviously they've had problems with him before.
that these officers seem to fucking hate the idea of YouTube as a career. Like, it's not something Popular MMOs himself brought up where he was like, you know, dusting his shoulder off. Yeah, I'm a YouTuber. You can let me go now. Yeah, I'm a big deal. You know, squeezing on his own nipples or anything.
No, they probably have dealt with him before. How would you even know this guy's a YouTuber unless you already had to deal with him? Like, do you think cops are just like, oh my god, guys, we're going to this person's house? They're like, oh my god, that's a YouTuber. No, they probably had to deal with this guy before.
If he didn't bring it up, they found out, and then they start making fun of him for it and just kind of insulting it. They were just bullying him for YouTubing, like being a YouTuber. I half expected them to take a...
No, they're probably bullying him because he's a fucking pain in the ass, and he's probably a repeat, you know, call.
to a toilet and give him a swirly, or like an atomic wedgie while calling him a dork.
On March 20th, 2024,
Well, are they wrong?
officers in Jacksonville, Florida receive reports of a man sleeping on a residential street. What they don't expect is to find one of YouTube's most popular former stars, who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
I'm going to jail again. You can Minecraft that.
Yeah, so he's a fucking, you know, a bum sleeping on the street in a residential neighborhood, and the cops are in the wrong? Yeah, no.
What? That doesn't even make sense. He can
Round up all homeless people.
Minecraft that. What in tarnation kind of hogwash? If you're gonna try and come in here with your, you know, huge quip at the end, at least have it be something sensible. We're Ender dragging his ass to the slammer, or something like that. Better than this garbage, because this was nothing. This was literally...
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road. Maybe drinking 12 seconds of all that you know of. I do not know. Do you think he's trying to harm himself? I think he might be dead, or I don't know.
An officer arrives to find a man lying on the pavement beneath a streetlight, dressed only in shorts and a t-shirt despite the chilly 45-degree weather.
So 911 received this call from a concerned citizen expressing that they thought this person might be dead. I half expected them to roll up and encounter a Peter Griffin death pose, but that was not the case. He looks like he was sleeping peaceful as fuck. He is sleeping like an angel right now. He looks comfortable. I'm actually jealous of like how soundly this man is sleeping on the concrete.
Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, sheriff's office. Do you live here? Huh? Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
You have a bit too much drink tonight, man?
You're good? You live here?
Where do you live?
Why don't you go see what somebody's...
I can't hear you, man.
I want to see what lives there.
You got a lot of what?
See some girls.
He is really hammered, obviously, and his voice is really deep and like really gravelly right now, so he almost sounds like Jigsaw. If Jigsaw was sculling Fireball. Almost sounds like he's casting some kind of spell sometimes.
Alright, well, hurry up, bro.
Is this guy, like, still relevant? 17 million subs. Let's see. Popular MMOs. Let's see. Does he just not even upload anymore? I went to jail. Okay, yeah, so the cops have already fucking dealt with this retard before. He doesn't even make content anymore. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, I hate making money. Why the fuck is he not making money? Is that, I'm guessing that's his girlfriend. She doesn't make content either. Retard.
Bro, because you're about to be going to jail.
I'm going to jail?
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Probably waste like 20 minutes out.
I was drinking friend's phone, told me to make sure I was good, that's all.
So how do you get over here?
That's all I did.
Did somebody drop you off here?
Yeah, they dropped me off here, yeah. You need rescue to come check you out? No, I'm actually fine. Okay, well, can you call Uber or somebody to come get you? Because in this condition, you're not even safe to walk.
So they were talking to him for like 45 seconds while he was trying to like recombobulate himself back to reality and, you know, get the sleepies out of his eyes and snap back to it. One of the officers like kind of threatens that he's going to go to jail if he doesn't like hurry up. So then he stands up.
Yeah, public intoxication is a crime. You're not allowed to be fucking, you know, completely incoherent bumbling around the streets drunk. Because you pose a safety risk if you, like, fucking decide to waddle off into the middle of the road.
He explains that he was there drinking with friends, and now the officers are saying, just get an Uber or get a friend to come over and take you home because you're in no shape to walk. Also, you're nowhere near home. It's not even walking distance, even if you're like the fastest fucking power walker in the world.
Pat? What's your last name, Mr. Pat?
Julianelle.
Can you spell it for me?
Better known as Pat, 35-year-old Patrick Thomas Julianelle is the creator behind the massively successful YouTube channel, Popular MMOs.
Oh, no, it's dead. Yeah, that's what it's saying. Is like that little battery alert you're getting? That means it's dead. You need to charge it.
Now, one of the officers must have recognized that at the time because then it gets brought up about him being a YouTube star a lot. So the problem is his phone's dead, which is why he doesn't have an Uber or a friend to call. Would also explain why he's walking home and then eventually, you know, passed out on the sidewalk. So what the officers say is that they can charge his phone and he can wait in the car while he, you know, warms up because it's cold out. Like he's dressed like it's spring break, but it's actually pretty cold. 45 degrees in Florida. That might as well be -5 everywhere else in the world. It's tough down here when it gets below 60. So like he's not in proper attire for that. 45-degree weather here. You're layered up in 5 different wool coats. You know what I mean? So the officer offers the car for it. And then that's where things go tits up.
Oh, you feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Most of the people are calling it in. The person might be dead. You want to sit inside the car. It's nice and warm.
I just don't want to go to jail.
Pat is no stranger to the justice system. On May 16, 2021, he was arrested on charges of domestic battery causing bodily harm, but the case was later dropped. According to multiple news reports at the time, Julianelle posted a statement on Twitter shortly after the incident that has since been deleted, claiming the accusations were false.
I vaguely remember bits and pieces of that story. I only recall little tiddlywinks of the details there, but it's brought up here because Pat made a mention about not wanting to go to jail again, so I guess EW followed up with what the previous time was, so they mention it here.
Place your bag.
Yeah, which probably means the cops have already dealt with this guy, so he has a history, which is why they're, you know, talking shit about him.
On top of my hood, I just got to pat you down.
Just like St. Floyd of fentanyl, they knew that they had to fucking deal with him a certain type of way, because, you know, he had been such a pain in the ass in the past, and him and the cop already had a prior history.
Before you go inside my car, place your phone right there. Okay, just real quick, just put your hands out. You don't have no weapons or anything. You don't have anything on your bag that should be worried of. Any drugs or anything? Huh?
No, it's called.
Do you mind if I search your bag real quick?
Officers allow Pat to warm up in the back of the cruiser while his phone charges in the front seat.
The officer gives him some pats for Patrick and then invites him into the back of the vehicle to warm up, but not before asking if he can search his bag, which Pat gives them consent to do. Big blunder here. He got put in the scholar's mate because they find marijuana and alcohol in his bag. The alcohol's not a problem, but the marijuana was. I'm guessing he forgot it was there, or he was just so intoxicated he didn't really know what he was agreeing to, but that's about to change everything.
Weird and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up.
That's why I asked. I knew. I knew. He spelled his own last name wrong. What's his name?
Yeah, so they checked his inventory here. They found substances they weren't super happy to find, or maybe they were happy to find. He seems to be like celebrating it. And then one of the officers mentions he spelled his own last name wrong, which he's extremely fucked up. It's not super surprising. It's just really sad. This is a guy who has a history of struggling with substance abuse, as I understand it. I'm not super familiar with popular MMOs. As most of you know, I'm not the biggest Minecraft enthusiast. Like, I understand why it's like the most popular game ever. I just never got into it to that level. But from what I understand, he does have a history of struggling with this addiction. And now that the officers have found the marijuana on his person, they are going to be taking him into custody. But not before one of the officers wants to make sure that this is the YouTuber he thinks it is.
The other confirms his suspicions that Pat is indeed the well-known YouTube star.
Hey, quick question for you. Did you used to play Xbox or anything like that?
Not Xbox. I never played Xbox.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
Yeah, but not Xbox.
What was the YouTube channel about?
Video games.
What's that video games?
Minecraft.
Minecraft? Okay. All right, thank you.
Minecraft YouTubing. Yep, that's an additional charge, buddy. It was just going to be drugs, but now we got to charge you with cringe as well. Now that the cat's out of the bag, they start calling him YouTube Boy quite a few times. It's also really weird listening to them talk about YouTubing as a career and how, like, they don't really seem to get it, which is surprising because they're not old. Like, they have to know that there's careers on the internet. It's not like this mystical, mythological beast anymore, this World Wide Web thing.
That's YouTube Boy off Commissioner Drive.
Just check out the back.
It actually is to normal people, so most people still don't fucking understand this shit.
There. I mean, there's nothing so.
I can remember this word?
Yep.
Just put your arms like you're praying? Like what? Like you're praying?
Yeah, just like palm stuff. We're not doing this.
Yo, 261, stop!
So they decide to arrest him for the possession of marijuana, and as they're going to put him in cuffs, he tries to break away. It doesn't go very far, but you can hear him say something that's just extremely sad, where he says he's tired of it all, before they...
Wait, does he have a Star of David tattooed on his hand? Or is that 8? Okay, I can't tell. No, it looks like it's 7 points.
...it all, before they bring him to the ground. They also said that he was resisting with violence, claiming that he kicked them. I didn't...
Yeah, I've never seen a 7-pointed star before, but yeah.
really see that in the body cam because it looks like they kind of potato sacked him immediately. It's not like he got very far and he was already really unsteady on his feet, but that is part of this. I can't confirm or deny if there were any kicks being thrown. All I know is that the trying to run away was a terrible idea. Like, even if he was in, you know, prime shape right now, not super fucked up, even if he had all the makings of a varsity athlete, he was still not going to get far there. They had already had his arms behind his back. Unless he had like an interpearl to throw to get out of there, I think his goose was cooked on that.
Yeah, I agree. It is a cringe-ass tattoo, but it's pretty much all tattoos. Juan with the 2. DSP apparently got $1,600 tip today on stream. Jesus Christ, bro. What retard social security check hit at the end of the month?
Plan.
He's big.
Your tax dollars at work.
Well, used to be big. Are you too?
Playing Minecraft.
In my audio viewer.
Well, he paid a lot of money.
Good. What are you doing here?
Say, a friend talked him off.
He likes the parties and shit.
So he's like currently big in Minecraft fan?
No, he died off about a year and a half ago. Millions. I looked him up on YouTube before. You won't believe who it is, Sarge. It's YouTube Boy.
I just find that so strange because it's not like this is some kind of like oddball career. It's like the number...
You know, they're obviously familiar with this fucking guy. You won't believe who this is, Sarge. It's you two. Obviously, because they had to deal with him because of the domestic abuse shit. They're probably all familiar with him.
One thing kids want to be these days is like a YouTuber and shit. Like, there's no way they could be that in the dark on it, where they're acting like it's such a...
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Dude, this is where, you know, YouTube Boy doesn't fucking understand that people in the real world don't fucking live online. Your average police officer is not an internet autist.
A foreign concept of making...
They're the type of guy that wakes up, goes to work, gets fucking drunk, and goes to sleep. They're not the ones that are sitting here watching fucking moist shitical commentary videos before they go to bed. The average normie is watching like police body cam videos and shit on YouTube. They're not watching this type of shit.
Money online, playing video games. Now they're calling him YouTube Boy, like some kind of wacky, zany alien creature. I don't know, just very... very surprising to me, because this is just like, it's Florida. They're not in like podunk middle of nowhere where they don't have internet access or something. I don't know, I just found that behavior very surprising, I suppose.
He's the one who ran through the game again. The Jaguar game, that game.
In 2022, Pat and 2 others were arrested after one of them ran onto the field during a Jacksonville Jaguars football game.
There you go. They're familiar with them. The one who ran on the Jaguars football game.
He received a withhold of adjudication and a sentence of 2 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served.
That I never heard of. That is an interesting plan. I have to imagine.
There you go. The fucking people are familiar with him. That's what they're calling him, YouTube boy.
Alcohol was involved with that decision making as well. Yikes.
Red resisting.
Yeah, I'm going to jail again. You can Minecraft that.
35-year-old Pat Thomas Julian Nell was formally charged with resisting an officer with violence, as well as possession of marijuana under 20 grams.
Damn, that's a lot of weed.
2024, he was declared indigent, meaning a determination was made that he couldn't afford a private attorney, and he was appointed a public defender.
This part actually shocked me. Like a child watching the Pokemon movie for the first time when Ash gets turned to stone, I had my jaw on the floor.
How the fuck does he have a 17 million sub YouTube channel? He doesn't have enough money for an attorney, and he doesn't fucking upload. What an idiot. Just make a fucking YouTube video and get some money.
That he would be declared indigent and unable to afford a private attorney. He did undoubtedly make millions of dollars from his career on YouTube. That is a fact. Making Minecraft content being the size he was, he definitely did make millions. To have no money left to afford an attorney is mind-boggling. That's just tragic. And I know that happens a lot where a superstar pisses away all their money in a very short amount of time, but that is an unbelievable amount of money to somehow not have access to at all anymore. It's just all gone. All just dried up. Holy shit.
He initially entered a plea of not guilty, but later accepted a plea deal on November 20th, 2024, into the Police Memorial Fund, and write an apology to the officer he assaulted. However, on January 8th, 2025, he was found to have violated his probation due to substance-related issues after failing a drug test on December 20th, 2024. Pat claimed he was given a pill at a party several days earlier and didn't realize what was in it.
After the plea deal, he had some of the charges dropped and had some stipulations.
Why are you at a party?
And probation, which he did subsequently violate after he claims he got served a pill at a party and didn't know what was in it. So it's not like things have been...
Why would you take a pill that you don't know what's in it when you're on fucking probation?
Looking up for him. It's not like he's, getting the help he needs. He's still very much struggling with it. And even to this day, it seems, is still having problems with the law and having problems with drugs and alcohol.
This violation led to a warrant for his arrest issued on January 10th, 2025. On February 2nd, 2025, police responded to Pat's home address in reference to a mentally ill person, where he then was arrested for the active warrant. His probation was subsequently modified to include GPS monitoring and completion of an inpatient treatment program. On May 12th, 2025, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to a second violation of probation, when he submitted a urine sample which tested positive for marijuana and alcohol.
Yeah, so it is still an ongoing issue, a huge battle he's still engaged in here. It needs professional help, for sure, because it's ruining his life. His life has been circling the drain.
No, he needs to make a fucking YouTube video. It's been 3 years.
It seems, and it's fucking rough to see. But anyway, I saw this body cam today, and just wanted to talk about it a bit, and that's really it. Yep.
What a dumbass, bro. Where is it? Bro, I really need to learn the layout that I put together here. Did I not put it on? Guess not. Shit, I still need to finish the soundboard too. Both. But no, the Minecraft guy. I don't know if I would ever just be able to be like, yeah, I have enough money, I'm just gonna stop working. Like, that's crazy, bro. That's actually fucking crazy. There's no fucking way. Dude, call me a Hebrew if you'd like, but if I had the means to make millions of dollars a year with minimal fucking effort, there's no chance I would ever stop working. Like, I would have to have amassed, like, such a massive sum of money that I would turn down multiple millions of dollars a year on top of what I already have. There's no chance. Especially if you're that large, too. You can afford to hire people to edit and make videos and shit for you. You just have to talk. Like, that's crazy, man. What would you do if you weren't working, getting ready to die? Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck would I do all day? Nothing. Let's see. So, Fluffle Nugget with the 2. DSP WWE champions. Here I come. That's right, man. With that 16 hundo. He definitely will spend a lot of it. It's crazy. Yeah, if somebody wants to give me $1,600, it will not go to WWE champions. Pinky promise. And Juan with the 2. What's this? Alright. Skip that. I need to watch.
Thursday.
Gang members don't know how to shut their mouth. They never ask for a lawyer. Well, that's because
they're not sending their best.
Simple as that. Major Jeff with the 2. Start at 13-14.
I shut your
mouth. Alright. I don't know if we'll get to this or when we'll get to it. We'll watch the DSP one at least now, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll just watch videos. There we go. I don't know. Griffin Moist aren't his millions legit. What do you mean? What about it?
Is the coveted launch of the Switch 2. Darkside Phil has announced that he will be streaming all day a Mario Kart.
Griffin hates being a millionaire so easy. Why would I hate being a millionaire?
Marathon. Now, but that's gonna suck fucking ass. And the people deserve better than Phil. Because Mario Kart is a game you're meant to play with friends. Not as a lonely, sad, old, alcoholic hermit on an
Damn, bro. I feel personally targeted.
Island all alone in a dank, dingy, shitty fucking office that hasn't been cleaned in a
God damn it.
decade. Yeah. Okay? So we have just...
Well, I haven't been here for a decade, but I've been here for, what, 4 years?
Decided this coming Thursday we're going head-to-head with Phil. All day long.
Marathon.
All day long it's going to be the Mario Kart Marathon.
And we have some surprises.
There's going to be some surprises, folks. But let me just tell you, there's going to be fire sales. There's going to be fire sales,
Ash
folks.
is getting
We have
blacked
decided to go off the fucking rails. Now that Rockets has shown us what a real streamer is, it's time to get drunk on Mario Kart Thursday.
Let's go!
I'm going to get fucking blackout Thursday. Drunk driving Mario Kart. There's going to be a PvP and Moisty tries it.
Woo!
Give us your suggestions as to what you want to see us try.
Yes.
On PvP and
Subway, dude.
Warski tries it. Let us know what guests you want to see play Mario Kart.
We're gonna, I don't want to spoil anything, but we're gonna look a little different
Somebody
on that
say,
day too.
Well, you already did. There's gonna be costumes. There's gonna be costumes. There's gonna be booze. There's gonna be food, and we're gonna have switches.
Let's
Phil
go.
switchless. He's switchless.
Well,
Stuff, Phil.
Apparently he has the Switch. Is this what he's telling us by doing the Mario Kart on Thursday?
I don't know. He's basically confirming he got a Switch. So I guess all that crying and seething and molding was for absolutely fucking nothing. For nothing, Phil. What the fuck, buddy? So that's the plan. Wednesday, we might have a shorter stream. We're going to go out at midnight, get the Switch 2, and then there's going to be a Switch 2 marathon.
And I want to set up the what's it called? The stream capture card. I'm buying a new one, buying like a brand new TV for this room too. So I'll have all connected, make sure it's working, and I'll do a test stream on my second channel for 5 minutes.
We're gonna do the
You'll
unboxing.
see me live for 5 minutes over there if you're sub to Warski, just to see if it works and make
we
sure
got
that
Quiet the Dog for 5 subs.
Let's go. We missed
Let's
We
go.
missed 10 there. We missed 10. We got Mr. Quaster for 5 segment for you. Don't worry, Ash. You were
It's a
sad.
secret segment.
You were sad earlier. We all were.
No, they're going to have Switches available at every single store. So, Nintendo made a metric fuckload of these things because the demand is so high. So, I think they made, 6 or 7 million of these things for launch is the number that's floating around. So, it's going to be the largest console launch ever, sales volume-wise. Pretty much every single retail store, from what I've heard, is getting around 50 to 100 extra consoles. So Nintendo has really made sure that the stock is there, which is great. So
I can't afford this shit.
Yeah, I think what the number was like 200 units per like retailer for pre-orders, and then 50 to 100 extra, depending on location.
When apparently this happened on DSP stream, and then we have a big show for you guys. But I have a follow-up for this moment. Ash, hold your horses. You're going to laugh.
Holy shit. Folks,
Tractor sisters.
you're never going to believe it.
Yeah, he knows. No one ever believes him. You know? He's like, listen, you know I'm a lying sack of shit. You're not going to believe this. But you detractors, you're cooked. You're felted. Suffer, dude. Suffer.
He's so happy. Guys, I want to say this.
He's never been this happy in his entire fucking life.
Yeah, well, okay, so he's been streaming for 16 years, and I guess someone, okay, he'll say it.
You will never believe this.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe this, but it's real. Okay?
Even he's like,
listen, I'm a bit skeptical.
Are you ready for this? You will never believe this.
Okay.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? No, I'm warning you. You need, okay, everyone, sit back, relax. Be sure you have your pants firmly fastened. Be sure you're in a safe space.
Yeah.
What's that bizarre motion?
Yeah. Phil's going to thrust his head back in pleasure again.
Pants firmly fastened.
Is that a phrase, by the way? Pants firmly fastened? Like, I've heard, like, buckle up your seatbelts. You know? But your pants firmly fastened. I think he's thinking about unbuckling a man's zipper and going to town, hogging that man's Hogan, pulling the Hogan. He loves to pull his Hogans.
Be sure you're in a safe space.
So you're gonna laugh.
Make sure there's no sharp or dangerous objects around you. Okay? You ready for this?
We're ready.
I have just received. Ready for this? This is not me kidding. This is not something crazy or planned. I had no idea this was about to happen. I have just received a $1,600 tip.
This has not been planned. We know it's always planned. Guys, I swear it's not planned. Sure thing, Phil. There it is. Big $1,600 tip for Phil.
Now,
let's go.
Now, people are...
He can order some more Subway now.
Saying it's fake. Now, I believe that this could be real.
Yes.
You want to know why?
Oh, I think it's real, because it's the end of the month, and the retards get paid around then.
Of course it's real.
You want to know why it's real? As you all know, he has not been seen on WWE Champions for a while, right? Because he's been broke. So. Well, as of 9 minutes ago, he is back on the leaderboard right there.
Bro, no.
He's number 2 in the world.
It's all gone.
It wasn't enough to get him to number 1. But Phil's right back at number 2. He blew it all. He blew it all. The moment he got it, he blew it all. All
right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
How much do I get each month on YouTube? It depends. Typically, it's like between 7,000 to 10,000. I would say usually. It's generally around the number.
Sickening, bro. What the
That's
fuck?
addiction.
No.
But it depends on the month.
Oh, Phil.
That's addiction. That's brutal.
Andy, you just don't realize that's actually not his account, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Coincidentally happened to rocket to the top of the leaderboard right after Phil got a big...
Yeah, it's a shitty Candy Crush clone. It's a fucking shitty Candy Crush clone. Like, it's not even a game, barely. I don't know, bro. Like, this is like a women's game, and Phil is just wailing it up for this piece of shit.
Big whale donation. It's all a coincidence, bro. He definitely didn't blow all of his money on a mobile game again.
Just wait for there. Oh, you got that big dono, huh? We could buy better food.
Oh my god.
Actually,
we could fix the toilet and the dishwasher. Now, Hogan's calling my name.
Honey? Well, there you go. He spent it all in 1 second.
That's fucking brutal, bro. What is wrong with this guy?
He's such a fucking retard.
All right, let's talk about Hassan for a minute. So last time we were talking about Hassan, he had the shoes of the proletariat.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro, but... You know, DSP has, like, some actual fucking tards that don't... Like, genuine tards. As we saw, you know... recently with the example of PWR, bro. That's the type of person that's donating to Phil. The, like, mid-30s to 40s... actually mentally stunted individuals who are living with their parents or in a group home... just dumping money on basically you know, their favorite live streamers because they don't have any expenses, you know? They get paid from the fucking government to be retarded, which don't even get me started on. But yeah, you know, they get about $2,000 to $4,000 a month, depending on where they live. They don't have any living expenses, and they just wail the fuck out on streamers. And DSP, you know, I guess, you know, it's like a moth to a flame with them. They see themselves in him. He's just a little more functioning. You know? Quite sad, bro. Let's see. So, Britt with the 5. So, apparently Black Ops 3 has more players than Halo. Yeah, that's not surprising. Black Ops 3 is really popular because of the zombies. So, that's what people consider to be, like, the definitive Call of Duty Zombies game because it has, like, all the previous maps, like, from World at War, Black Ops 1 and 2, and then also, obviously, the Black Ops 3 maps. So, that's, like, the default Call of Duty Zombies game. So, yeah, it's pretty popular. I was checking because I want to try out the third best hero shooter again. LOL. I don't know if the multiplayer is still alive, but the zombies is definitely still alive. Yeah, I've always hated zombies. I've never liked it, but... Griffin, you need to do the TISM grift. I don't know, bro. I guess I don't have my disability check detector. I gotta contact Phil to figure out how it works. And JU5150 with the 2, imagine being switchless. Yeah, it's even worse than being bitchless. Am I right? And Tim Marco with the 7. Appreciate it, man. So all the outrage farming didn't affect sales. I'm shocked and confused, Griffin. I know, it's almost like the internet doesn't determine reality. Shocking. Or, hear me out, all the fucking dipshits like Dreamcast guy were just lying through their fucking teeth. And, you know, LARPing about some controversy that wasn't even really a big deal. The thing is, bro, it's like, if you just look at his channel, and this is the part to me is like the biggest smoking gun, that nobody actually fucking cared about this shit.
Hey there,
Like,
Gabriel, Streetcast guy here.
He gets more views on a video just talking shit about Elden Ring Night Rain than his average Nintendo Switch video. Like, most people don't fucking care about this Nintendo Switch drama. Like, this is an abnormally high amount of, like, views because he did a leaked unboxing, so people probably searched for that. But yeah, what, 24,000? 21,000? Where's another one? 21,000. Like, these are not, like, in high numbers for, you know, shit that people actually cared about. Like, if there was, like, an actual... you know, hardcore backlash to the Switch 2, then, you know, everybody who's talking about it would be getting hundreds of thousands of views. Like, hundreds of fucking thousands
7
of views.
inches? That's pretty big.
I don't know, bro. I mean, even Yong. Let's see. Yong doesn't even get that many views on this shit. Oh, look, Star Wars Battlefront making a huge comeback. Shut up, you fucking Chinese lesbian.
So this is obviously not a tradition.
You tried to tank this game, you piece of fucking shit. I mean, Yong doesn't really get a lot of views anymore anyway for his channel size. His channel's basically flatlined. The Reddit outrage genre is kind of dead at this point. I mean, bro, look at this.
Never did I
Chinese-
think that after all.
Dude, the last person that should ever be wearing a fucking wife beater is a 5'5" lesbian. Because we know damn well that if you were actually a woman, you would be beating your wife. But a little 5'5" Chinese boy is not doing that shit, bro. Your wife could probably kick your ass. Fucking no. Bro. Raging Boar with the 5 sub Griffin had a nice birthday. Yes. Oh, happy belated birthday to you. I'm glad to hear. I played a lot of Space Marine 1. I'm going to be upgrading my PC 2 later. Very nice. Well, happy belated birthday to you, and glad you had a great birthday. We knew those muscles of his are full of Soylent. So why is he trying to show them? I don't know, bro. Dudes lift a few weights for a few months and they think they're like literally the most jacked individual ever. Like, this is my question for you. If you truly have just absolutely swole fucking arms, why do you have to wear a wife beater to show them off? Like, if you actually have like some mass on your arms, you can just wear a normal fucking t-shirt and fill out the sleeve. You know? And the effect is there. If anything, it looks better because it looks more natural. Like, when you wear a fucking wife beater like that, it's like you're trying too hard, you know? You're like, please, notice that I work out. To flex on wimps like you, bro, I could literally do that shit that Itachi does to Sasuke and fucking Naruto to Yang. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. This shit. That's what the encounter would look like. It's not that I'm that tall, it's that Yang is that short.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Big difference, bro. Let's see. Felted Braden. Oh, it's a Claws alt. Soycast the Twink Retard got dogs by anti-synth Kiwi farmers. I love well-deserved karma. Lay in the bed you made.
Skip it button, faggot.
Enjoy the incoming. I don't fucking know. Zass. Okay. There we go. Claws, I guess, catching us up on the news we already knew. And Raging Boar with the 5. I watched Synth play Night Rain 2. Game looks like uninspired trash. Yeah, it is trash. I mean, pretty much everybody other than the Soul Sweats don't really like it. I think it's like, what? Still mixed on Steam? Yeah, I was looking at it earlier. Yeah, 67%, which is really low. This game is great. The new bosses are fantastic. No duo option. Had random people join just to run off and do their own thing. Let me duo with my mate. If you don't have 2 other friends to play with in voice chat, don't waste your time. This game is great and all, but it has quite a few issues, mainly the multiplayer system. The penalties for leaving, for me personally, twice, have been so extreme that it's absurd. Like, An hour to several hour penalty. Oh god, it's got the shitty fucking Halo system where they block you for having a fucking life. Like, oh my god, dude, I had to leave a multiplayer game. Now it's time to, like, fucking publicly shame you and prevent you from playing the game because, you know, you should basically live on your video game. Yeah, it's shitty. Yeah, I'm burnout on FromSoft anyway, so I'm not buying it, but yeah, it doesn't even look like it's worth $40. It looks like a $10 to $15 DLC, to be honest. I think it does have a battle pass, but I'm not sure. That's why I quit playing multiplayer games. The only multiplayer game I play is Caton. I'm not familiar with it. Mom calls you down for dinner and Night Rain punishes you for eating. Or let's say the fucking shitty FromSoft PC port crashes, which wouldn't be too crazy to think. And then all of a sudden, you're banned for like 3 hours. Be gay. It will win Game of the Year. I think Death Stranding 2 will win. Personally, I think they're going to give it to Death Stranding 2. Nero Redwood with the 2. Night Rain is just a co-op boss rush slop. Yeah, but you can't even make your own class. You can't really upgrade. I don't know, dude. It's like it defeats the whole appeal of a Souls game, which is to, you know, slowly get better and better and better and better. Now it's just like literally, you know, Fortnite, essentially. Oh, I'm sure there are some Souls fans that are loving it because, you know, it's like a actually like ultra sweaty game. You got to remember, most Souls fans have never even played the Souls games, ironically. They played Sekiro and they played Elden Ring. They don't actually know what a Souls game should be like. And yeah, they probably like it because it's like painfully difficult, especially if you play it by yourself. I know so many Souls fans who say Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne are the worst, and their favorite is Elden Ring. Yeah, they're not even Souls fans. Like, if you actually think Elden Ring is a better Souls game than Dark Souls 3, you're not to be taken seriously. Like, there's no plausible scenario to which you could actually say, as a Souls-like game, Elden Ring is better than Dark Souls 3. Like, you're just wrong. You're absolutely fucking wrong. Because Elden Ring is not even a fucking Dark Souls game. You can't say that it's a better Souls-like than the actual fucking Souls. Like, Dark Souls 2, you can make the argument, because it breaks the formula so much. But Claus's Kiwi Farms thread has 235 pages of him fighting. Jesus, bro. He just needs to delete the accounts and move on. Pick a new identity, and it's not worth it. No, Miyazaki said that he doesn't want to do any more sequels. So I don't think he ever wants to go back to Dark Souls. He didn't even want to make Dark Souls 2 and 3. But, you know, From Software and Bandai pressured him into it because it was making a shit ton of money. Yeah, it really doesn't need a sequel. The only thing I wish it would get is, like, actually, you know, expanded endings with, like, a real conclusion. That's the part I didn't like. Raging Board with a 5, it's over, guys. It's time I fully embrace my Doomer side. Oh, you want something for Doomer? Well, I guess it wouldn't really apply to everybody, but here's something that's extra Doomer. I saw this today. I was like, oh, damn. It is over. It truly is over. Look, Tinder is implementing a height filter for users. The change will allow women to generally filter out men below their preferred height. But no single mom or race
All right, awesome.
filter
Thanks,
at all.
nigga. All right.
Interesting. Yeah, it's like they just want people to stop making... Like, bro, no guy is actually going to pay for Tinder now. There's no way. Like, if there's a height filter, there's no chance. It's like they hate money. Because I hate to break it to them, the 6'4" Giga Chad is not using fucking Tinder. And if they are, they don't need, you know, this... They don't need to pay. So, this is retarded as fuck, man. Yeah, we need a troon filter, a single mom filter, a weight filter, and a race filter as well, if we're going to go down this route. Breast size. Well, that's too easy to lie about. It has to be something that's, you know, somewhat easy to actually enforce. Oh, this is pretty bad. I forgot about this. New Target, the second largest retailer behind Walmart, is no longer selling Xbox Series X 1 terabyte disk drive model, $600, and Xbox Series X 2 terabyte disk drive model.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face
in its online store. So Target has pulled the Xbox Series X from its online store. They're only selling the Series S at this point. But don't you worry, guys. Xbox is doing better than ever before. It's never been a better time to be an Xbox owner. Absolutely. I mean, dude, look at this shit, though. $650 for the PS5 Pro with 2 terabytes of storage. For $100 more, you could get the significantly less powerful Xbox Series X with a 2 terabyte hard drive. Like, that's just batshit crazy, bro. The Series X for equivalent storage is $100 more expensive than the PS5 Pro. Like, it truly is Jover at this point. And for $50 more, you can get double the storage and a more powerful console, substantially more powerful than the base Xbox Series X. A PS5 with Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with the disc drive bundled is what? About the same price as a 1 terabyte Series S with no games. So you can get a real next-gen console with a disc drive and Black Ops 6. Or you could spend the same amount of money and get a 1 terabyte Series S that is barely distinguishable above an Xbox One. Wild, bro. Absolutely wild. I mean, or you could spend $30 less and still get Black Ops 6. Crazy. I kind of want to order one of these Edge controllers, but I don't know. I'm tempted. They're $30 off, which they're probably never going to get cheaper than that. Hedging time. Controllers are too expensive. I agree, Emke. A simple man such as myself can't afford such niceties. I was trying to see. There's something else I sent myself. Oh, yeah, this. This is funny. If you guys are familiar with this shit. So apparently some Looney Tune, killed themselves publicly on Twitter or some shit. Which, who cares? But, yeah, apparently, this was pretty funny. It's like, wait, so a demon fell off a bridge after someone told them they wouldn't pass. That shit's actually great. Oh my god. Yeah, we need to get this number down to 0. How are we going to do that? We're going to kill everybody. Yeah. We need to get 41 to 75. Let's see. Do I have anything else? Oh, this is just a cope. This is just a cope. Nobody in chat told me about this tweet. Thank you very much. This meme was never fucking mentioned. It's not about the fucking Troon killing themselves. It's the fucking joke. Let's see. Alright, yeah, this is a big fucking cope. So it's quick question. Why is Game Pass supposed to be bad for devs and studios, but Netflix and the like aren't? Netflix, Spotify, whatever other streaming service you want to point to, is incredibly bad for the music and movie industry. Movie theaters are basically dead, which is where the majority of money comes from in the film industry because of Netflix. DVD sales are dead because of digital distribution, which was another massive revenue stream for the movie industry that no longer exists because of streaming services. And then if you look at Spotify, artists used to make a shit ton of money selling their album or singles, But now, streaming revenue has completely replaced that, and it's super fucking low compared to what it used to be, which is why every single artist goes on tour. Because nobody's actually making money from distributing music. They're making money from the concerts they sell people tickets to. So this is such a stupid argument. If you knew anything about digital distribution of entertainment media, whether it be music, movies, TV show, you would know that pretty much every single subscription model has been incredibly destructive to whatever industry it's implemented in. So, you know, it doesn't really take a fucking genius level IQ to figure out, like, hey, yeah, the same thing that happened to movies, you know, TV shows, music, it could happen to video games too. And, you know, subscription revenues are not really sustainable long term unless either the quality suffers dramatically or they monetize you in other ways. So, I agree, I'm key. I like Apple Music better. But that's beside the point. It says, don't streaming services also cannibalize movie and show sales? It's like, yeah, no shit, which is why the movie industry is dying. That and they make dog shit, but you get the point. We don't need to talk about that, but yeah, the movie, like, theater industry especially is dying. And that's where movies make the majority of their money, that and it was DVD sales, which that doesn't exist anymore. So, subscription services have been a net negative to the entertainment industry overall. You think the movie theaters are not? No, I don't think it. Look at any financial statement from the big theater companies. They're in really bad positions right now. They're not doing well at all. But yeah, part of the problem, yeah, like I mentioned, is the quality of said movies. But yeah, the theaters are independent of that. Like, they're not in charge of what movies, you know, the studios decide to release, unfortunately for them. So they have to be at the mercy of whatever Hollywood decides to produce, which unfortunately for the most part these days is utter dog shit. Minorities ruined movie theaters? I don't know if I would say. I mean, obviously, yeah. Shaniqua on her phone the entire time with her screaming children doesn't really help, but that's not the main problem. The main problem is the movies just fucking suck. Most of the movies just fucking suck. Like, what's genuinely a good movie that's come out recently? Like, what? I guess Dune 2? Dune 2 is like the last good movie I can think of. Other than that, I can't think of anything that I've seen that's even slightly appealed to me. Mission Impossible. I haven't seen that, but I don't think I've watched more than 2 Mission Impossible movies. I don't even know which ones. The last time I went to I went to the Revenge of the Sith re-release So that was the last time I went to a movie. But prior to that, I think it was Dune 2 I went to go see in theaters. "12 Years a Slave," that's right. The average Xbox experience. DVD sales are the reason we got random cult classics and stupid movies. Streaming has led to everything needing a bigger... or needing to be bigger or a universe. The thing is, too, I mean, that's prevalent in all of media, though. It's like, you know, people used to actually buy video games and shit. Nowadays, you know, everybody's like, oh, I'm just going to buy it when it's $3 or something. Like, you know, people complain like we don't get enough good games and stuff, but when we do, people don't financially support the good shit. So it's a common problem across everything. People love to complain that we don't get more of X or whatever it is. But then nobody actually wants to put their money where their mouth is because they've been conditioned so much to just, you know, consume shit either through streaming or as dirt cheap as possible. So, and then they complain we don't get more shit like what they want. But it's like, okay, well, you bought it when it was $3 and not $70, so you sent a pretty clear message. You can't really complain at that point that you don't get more games like the one that you're, you know, clamoring for when you bought it at a, what, 95% discount. It's like, yeah, I don't really think the studio is going to take you very seriously, man. If you're a $4 customer compared to a $70 customer, you're not really a priority. I think Astrobot will get a sequel because, you know, that'd be a good pack-in game or whatever it is, or a launch title for the PS6 would be my guess. They'll do that. Like, you know me and my Square Enix slop. Like today I just rebought this, so I was playing this today. Dragon Quest 11. You know, I'll put my money where my mouth is with Square Enix shit. Like, here, I already have this. 70 hours in the original release. But yeah, I'm replaying it. Yeah, Dragon Quest 11 is good. But guys, turn-based RPGs literally have not existed since Final Fantasy X. So you're lying. You're lying. It's a terrible game, bro. Expedition 33 is the only turn-based game that's actually ever released that's not complete shit since 2000. Obviously. Why are you replaying old-ass games? Because old-ass games are the only good games. I wish they would release Dragon Quest 12, but it's been in development for... I don't even know how long. What, like... 8 years? Seven years? I'm not sure. When did the original come out? Dragon Quest 11. The last time I played this was 2020, so it's been at least 5 years. Let's see. Yeah, 2018, so it's been about 7 years. Bruh. Oh my god. Yeah, Jade. Everyone's favorite female from the game. So it's been a hot minute since the last Dragon Quest came out. No, I think Square Enix has just said that it's been in active development. So, I mean, you can announce a game and then announce that it's coming to a different platform later. Because that, like, reinvigorates the buzz surrounding it if you did that. It would be, like, basically a secondary announcement at that point. So it'd actually be better to announce it and then announce it again. But, I mean, I guess I need to play the HD remakes, because I've never played any other Dragon Quest game other than 11. But, yeah, I need to play 1, 2, and 3, because I think 1 and 2 are coming out soon. I'll get those on the Nintendo Switch, though. Those are good handheld games. Yeah, doesn't Dragon Quest recycle a lot of music? So, I mean, I'm not really too familiar with the franchise, but don't they recycle a lot of music? I gotta play 3, 2, or wait, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, I will, but I'm gonna get them on the Switch. I'm gonna be honest, the Dragon Quest XI soundtrack, especially on release, when they added the orchestrated soundtrack, it was a lot better. But the synthesized soundtrack from the original release was really fucking annoying. I'm not the biggest Dragon Quest music fan. I don't really think their soundtracks are that amazing. The remake, yeah, I like the remake style personally. I think they need to do more games in that style, like make remasters of like the old Final Fantasies in the 2D HD. But apparently they said they want to do Final Fantasy VI in that style. That or what was the other game they mentioned? Forgot. What was it? Shit. There's another game they mentioned they wanted to do.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Remake Xenogears, and that's... Don't they have to finish the actual game, though? Daniel with the 5, Griff, check out PKA clips. Dave, oh yeah, I've seen the clip of Dave Portnoy vang out, but I don't know about this video. And Nero Redwood with the 10. Dark Souls 2 was the game Miyazaki wasn't around when it was done. Instead, the original creators of Kingsfield worked on it, which is why it was different. He returned with Bloodborne and 3. Yeah. Yeah, I know that 2 was made by like a different team, but I didn't know about the leadership thing. Yeah, 2 is definitely the black sheep of the grouping, for sure. An opinionated junkie with the 2? I wish Blu-rays and DVDs were still a thing. I mean, they are still a thing. It's just you can't walk into like a retail store anymore really and buy them. You have to order them from like that Gruv site. GRUV, I think is what it's called. So, you can still get them. It's just much less common nowadays. Either that or they're super expensive, like $50, 4K deluxe editions or whatever it might be. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Haven't played Dragon Quest since 8. Maybe I should get back into the series with 11. Also, when will you play Tainted Grail? I have no idea. I should. I mean, I bought it, but I have not gotten into it yet. Saul Goodman with the 5. I'm playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time, and I think I just got a happy ending. Oh, yeah, the yeah. Yeah. That's a recurring joke in the franchise, but yeah. Happy ending massage.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks,
Game
nigga. All right.
is great. 10 out of 10 so far. Yeah. Well, it's not technically a happy ending massage, but yeah. It's a finger massage, but there's finger 11. So, you should go to the bathhouse, too. Should go to the bathhouse. And Oski Woski with the 5. Mute Jeff for 10 minutes. And then also the 5. Ha ha ha. Alright. There we go. Take my ass to the $5 Walmart bin, but the Blu-rays do be sleek. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with, like... I mean, I do kind of miss physical media, but as far as not having to store it, I think is the biggest thing, because, like, I can't even access half of my physical games that I own because I don't have a shelf for them. So they're just all piled up and I can barely even get to my Switch games. I have to like move 100 fucking cases of PS4 shit in order to get to my Switch stuff. So that is the convenience factor of digital, is that you don't have to have like this massive amount of space taken up by physical media. I guess we want
not much, baby. Just making history.
Making history.
Free Israel.
Making history, dog.
Free in Israel.
Free. I mean, they're going through a lot right now, bro.
They are. That's true.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gunners hiding in schools to be eliminated. All sorts of things.
Listen, all jokes aside, if you wake up every day with rockets going over your head and there's a new anti-Semitic attack, I'm just like I feel like if Israel falls, it could mean the end for Western civilization.
And I don't think that's at all exaggerating.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Because what happens? Israel goes, next it's Sweden, Germany, Italy.
I mean, you guys are making a joke out of it, but I'm serious.
What really, I guess, what radicalized you into your Zionism?
Probably that the attack with the paragliders and the go-karts that was real. When I saw that, I knew I had to rise up and defend Israel.
Have you considered joining the...
Let's see. Fanook Killer with the 6. Besides the 2 trilogies, 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, and 6, you should try Dragon Quest 8 or 9. If you have a 3DS/PS2, what's your top 5 Final Fantasy games?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So I haven't played 4, 5, and 6. So, which I know, like, in that grouping, there's, like, considered to be some of the better ones. So just keep that in mind. Without 7, I would say number 1 for me is Final Fantasy 15. I like that one a lot. I would say second from that would probably be 10. Third would probably be... It's kind of tough. When you get past, like, favorite, it's kind of hard to rank. I would say probably 8. I haven't played 9 either, so that's another one I haven't played. 4 would probably be Final Fantasy 16, and then 5, we'll say... I really liked Final Fantasy 2, personally. I thought 2 was fun, so we'll go with that one. But that's just what I've played thus far. I don't know. I'd have to really think about it, but just off the top of my head, that's probably what I would go with if I ignore 7 completely. Ten was my all-time favorite. Not really. No, it's not. 10 is fine. I mean, it's a good game, but it's not, like, my favorite. Bill Herb with the 10. What's up,
All right,
Supreme
awesome.
Leader
Thanks,
Griffin?
nigga. All right.
What's happened with Xbox now? Have we... Wait, what have... What does that say? Listwood? I don't know. I thought Xbox gave up a while ago, or just never really bothered trying for the past 10 years, I'm guessing. Yeah. Basically, you know, they got pulled they got pulled from the store shelves and online, you know, sales section of Target. The Series X is no longer available there. They've given up on the handheld because, you know, they're freaking out probably about the Windows 11 ROG Ally. I don't know, bro. It's just a disaster. It's a disaster. That Machine Gun Kelly song is straight up gay boy band vibes. I don't even know what song you're talking about. I mean, Machine Gun Kelly is a tatted up freak, bro. I don't know why anybody would listen to that fucking homo. Bill Herb at the 5. Sorry, Fat Thumb. I meant, what have I missed? Oh, not really too much. Just some random shit we've been watching. So, not really too much.
The IDF, I think they take volunteers, right?
Well, that brings me to my next point. Hold on one second here. Hey, Schultz, can you get me the DraftKings ad read? Dave Portnoy's a big friend of mine, and we were talking about this. We were talking about this recently. You know, this anti-Semitic sign fiasco. Did you see this happen?
I didn't. Fill me in.
Yeah, I saw it.
Did somebody write? I think it was F Jews on a sign.
No, nobody likes that.
Oh man.
Yeah. So me and Dave, we had to ruin their lives.
Oh,
Well,
the
both of those waitresses, you know, they got fired. They lost their jobs.
Yeah.
And the guy that like paid, I guess he's just a customer. No way to get to him. But they got those two waitresses.
We had to ruin their lives. That's what me and Dave Portnoy did because the sign said F Jews, and that simply cannot stand. So we ruined their lives.
How'd you do that?
Well, we doxed them. We got them fired. We ensured that they'll never work in the world of sports betting ever again.
Well, they shouldn't have put that sign up. I think you did the right thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I saw that with Dave Portnoy.
He's a good guy.
He immediately offered to send them on a trip to Auschwitz in Europe. Yep. He's like, all expense paid trip to Auschwitz.
Oh my God, dude. It's just, if Jews would stop being such massive fucking pussies over every little fucking thing, you know, anti-Semitism or whatever they want to call it would basically vanish. Most people can't even distinguish a white person from a fucking Jew anyway. So to act like anti-Semitism is some sort of widespread issue that they face on a daily basis is complete fucking horseshit. It's purely the fact that they complain like no other group of human beings on planet Earth that people dislike them, generally speaking. Like, they take every little fucking slight against them as like you're literally trying to exterminate them. So they're a bunch of over-dramatic sissies who need to fucking deal with their own internal fucking retardation. You know, it's like basically the whole racism argument. You know, if you just stop committing the crimes, I guarantee you nobody would have a problem with black people. Just stop committing fucking crimes. And the same goes for Jews. Stop being massive fucking pussies. And most people won't have a fucking problem with you. It's just insane, bro. But always the victim. The two biggest victims in our society. Hands fucking down. And it's a self-inflicted victimhood. If somebody says fuck white people, you know, white people aren't out here trying to actively ruin your fucking life. You know, you just fucking keep it moving. Nobody cares. But God forbid you say anything about God's chosen people. It's just insane, man.
It's in Germany. It's like step one, not in Germany. But then he learned that and he reposted.
Yeah, I've never liked Dave Portnoy. He's a fucking absolute mouth-breathing retard, and yeah, he should go live in Israel if he cares so deeply about it.
It again and was
that's,
like,
that's normal behavior. That's normal behavior from somebody that's not a psychopath. When someone pisses you off, you send them to Auschwitz on a trip.
Yeah, that's what a normal sane person does who's not unhinged is they piss you off. You don't just fire them. We might have to censor it. We're going to put in a different word.
You can bleep it, but if you take it out, it's over, man. I can't do this. I have to make money right now. Are you telling me I can't make money?
I thought you and Dave were tight. Isn't he a billionaire?
Well, I'm a billionaire too, but he's not. It's not like that. He's not giving me billions. All right, listen.
No, it's the Confederate flag. It's the Israeli flag. The
Confederate flag, Israeli flag.
Yeah,
they're the Brazilian flag,
the Brazilian
Dominican,
flag. And then I think Haiti.
And then the disabled. Also, the disabled have their own flag.
And then they have the LGBT flag, also the Six Flags. Yeah, but they're kind of more traditional. They don't have the black people bar in it. Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah,
they like to be a little more nuanced there in Six
Old
Flags.
the Black Power fist, like right in the middle. I like to see that.
Yeah,
you like the Black Power? Have you ever seen like not at all plugged in with the gay flag stuff? Black people on Twitter who are like, "Why the hell are we on this?"
Yeah, I don't like that.
No, they're like, "Wow, you're saying we're the same as like trans and gay?"
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah. I would.
Welcome to the party, Mike.
Yeah, they hate it. They
hope you like wearing a dress, dog. Welcome to the future.
That is something. They make all those big jacked black guys wear dresses to get in like a Daddy's Day Out movies.
In the
Hollywood.
Old Spice commercial. That's what you got to do to be in the Old Spice commercial. Hey guys, sorry to break up the flow here.
Speaking of that, the meme coin and your good buddy Dave Portnoy. This was like months ago now. Didn't he get like a bunch of shit for pushing different meme coins to all his followers? And
look, I don't know what it is with these this modern obsession with gambling and sports, and it's what masquerades as masculinity nowadays. Let me tell you something. If you're interested in sports, you are gay.
I agree.
You are no. It's not funny. It's not funny. If you are interested in sports, you are a homosexual. Okay. There's
preach.
The modern obsession with gambling, sports betting, fantasy football, it's a surrogate for masculinity. It's poisoning our culture. And these people, Dave Portnoy doesn't belong anywhere near a camera. He's ugly. He's stupid. He's stupid. I'm not impressed. Listen, I'm not impressed. It's made $1 million. No offense. Made $1 million gambling. That doesn't mean you're a business tycoon. That doesn't mean you know anything about how to make money in a way that benefits society. It means you're a fucking parasite, okay?
Yep.
He doesn't belong near a camera. He shouldn't even be in this country, quite honestly. But yeah, no. I mean, we're boys. Yeah, we're... guys, check it out.
One bite, everyone knows the rules.
Yeah. He should be pizza reviewing, and I guess his whole thing is pizza reviewing and gambling.
He should go do that in Israel. Pizza reviews in Israel, my brother.
On the
Get out.
Strip. What does he say when you bring this stuff up to him?
Well, he's got a good sense of humor, actually. He rolls with it. You know, he knows it's all in fun and games. Yeah.
Just all in good fun.
Yeah.
You and Dave Portnoy. Who knows? Maybe he could help fund season 3 with some of that gambling money.
He did help fund season 3. He's put up quite a bit of money for it.
That's crazy. Has he offered to give you a free vacation to Poland?
Yeah, I've taken several trips to Auschwitz for my re-education, and each time it's more enlightening than the last.
Oh, I can't imagine.
Yeah, like the fake claw marks in the cement.
What a crazy thing to do.
Yeah.
Just send people to Auschwitz because they made a
bothered you?
sign. Yeah.
I mean, if I had the money, that's what I would do. You know, whatever.
Where would be your historic location that you sent people on like a vengeance vacation?
South Africa.
You sent them to Cape Town?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. South Africa kind of looks like it sucks. That was probably removed, Woody, on orders of Dave Portnoy. Other people were finding things out, and he shut it right down.
I use a custom Chat GPT model that's supposed to mimic Dave Portnoy. It's trained off of data from Dave.
Oh, so it's just
Griffin is a Holocaust denier? No, they literally. So this is the thing that nobody tells you about, like fucking Auschwitz and shit. There were no gas chambers standing when they took the fucking camp. All the gas chambers were destroyed. So all the shit you see on fucking site, they're not even original. They rebuilt them 10 years later to have dramatic effect. And they literally like etched fucking nail scrapings into the cement walls. Well, if you know anything about cement, a human fingernail cannot scratch cement. So literally, they went in there and they fucking scratched up the walls trying to make it look like people were clawing their way out of the fucking gas chamber. It's like, it's so fucking retarded. It's so like, if you lie about something that fucking small, what else are you lying about? So it's just, it's idiotic, bro. Again, not helping their own fucking case. It's just retarded, yeah. I mean, your fingernails would rip off if you actually tried to claw at cement. There's no way. You can't scratch cement with a fucking fingernail.
So then it's just going to be a lot of sports and gambling, which is, that seems like a terrible model for you.
Well, I mean, I need to know what's going on in the minds of the playmakers over here.
Yeah. What's he up to now?
Or the gas chambers with the wooden doors, too. Don't forget about that. That's another great one.
I don't know. It's all fucking sports and gambling. I guess that is how he made his billions. Is he a billionaire? Is he that level?
I don't know.
I thought he was. Maybe Barstool Sports isn't worth as much as I thought it was.
Doing really well.
Yeah. Well, he bought his company back for like $1.
That was a good deal.
That's a solid deal. I would have bought it for $1, and then I sold it to him for like fucking $25.
Oh, you 25 bagger on your money?
Yeah,
that's why you're
that's why I'm the fucking king, dude. Did you?
Them black Hebrew brothers may have a point. No. Absolutely fucking not. Let's not get it twisted here. The black Hebrew brothers do not have a fucking point. Unless you believe we was the ones that built the pyramids. But yeah, none of the gas chambers you see at Auschwitz are even original. They literally just rebuilt them after the fact. So, they're not even like actual authentic, I guess, parts of the camp. They were rebuilt 10 years later for dramatic effect. So, it's not even like a real fucking gas chamber if you go inside of it. Like, it's just fake. Plain and simple. Yeah, I think Sam Hyde just has fuck you money at this point, and he makes his money from alternative sources compared to like the mainstream internet, so yeah, I don't think he gives a fuck. But I don't know how rich he is. He makes a lot of money, bro. That fish tank shit that he does brought in, I think, like, millions and millions of dollars. So, no. Sam Hyde's probably very wealthy. He has a massive fucking following of, like, very edgy individuals that probably shower him with super shekels. So, you gotta remember, bro, like a lot of single late 20s to early 40s guys watch him, And that's like society's biggest earners on average. So you got to think about that. You know, if you're a 30-something-year-old guy, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't have a wife, you don't have a family, and you spend your time either working or watching shit on the internet. It's like, you know, you got a lot of expendable cash to dump into stuff like that. So, people wail the fuck out on content like that. Sounds just like me. Yeah, literally me for real, dude. No, Sam Hyde's been around for a long time, bro. He used to have a show on cable. What was it called? Sam Hyde TV show. He used to have a show on cable. Yeah, Sam Hyde's 40. Yeah, it was called $1 Million Extreme, and it was on Adult Swim back in 2016. I mean, let's face it, guys. The type of people watching Adult Swim are not really children. It's like, you know, millennials and shit. So... yeah, he has like that age demographic of like, I would say early 30s to mid 40s. It's probably his, you know, bread and butter demographic if I had to guess. All Griffin needs to make big bucks is have 10 to 20 Bitcoin whale bros that shower. Yeah, exactly. In this video... yeah, then I can move to Dubai and buy my Bugatti, dude. Hell yeah. I love how that's like literally the epitome of human existence for a lot of these fucking manosphere retards. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna move to Dubai and have an expensive sports car and live on the Palm. It's like, you mean the sinking man-made island that's not gonna be there in 20 years? That's your goal for the rest of your life? I don't know, bro. Moving to the Middle East is not even on my bucket list of things that I would ever consider. Like, that is not the epitome of human existence. I'm sorry. Like, wow, you get to go be a king amongst slaves. Congrats. Like... he literally lives on the Palm Island. Who? That's what Iman Gadzai did. He's on. I don't know who that is. Here, I'll look him up. I'm guessing he's a YouTuber. Let's see. Iman. Oh, there it is. It's easy. Oh, God. Yeah, I've seen this guy before. Okay, yeah, I've seen this shit. These fucking retards that just recycle the same slop content. How to, you know, be ultra productive, or, you know, 18 steps to become a multimillionaire at age 22. Just buy my $8,000 course. Let's see. Does he have a course plugged in the...
Ladies and gentlemen, I get...
oh, God. Dude, look at these fucking dorky-ass Harry Potter glasses. Dear Lord. More stuff here. I'm shocked, bro. He doesn't have a fucking product plug. Maybe... okay, he's linking...
so, I want to make something very, very clear to you. There is...
the laziest way to make money. He doesn't have his course plugged, but it's probably somewhere in here. There's no way this guy actually makes money legit. It's definitely
Ladies and gentlemen, I get
course
so...
sales. I would bet my entire life savings on the fact that this guy makes all of his money from selling courses. 100%. Oh, yeah. Dude, the course business is big fucking money. Selling online courses is big fucking money. Yeah, it's normally a $10,000 online course, but you can get it today for $5,000, and it's way cheaper than a year of tuition at a college. But you'll learn so much more from this, and what's more important is you'll actually be making money. It's just the biggest grift ever, bro. You know, the get-rich-quick scheme. Essentially. If it was so easy, why would you be making videos cutting into your own business? That's my question. If the course you're selling is so fucking good, why are you even selling the course? Why aren't you just operating the business yourself and making all the money yourself? Why are you giving away your business model that is infinitely scalable and that you could just be doing yourself? Why wouldn't you just be offering to hire people to come work for you? You know, hey, you want to get rich quick, come work for me. You know, I got this amazing business model that anyone can do, and, you know, you can come here and earn a commission and make a shit ton of money doing exactly what I'm doing right now. Like, but no, instead, I'm just going to tell you how I think you could be making money that I'm definitely not using myself because, yeah, it doesn't actually work. It's insane, bro. It's a massive fucking issue on YouTube. The fucking get-rich-quick university type shit. Oh my god, $1 million lesson. Tristan Tate learned working at McDonald's. Oh my god. It's just, it's pitiful, bro. And the main audience for it is like Indians and Arabs. So I don't even think white people really fall for it that much anymore. But yeah, Indians and Arabs are the ones that eat that shit up. Opinionated junkie with the 5. Some grifters on the right.
All right,
expose
awesome.
themselves.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
You had, for example, Hotep saying Twitter was better under Jack, forgetting how censored it was post-January. Well, bro, even just post-2016, how censored it was. Yeah, most of these fucking, you know, right-wingers are just leftists who, you know, have one or two sticking points they don't like about modern libs. Well, it's really tough to make it in India because there's no actual industry in India other than, like, cheap fucking labor. Like, the Indian economy is basically trash. Like, it's basically one of those societies that's in a managed decline ever since the British pulled out. They're not really building any new infrastructure. They're not really advancing technologically. They're just kind of in a state of managed, you know, stagnation / decline. So, yeah, it's really hard to make it in India also because they have the caste system, which is not officially enforced, but, yeah, unless you're born to, like, the Brahmin class or whatever the fuck, you have almost no hopes of ever being hired for any real type of job with any real economic earning potential. So, yeah, it's a shitty situation they have over there, but, you know, their own fault. Oh, dude, if India would have stayed colonized, it actually probably would rival China. Absolutely. Yep, they fucked themselves. They let some old fucking retard starve himself into destroying their country. GG, well played. I mean, look at what happened with Hong Kong, bro. Look at what happened with Hong Kong. If India would have stuck with the British, even just for a few more decades, they probably would be in a much better position than they're at right now. You know, Hong Kong was held onto by the British for a lot longer. And look at, like, the massive success that particular area of China has had. Like, it's one of the leading business centers of the world. So India could have had the same thing, but, you know. Nope. All I can say is, bro, is like, you know, for as much shit as people give colonization, pretty much every single society has massively benefited from European colonization. Overall, like, the only infrastructure that a lot of these former colonies have was literally built by white Europeans. And after white Europeans leave, the countries go to fucking shit and collapse. I don't think that's a coincidence. So... Regnier with a 2. Have you played Stellar Cheeks demo on PC run? No, I have not. I have not. Get that troon off the screen. I'm not even looking at the screen. Where is the troon? This one? I can't afford this shit! Hassan? That ginger looks like Mewing John. This one. Kinda. I don't know. She doesn't have as wide of a jaw. Then why did the USA dismantle the British? Because we had a fucking communist in office. Roosevelt. The second worst president in the United States' history. The first being Woodrow Wilson. The wonderful person who gave us income tax, the Federal Reserve, the League of Nations, and all other bullshit included in that time period. World War I also. And then, you know, we had our other shining gem, Roosevelt, who basically sold out Western civilization as a whole so that he could play king.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Opinionated junkie with a 5. Watch Florida Fails. The title starts with GTA? Huh? What do you mean by that? Watch Florida Fails. The title... Wait. Florida Fails title starts with GTA? Is that a channel? Just give me, like, the actual title, because I don't know. I'm guessing it's that. Yeah, just give me like the actual video title or the... I'm guessing that. Dude, Roosevelt is not an honorable man. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that's liberal fucking psyoping, bro. Roosevelt single-handedly destroyed the US economy, but you know, his buddy Woodrow Wilson enabled it to happen. So, what happened is post World War I, the Federal Reserve Bank, in conjunction with the Bank of England, which are owned by the same people, a certain Rothschild. And what happened is the supply of gold was deliberately restricted at the central banks to prevent the creation of new currency issue when both of the currencies were backed by precious metals. So what happened is because there was a currency shortage, it caused a panic in the market, which caused a rush on the banks, which collapsed the economy of the United States and Europe. Through this, Roosevelt gets elected and creates the New Deal, which is essentially just communism disguised as, you know, government assistance. But that is a dramatic fucking failure because, God forbid, people realize that communism is a fucking retard's effort. So, in an effort to, put in communism, he tanks the economy even further, which, you know,
all right,
isn't
awesome.
good
Thanks,
when
nigga.
you
All
have
right.
a population that actually does get to vote at this point. You know, you do actually get to vote. So what happens is Roosevelt uses World War II as an excuse to, you know, try and pull the U.S. economy out of an even worse recession, because a wartime economy is generally very, very profitable and can basically get rid of all financial issues. But at the same time, you know, he seizes all the gold from the population. So if you had, you know, gold in your bank account, or I guess not bank account, but if you had like a private holding of gold, the government rounded up all of your gold, bought the gold for under spot price, forced you to do so. If you kept gold past a certain date, you would go to jail for a felony. So he rounds up all the gold and then sells it off below spot price to the same Rothschild. You know, I don't know who that is, but yeah, for, you know, pennies on the dollar, essentially, which further, you know, compounds the amount of wealth and control that the central banks have, which then they use to basically strong arm Europe into dismantling their empires around the world so that it can make way for a new era of multiculturalism. But yeah, Roosevelt is part of the whole New World Order, you know, bring in the communist type shit. And yeah, I mean, you can go into a whole fucking rabbit hole about this, and I'm not going to spend an hour going over it, but yeah. Woodrow Wilson and Roosevelt are the two worst Western leaders, along with Winston Churchill, probably in the history of the last 100 years. Hands down. No three people did more damage to the world than those three. Without fail. So the reason why they have such a stellar reputation is because leftists, aka commies, want to prop them up because they did what they wanted them to do, not because they did what was best for, you know, society or Western civilization or their own countries, but it's because it fed into the communist, you know, type. Like, just think about it this way, okay? What other 100-year-old leader can you think of that gets glazed as hard as fucking, you know, Roosevelt or Winston Churchill? What other leader from like 100 years ago actually has maintained a good reputation and hasn't been called a racist or a homophobe or a bigot or problematic? Why is that? Because I guarantee you Roosevelt was racist. I guarantee he was sexist. I guarantee you he was a bigot. But the thing is he promoted the communist ideology. So, that's the thing. If you promote the commie shit, then history is kind to you. Because, you know, the commies are in charge of our media, essentially. Take that as you will. You can swap communists with something else. But, yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
The left forgot about Biden's racism because yeah, it's just convenient, bro. It's convenient. It's a lie by omission, essentially. If you serve the message, then you get, you know, the wonderful glazing treatment. It doesn't matter what you did. You can literally have your own daughter admit that you molested her as a child, and they just don't even say a word about it because, you know, you're the convenient option. It's insane, bro. The media is so fucking corrupt. It's not even funny. Nero Redwood with the 5. World War II vets glaze FDR. Well, they believe the propaganda, so that's the issue. They're from a time period where they actually believe the media, which is your first mistake. How was he a communist again? Look up the New Deal. Not really hard to figure out. Then we had JFK, who tried to do his job fixing us, then died. I wonder why he died. Because he tried to get us off of the Federal Reserve System and on the silver standard. That's why. People name a bunch of different reasons for why JFK died. We all know the reason why. If you know anything about, you know, any issues surrounding monetary systems, anyone who challenges fractional reserve banking and central banks ends up dead. Opinionated junkie with the 2. The title won't bring up the video. I think we got it. And also the 2. Churchill is the reason India wanted independence. Yes and no. I don't know if it was just him. But yeah, Churchill was a poison to the UK overall. And Merc with the 5, instead of campaign DLC, Talos Studio is making another book set after Finite? Hold on. Do you mean Fortnite? I don't know. Hold on. The lore nerds keep buying these books. Oh, Halo. Okay, shit. You put Talo. I was like, who the fuck is Talo? Or Talos or whatever the... I don't know. I had no idea, bro. But yeah. Another book. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should do anything with Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite's dead. Just let it die. They just need to let it die.
Only in Florida. Do you have alligators at your crosswalks? Got at least at noon to go at the crosswalk. It's up!
Y'all get down and get. Boy, y'all.
What the fuck? Hold on. I'm guessing the kid was controlling it. Okay. I thought it was just a random drone that flew in somebody's window, but nah, the kid was using it. Uh-oh. That was actually kind of lucky, bro, that he didn't hit the other car. What the fuck is that guy doing? Oh, yeah.
Mami, te llama por teléfono, coge.
¿Quién es?
Habla ahí.
¿Quién habla?
Habla.
It says pit bull. Look at the guard though.
Oh my god. Did he get it at least? It looks like it was floating. Yeah, I think he got it.
Oh, freak.
Yeah, it was an engagement ring.
Look at that. Oh, gnarly, dude. Oh, oh my god.
Why would a car wedge in next to a moving truck? I mean, I feel like that's more the car's fault.
Oh!
Man, he's stolen a car.
Oh my god! Oh my god, mommy! Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Did you do this?
Oh, okay, like a little bug jump.
Not here. It's everywhere. It's knock on wood, not on our side yet.
Oh my god!
You know, I'm getting good at that.
I thought this was super funny. This is America, isn't it? Oh, maybe it's not.
Jeez. Hey, what do you mean by that, bro? What do you mean this isn't America?
Isn't it? Oh, maybe it's...
What do you mean, bro?
Not.
They're just as American as you as me.
Jeez.
Obviously.
Oh,
Ooh, there we go, another one.
Ugh. Imagine having to wake up next to that every morning, guys. There really is nothing more just appalling than a fat chick, honestly. Like, it's so unnatural. You know? Just unnatural, bro. Shouldn't even have to look at it. Like, a fat guy doesn't bother me because it's like, okay, whatever. But every time you see a fat woman, you're just like, what wasted potential, you know? Because the sad reality is like, you see all these transformation pictures on, like, social media and stuff, and it's like a formerly fat chick, once she gets skinny, it's like she looks 1,000,000 times better. It's like, bro, how many of these fucking chungus whores are out there? And it's like, wasted potential. It's just pure wasted potential. Like, you could be like a 7 or an 8, but you're choosing to be a 4. Maybe a 3 on a good... Like, bro, it's like just crazy. It's crazy, man. I don't get it. Like, they waste how much, like, money every year on makeup, getting their hair and nails done, you know, clothes, shoes, all this shit to look better visually, when all they have to do is spend less money on food, and they would look 1,000,000 times better. It's crazy to me. Like, there's nothing more vile, I feel like, than wasted potential on a fat chick. It's just a crime against nature and all things that should be beautiful. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't really call that a fail. That's more of a fucking 400 IQ play right there. That's actually smart. That's not a fail. That's actually smart, bro. What the fuck hit them? Oh, the hood was up. Okay. I was like, what the fuck went through their... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The hood. Oh, God. What the fuck? It's a dog. Bro, it's like a fucking poodle. Oh my god. Yeah, that's so scary. A fucking poodle walked up to you. It ain't a pity. Like, fuck. It is, like, if it was a pity, maybe I could understand it. That's like a fucking lab poodle mix or something like that.
You better not take my backpack. You gonna eat the bowl?
Giant, giant! It's a giant, giant!
wait, hold on. Let's see. Whoa, hey, it went far.
What is going on with my smoker? I don't know what is going on, but this is not normal.
Smoking isn't normal for a smoker? Oh! I'm pretty sure that is pretty normal, but I don't know.
Like, look at this. Where did my eyebrow go? Like, how did that even happen?
Ooh, it broke the, oh my God.
Oh, I've seen that a few times. To be fair, you don't really have another option.
Oh my God.
You know. I think everybody's had a situation like that where you have to like hang something out the trunk or whatever.
Oh no!
Oh shit.
And you take your venti Starbucks lid, pop it.
Good. Dude, look at that disgusting countertop. That's just, bro.
Venti Starbucks lid, pop it.
Look at all that shit that's not even put away. Yeah, gross. Absolutely gross. It's a good thing that happened because now it'll force her to actually put shit away. Do you think she has a man? Unfortunately. Unfortunately, bro. Even this probably has a man. Dude, guys have zero fucking standards nowadays. It's really sad. Like, even this can probably get a committed relationship in today's day and age. She's not ugly. This chick is not ugly. Bro, come on. Bait needs to be believable. You really think a sub-5 overweight chick covered in tattoos, even on her neck, is not ugly? Click it? Alright, whatever.
Excuse bro, is this like the secret way in?
The speakeasy.
What's that mean?
It's just a private party.
Oh, it's private?
Yeah, did you get a pass?
Yeah.
What's the pass?
I got word of mouth to come in. You see what I'm saying? I got this. They gave me this.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yo, he just took my Peter Griffin ID and just ran up with it. I don't know what he about to do with it. He just took it and ran. Let's see.
Why does every single content creator have to have the most retarded fucking haircut? What do you even tell, like, the fucking place when you go and get your haircut? Yeah, can I look like an absolute...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
I don't know what he about to do with it. He just...
I need something to match my fucking male pearls. Like, bro, why is a man wearing pearls? Just say you want to get fucked in the ass, dude. It's easier.
Took it and ran. Let's see. Told y'all. Literally told y'all Peter works for... How's it going?
Yeah, absolutely not. Nasty.
Is there a problem?
Hey, bro, I love you, man.
Good? Thanks so much. Thank you. Yeah. Excuse bro, is this like the secret way in?
The speakeasy.
What's that mean?
It's just a private party.
Oh, it's private?
Yeah, did you get a pass?
Yeah.
What's the pass?
I got word of mouth to come in. You said
give me the Jack Doherty haircut, or oh my god, or give me the I have 5 fucking loads of cum in my hair, so it makes my hair spiky cut. I don't fucking know. Griffin paints his name. I do not. Thankfully. I'm not one of those, not one of those. Alright, we'll see what this is. I don't think we're gonna watch the whole thing, but we'll see.
Has no problem having a transgender in the same bathroom with an innocent child. I mean, do you know how fucked up that is right now?
With a what child? With a what child?
Innocent child?
An innocent child.
Oh, God, it's more tranny shit. Jesus.
Yeah. How is it that you find it okay that a transgender person, a man pretending to be a female, to go into a female's restroom where he does not belong because it's a he, to where there could be innocent children in that same bathroom? They're going to feel uncomfortable, Spooks. And honestly, that person, that transgender, is going to have maybe some evil malicious intent. I hope to God not. But how is that fair towards biological women?
We fundamentally disagree on this. I don't think that a trans woman using the bathroom is going into that bathroom with malicious intent. They're going in there to use the...
They're going in there because they get turned on by it. This is what these fucking retards need to realize, is this is not like an actual like thing. This is a fetish for them. They feel sexual exhilaration by being able to pretend to be a woman. Like, they probably get rock fucking hard the second they walk in there and they see a girl, like, coming out of the stall, and they have to make eye contact with them. Like, it probably turns them, like, these are sick fucks, bro. These are absolutely sick fucks.
The fucking bathroom. We've already had this discussion. Hold on. You told me to shut my mouth when you're talking, and I gave you that. I gave you that respect. All right. You sent me fucking articles of trans women or whatever going into bathrooms and harassing people or assaulting people, and I responded by sending you articles of just biological straight men, just straight cis men in fucking women's bathrooms assaulting people who are not trans. Like, it's bad individuals. Not all trans people who are going to the bathroom are trying to fucking assault or do, just like all straight cis men who go to the bathroom aren't trying to assault anybody. There are shitty individuals in every community everywhere. You cannot use those small percentage of individual cases to discriminate and hate an entire group of people and
Oh man, I wonder how
awesome.
he feels
Thanks,
about
nigga.
school
All right.
shootings.
And tell them that they can't use the fucking bathroom. That's ridiculous.
All right, let's see him keep that same energy for assault weapon. I have no fucking idea who this guy is, but I guarantee you he wouldn't keep the same energy in a gun debate.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, first of all, here once again, you're deflecting on that matter because
Deflecting
I'm not talking
how?
about. Hey, shut your mouth. I'm talking here. Okay, as I was saying, the reason why I'm saying deflecting is because you are talking away from the transgenders. I'm talking about transgenders in general because they find an excuse just because they think they can self-identify as a female, that they can have the right to go into a female's bathroom even though they're a male because they you cannot change DNA whatsoever. They're still a male, so they go into the wrong bathroom. They're supposed to go in a male's bathroom to do their business and not creep out women and children that are in the female's bathroom whatsoever. And the reason I'm saying you're deflecting is because you're talking about, oh, straight guys do the same thing. But I'm not talking about straight guys that could have the same evil malicious intent. I know it's wrong. You're right about that. It is wrong. But I'm talking about transgenders and just transgenders in general. Okay, so that's why I'm saying you're deflecting. You're changing the subject.
No, that's called cherry picking. Because what you're doing is you're saying there's been reported cases of this specific group of people doing something bad, while ignoring the fact that that happens in any group of fucking people or any gender or sexuality. It has happened. So for you to cherry pick and say, oh, well, this happened here with this specific group of people, and use that as a reason to hate and discriminate against that group of people, while ignoring the fact.
The thing that's retarded is that trans people are 4 times more likely to be sexual assault perpetrators, FYI. Like, the number of trans people imprisoned for, I forget what the term is, but it's like sexual assault or something like that. It's proportionally 4 times higher than straight men. So trans people, by a factor of 4, are committing, far more sexual assault and sexual related crimes. Shocking.
Either
a
subscribe,
group of
donate,
people
or
whose
get the
entire
fuck out.
identity is based on a fetish. Crazy shit. Never would have seen that coming. Let's see. Bill Herb with the 5. What's wrong with Churchill? Also, I've heard some try to call him racist recently. Also, I thought he wasn't positive. Oh, God. Well, let's just put it this way, man. Winston Churchill did more than any other European leader to promote the spread of communism by far. Let's just put it... I don't really want to get into a whole, like, geopolitical discussion about World War II and the events leading up to it, but let's just say that as a result of Winston Churchill's actions, communism was allowed to thrive and flourish in a capacity that it never would have been able to if Winston Churchill wouldn't have let his ego get in the fucking way. We'll just leave it at that. But, yeah. Nero Redwood with the 5. I heard pole dancing is apparently good for a woman's... Yeah, no, it takes a lot of core strength. It's a very, very, very intensive, like, exercise. Either that, or she's an e-girl, or OnlyFans, or a stripper. Now, a lot of women do, like, pole dancing just for exercise. Unironically, like, I'm not even, like, bullshitting. There is actually, it's like Pilates and shit. Any exercise that, like, focuses on flexibility and, like, muscle tone and things like that is actually good for you. It keeps you lean. So there are actually women that do pole dancing just for the exercise. They are not actually strippers. So, yeah. It actually is one of the best exercises that women can do if they're looking to not build, like, muscle mass. They just want to stay, like, lean and toned. Which, personally, I think is better than looking ripped, but... But yeah, it's, like, basically, you know, like, gymnastics and shit like that, too. I mean, I think pole dancing falls into, like, the realm of gymnastics and stuff, because, you know, the whole concept of it comes from the circus. But, yeah, then somebody was like, hey, we can put this in a bar. So, yeah, it comes from, like, acrobats and gymnasts and shit like that. Bill Herb with the 5. I've been seeing the tattoos starve the ego and feed the soul above the tits on chicks a lot now, and it's a real turnoff. Now that's a bad tattoo. Yeah. Starve the ego. So let me get a fucking massive tattoo that draws attention to my massive fucking tits. It's just... Bro... It's just... You cannot make this shit up. People are just beyond retarded nowadays. Oski Woski with the 15 months. They don't deserve rights, honestly. I agree. Griff, get a tattoo? Never. I will never get a tattoo. And Bill Herb with the 5. There's reports currently about new Zelda movie eyeing I heard that's fake. I heard that was fake just to farm engagement, but I don't know. And now all I've been seeing, it's all I've been seeing on Twitter, and I'm sick of it. I don't think Nintendo's going to allow that to happen, personally. But, yeah, from what I heard, it's bait, essentially. It's just some random guy who made up a rumor.
That it happens everywhere, that's not deflecting, that's you cherry-picking and ignoring reality, dude.
Cherry-picking, that's a nice way of calling it.
That's what you're doing, you're cherry-picking.
Even though they're mentally ill, that they think they can be the opposite sex, which is not.
I don't agree with that. I don't think trans people are mentally ill. You and I disagree on that. I don't agree.
Why don't you think they're mentally ill? How is having a penis and thinking you're a woman mentally sane?
Agree with you.
How are they not mentally ill? How can one person believe they could be the opposite sex when you cannot change DNA?
Because if fucking doctors agree that trans women are women and they give them the care that they need,
doctors don't agree that trans women are women,
and they're able to transition and
they just want to make money off of it.
Who they are and be who they are comfortable being, then that is valid enough for me. And if someone is happy and is fucking living their best life, I don't give a single fuck. It's not my fucking, it's not my business. It's not your business either.
So you're saying it's valid by doctor's words, even though you said earlier that words don't prove anything.
A doctor's words aren't just words. What the fuck are you saying? It's not some fucking rando off the street. What?
Yeah, it is. Hey, triple mask retard. What happened to the doctor's words on that? What about Dr. Fauci? Is he the foremost expert on all things infectious diseases, or did he get basically everything wrong for 4 years?
Okay, but that doesn't change the point that
I will take a doctor's word over your fucking word.
Yeah, leftists will appeal to authority until the authority disagrees with them.
The doctors that perform the care, who perform...
Are you a doctor?
No, I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to listen to the doctors and not listen to you, is what I'm saying. Who am I going to listen to? Fucking you or a or doctors, professional doctors?
I would listen to a guy that has common sense because, again, once again, you cannot be.
I think doctors have more. I think doctors have more common sense than you.
Oh, really? They think that they can switch male to female.
They do. They literally do. They literally do.
They can't change DNA.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Dude, you lost there. I shit you on this because you cannot win this.
I shit you on this?
Yeah, I shit you on this because there is no way whatsoever for a male to pretend to be a female. Okay, let me ask you this, Bruce, because this just came to me. So you mean to tell me that if you put on, let's say, your wife's dress, you put on makeup, you put on her high heels, do you self-identify as a woman?
I do not identify as a woman, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, there's a difference between doing drag, where you are a man who's dressing up as a woman, and being trans, where you identify and are a woman.
Yeah, what difference, though? There isn't a difference. It's all in your fucking, messed up head.
So you transition.
That makes no fucking sense.
What do you mean it makes no sense? It happens all the time, and people transition all the time. In society. What do you mean how? Like with surgeries, with...
It doesn't matter how much surgery...
Yeah, inverting your penis and putting a section of your colon on your crotch is not a fucking, actual transition. That's just mental illness.
It does not matter how much surgery you do. You cannot change your DNA whatsoever because your DNA...
Why does this even matter? Why does this even matter to you? No one's forcing you to fucking change your sex. So if other people want to live their life and be who they're comfortable being, why does it fucking matter to you?
Because I'm proving to the fact that they're mentally ill, that they make themselves look bad. Okay, and let me tell you this. If a transgender person goes on and transgendered, why do they feel sad? Why do they feel stressed?
Because people treat them like shit and don't accept them in society and treat them like fucking monsters. That's why.
Well, if the shoe fits...
No, it's not because of what they did to themselves. It's because people don't fucking accept them for who they are.
You're right. I don't accept them who they are. We shouldn't accept people just because that's who they are. We should accept people if they fit into accepted societal norms. And sorry, chopping your cock off will never be normal.
If everyone just treated each other equally, regardless of who they were, how they identified.
This is why I hate libertarians, bro. Like, libertarians want to live in this depraved, degenerate, fucking disgusting world. Like, why would you want to live amongst freaks? Like, there needs to be some mandated morality, or at least societal standards in place. Otherwise, it's just horrid.
Nobody, like, depression rates would be much fucking lower. Suicide rates would be much fucking lower because people are so...
No, they wouldn't. Do you know what causes them to kill themselves, you fucking halfwit? The inability to orgasm. So if we accepted Looney Tunes for what they are, more of them would transition. More of them would take the fucking hormones and steroids and all this other shit. It would deactivate their sexual function, and they would never be able to have any sort of release ever again, which is what makes them kill themselves. Like, does this guy not realize the leading cause of trans suicide is the loss of sexual function? Because the entire identity they have is based on a sexual fetish anyway. So when you take their ability away to orgasm, all of a sudden their fucking fetish doesn't give them any pleasure anymore, and they end up killing themselves because they live an empty and miserable existence. So that's why most people, after they transition, kill themselves. That is the leading cause of trans suicide, is the inability to have proper sexual function.
Fucking appalled by the fact that people can be different than each other, whether it's race, sexuality, gender, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, people have to spend so much of their fucking life meddling around in other people's fucking business when it doesn't matter. No one's forcing you to be gay. No one's forcing you to be trans. No one's forcing you to do fucking anything.
Yes, they are, you fucking retard. They're being groomed by their fucking teachers, their psychotic parents, their fucking, freakazoid doctors that, want to profit off of a mentally ill retard. Like, yeah, no, they are being groomed. There's a reason why most trans people are autistic. Autistic people are easily influenced. So they're being influenced into becoming trans. That is a complete fucking cope.
Thing. And if you don't want to watch Disney movies or play woke video games, then don't fucking play them, dude. No one's forcing you. No one's forcing you to do a damn thing. You don't have to engage in it. You don't have to be a part of it. But they're allowed to live their lives. They have the freedom to do so.
Right, awesome.
So why the fuck are you so obsessed with what people decide to do?
So does that give the LGBT community rights to shove their fucking bigotry bullshit down people's throats, especially children at schools?
Shove it how? What do you mean? Give me an example.
Where they teach them that it's okay for a boy to be a girl or a girl to be a boy, or how teachers are putting dresses on boys to take advantage of them. I got a video where a father stumbled in to a preschool where a teacher was putting a dress on a boy. That's child abuse, by the way.
It's not child abuse.
It is child abuse.
Putting a dress on a child? I mean, I'm not even going to take your word for it, first of all, but putting a dress on a child? What is the
fucking video?
What is the context? Were they doing the fucking video? What is the context? Were they doing a class skit? Like, what is... I fucking dressed up in all kinds of different costumes in school when I would do skits or projects, or I was in theater as well. I fucking dressed up in all kinds of different outfits. What is the context of why were they doing that?
Because a teacher should not put a hands on a child like that whatsoever, Spook. That's the point. And the fact that they're dressing them inappropriately...
What is the context?
Of child abuse. Why does a boy have to wear a dress? There's probably other girls out there that can wear dresses.
Do you know the context? Why were they wearing a dress?
But yeah, it was a skit, but why? What? Why? Yeah, Spooks, I'm talking here. I want to hear your reason. Why not put a dress on a girl? Because that's how girls wear dresses, boys do not. So
maybe he wanted to play the role. Maybe they asked.
No, it's because the teacher's trying to groom the kids. The only way that the LGBT reproduces is by, molesting and grooming children. That's the only way they reproduce. So, the only way the LGBT has future generations is by grooming straight people's kids. Simple as that.
Asked for volunteers and he said, I want to do it. Who cares? If they're doing a skit, who gives a fuck?
So, why is it that a lot of people in the comment section of this video say child abuse?
Because people are fucking obsessed with being in other people's business. That's why.
I got that from Poll. No, that's common sense. PK. Not everything comes from 4chan, bro.
How is it child abuse?
Even though, because
what the fuck?
Oh my God,
to do a skit?
No, to put a dress on a boy, which is inappropriate. I don't care what age it is or what reason it was, if it was a skit or whatnot. Why not put a dress on a girl and be done with it? I mean, the father came in to that school all pissed off, and the teacher did not give a fuck. And that is a form of child abuse.
That is so wild. Is it child abuse? Is it child abuse to put jeans and a flannel on a girl?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Is it child abuse to put jeans and a flannel on a girl?
No, that's different.
Why?
Because
that's gender neutral clothing. Women wear jeans and shirts. Boys do not wear fucking dresses.
And can wear. Let's see. How should I word this? I believe a female can get away wearing that, but can a male wear that?
Why can't there are non-trans?
Well, you didn't answer my question.
There's non-trans men who wear dresses,
No, there are not. Shut the fuck up. Dude, honestly, face the fucking wall right now, bro. To the death camps. I'm done. Yeah. Fuck off. I'm done. I'm not listening to a fucking self-hating white retard. Go get raped by, Tyrone in prison because that's what you fucking want. You want to be an effeminate little cock that gets railed by your wife's fucking big black stud. You're an effeminate fucking fanook, and you probably were molested by either your dad or your uncle. That's my only conclusion from that. He was molested at a young age. Yeah, the iDubbbz life. He can go toss that guy's salad with syrup. He can go toss the salad with syrup. Yeah, I'm just done. Like, I fucking hate this topic already. I genuinely fucking hate trans shit. I don't fucking like looking at them. I don't like talking about it. I'm, like, just done with that fucking topic. Do I like joking about it? Only about getting 41 up. Needs to be higher. Click on what? Click on the Melanie Mac short. At least she's a real woman. Where? There's no Melanie Mac short. That's I'm Keys Boo right there. Violet Myers. I don't see any Melanie Mac shorts. $150K a month at 20. Who? Click on Violet? No. Oh, this video? Oh. Some TikTok guy, I guess. Type Melanie Mac on search and you'll find it. Alright, PK, only because I like you. Tattoo quiz.
If you have tattoos, please, please, please duet this video. Show me.
Oh my god, guys! She's so cool. This is your Christian TradCon, guys. This is your Christian TradCon woman. Loaded in tattoos, shitty fucking Hot Topic clothing, 40, divorced, childless.
Show me your favorite tattoo. Your first tattoo. I hate this. Your most painful tattoo. Your biggest tattoo. The tattoo that everyone gives you compliments on. And
why does she have a false idol tattooed on herself?
And your most meaningful. Your most...
Oh my god. Dude, I'm telling you, she grinds on that fucking kneecap on that Lara Croft figure.
Random tattoo. And a tattoo that is a little bit messed up. If you have tattoos, please, please, please duet this video.
Dude, you're Christian TradCon waifu, guys. You know? Wow. Who's gonna be the lucky guy to, you know, take her home and turn her into an honest woman? She has as much tattoos as a prostitute. Is this the short you wanted to watch, PK, or was it?
If you have tattoos,
I guess it was. That was the most. Need a man. Yeah, we know.
If you have.
Oh no! Oh no! Somebody help! What about you? Please, please help!
Alright, does she really have a right to complain about men not being men when she looks the way that she does? Yeah, I'm sorry, but what type of normal guy is going to be like, yeah, this 40-year-old divorcee who's never had kids, who LARPs as a hardcore Puritan Christian, and is covered in fucking video game tattoos. Like, bro, what normal, like, traditional guy is gonna be like, oh my god, dude, yeah, I'm just dying for this 40-year-old divorcee who's covered in fucking gamer tattoos and acts like a fucking 17-year-old on YouTube and LARPs as a Puritan Christian. I'm sure every real man is just lining up out the fucking door for the opportunity. Like, ironically, her entire aesthetic appeals to this type of guy. Like, dude, she's wearing a fucking choker. Like, no fucking normal guy is gonna be like, oh yeah, dude, this is literally exactly what I've been wanting my entire life, bro. Like, no traditionally attractive guy is gonna be like, yep, that's my trad queen, dude. She looks younger? Well, the filters and makeup do a lot of work.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So, Oski with the 5, you should have seen Jeff. He was freaking out over this literally. Oh, the tranny stuff. Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen. Nintendo's way too protective of their brand. I mean, unless they sign some contract that prevents them from having creative control, but I doubt that. And Nero Redwood with the 5, I would 100% date a woman who wants to stay lean and toned, and the pole dancing is an added benefit. Neuron activation shows her flexibility. Yeah, it's actually a very physically intensive exercise, so, yeah. Believe it or not. So. But yeah, I think, like, the Pilates build is definitely superior than the, you know, fucking shredding iron shit. I don't know. Like, give me the Pilates chick over the muscle mommy any day of the week. Yeah, I've never seen a stripper before in the flesh either, so I want to keep it that way. Let's see. Oski with the 2. This guy is stupid. Holy hell. Yeah. That's where he belongs. And Bill Hurd with the 10, if I believe I'm an armless person and want to chop them off, no doctor would affirm me. I would be seen as mentally ill, so I don't get why transgender is seen differently. These people need... Because they're sadistic fucks who want, basically, the free money from, you know, mutilating their patients. And Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5, why do you have a house, Griffin? I thought... Wait, why... Wait. Why do you have a house, Griffin? I thought you were rich as fuck. Plus you're 28? Wait, what? Why do I don't have a house, unfortunately. But no, I'm not rich. Not yet, at least. Like, here, let me just give you an example. Arlington, VA. Houses for sale. This is the area I'm in. Just get an idea real quick of what we're working with. Let's find a normal size. What do y'all consider to be like a normal size house? Like 3,000 square feet, 2,000 square feet? Somebody toss a number out there and I'll pull up an example. What do you guys think is like a normal size for a house? 2,000, 3,000? What do you think? 7,000. $2,000? All right. So I will look for one that's 2,000 square feet. Square footage, so we want at least, I'll do 1,750, and the max is 2,500. Apply. Okay, so here is an example of two. Okay, perfect. Perfect.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh, there's no photos. Shit. Okay, well, it's an empty listing. It just says a picture of the house. Let me see if I can find one. 2,000 square feet. Bro, that's a bait listing. That's definitely a bait. There's no way that's fucking... Yeah. That's one of those they want you to fucking call. 300,000 my ass. Dude, none of these have actual photos inside the house. God damn it. Why is this so difficult? 11 photos. Still no photos inside the house. Oh my god. Alright, well, I thought I could pull up an example of like what I'd be working with house-wise. But nobody has any photos of their homes. I guess that's one. Alright, here we go. They don't really give you a good idea of... I guess it's fine. But, yeah, this is $1.5 million for 2,022 square feet. Alright. So here we go. This is what we're working with here. There's your front. There, I guess, is the entryway. There's the kitchen, which I guess is nice. I don't really like the black, though. But it's fine. There's your back slab. No yard. You have your dirt patch out front. There's your living space. I guess it's fine. Bedroom, bathroom, another empty room. I mean, I guess it's a fine space for what it is, but... Yeah, that's... This is a 1.5 million. So there you go. That's what you're working with, man. That's what you're working with where I live.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see what else I can find. 2,200 square feet. Does this have pictures? Yeah. Dude, all of the houses look like this shit. With the fucking, like, sloped front. This one sucks. But yeah, that's like a $400,000 house pretty much anywhere else. Especially in this state. You could easily get a house for like $400K of similar quality in pretty much any other part of Virginia. But because it's Northern Virginia, you're basically fucked. Does this one have any actual photos? Oh my god, bro, this is bad. Okay. Here's one for $1 million. Here's one for $1 million. So look, this one's 1,800 square feet. You got your staircase behind the fucking front door. Which looks like fucking shit. And then you have your living space, which is tiny. Very tiny. Your little tucked in dining. Look at that, bro. Yeah, talk about a lot of counter space. Wow, yeah. Well, I guess at least you can stand up and immediately start washing your hands after you take a shit. There's your master bedroom, I guess, with like zero fucking space. There's another bathroom. At least you're next to the electric heater so you can stay warm. Yeah. I guess you have a yard at least. I guess that's a shed, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, okay, that's a shed. Yeah, there's your $1 million home, guys. $1 million for that. So, yeah, you know, maybe if I save up for 3 years and accumulate $200,000, I too can have such an amazing piece of property. But yeah, I mean, that's what I'm working with. I mean, yeah, I could check in like Alexandria and like McLean and stuff like that, but you know, Arlington's like the biggest area near me. So, but yeah, it sucks. It absolutely fucking sucks. And if you want anything under $1 million, it's like massively outdated. Like you'll have to basically gut the fucking place. So I do not own a home where I am currently. I just rent an apartment. Let's see. George F with the 2. What is this?
Meet Mr. Piss.
Alright, we'll see how it goes. Chugga Chugga with the 2. Griffin, do you think any girl over 25 is expired? No, I don't think so. I would date a 25-year-old.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I would date a 27-year-old. Now, preferably, I would actually prefer to date somebody around my own age, but it just depends. I mean, if you're talking like a 30-something-year-old, probably not, but yeah. I mean, 25 is fine. 26, 27, I don't really care. And Oski Woski with the 2. This is Jeff's dream woman, and I'm not sure. Oh, Melanie? Uh-oh. Well, at least she's single, right? You know, she's available.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Chuck Flea with the 2. Griffin equals Patrick Bateman minus the social life. Not really. I'm not, like, super image obsessed, so I don't, like, you know, dress super nicely or, you know, hyper fixate on, you know, having the perfectly sculpted body or any of that type of shit, so not really. Not really. Also, I'm not neat and tidy either. Would you date a straight 30-year-old? It would really depend on the person, but that's probably pushing it. I don't really want to date somebody in a different decade of life than me. Just, like, especially where I am right now. Like, I would not want to personally date, like, an 18 or a 19-year-old, for sure. And I wouldn't want to date somebody in their 30s. So, at this point, I'm kind of a 20s exclusionary type. But, you know, if I really liked the person, maybe. If she was 30. But probably not any older than that. Yeah, I think, well, the thing is men are, maybe not true nowadays, but at least in the past, women mature mentally faster than guys do. Like, they age faster mentally. So that's why the older guy and the younger woman dynamic works well, is because, you know, at least in the past, maybe not now, you know, social media and cell phone use might have stunted it. But yeah, in the past, women, you know, develop faster mentally because they have to be ready to raise a child. So that's the thing, is women mentally mature faster than guys. So that's why younger women get along with older guys, generally speaking, is because they're kind of at the same place. From a headspace perspective, if that makes sense. It's also why guys wait longer to settle down a lot of times, too. Also because you can as a guy. You don't have the biological clock ticking as quickly. Jesus with the 5, take a quick look at Nero Cinema. All his videos are just Activision. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the blame truth archetype. Also, no way Princess Zelda will be played by someone named Hunter. Yeah. I really don't think Nintendo's going to put a tranny in the role of Zelda, but, you know. Unless they surrender control of casting, then maybe, but I don't think they will. Let's see. So apparently I pissed off half the community. I was so wrong. My brutally honest review of Black Ops 6, exposing Activision, RIP X Defiant. Activision got humbled. We need to talk about Black Ops 6 Season 4. It's over. Activision and Treyarch are destroying Call of Duty. I mean, I guess he's getting his paycheck. It's a hard time to be a COD content creator, that's for sure. Nobody really even cares about COD anymore. I mean, even Warzone, I feel like people have, like, completely abandoned. Nobody really even cares about it anymore. You don't hear anything about it. None of the big streamers really play it. So. Osky the 5 for Kazuma, since he's a pussy and has everyone blocked. How much do you pay for your apartment, and how much space do you have? Alright. We'll see if we get a reply. And Majora Jeff with the 5, hey, she's better than a fat chick, better than nothing. I mean, yeah, I mean, she's better than nothing, but, you know, at what cost? At what cost is the question. And Chuck Flea with the 2, remember Keem hitting on his hitting on his ex-co-host? Which one was that? Was it Wings? And Shaka Gaming with the 5, Griffin wants a nice 21-year-old. Yeah, I wouldn't complain. And do you think Richard's gut would make a good pillow? Probably. I think he's fat enough where you wouldn't feel his ribs. But yeah, I don't really think I'd want to go much younger than 21, to be honest. Or really even 21. But I don't know. It just depends on the person, I guess. Ideally, they'd be within like 2 to 3 years of my age. I think that'd be best. When Keem said he would glaze Link's face like a donut... What's wrong with that? I mean, I don't really know who Lynx is, but... Is there anything wrong with the guy saying he wants to bust all over a chick's face?
I don't know what that is. Oi, oi, oi! It's kind of brown, don't worry that though. I got the bug spray right here. Oh my god, there's so many! Yeah, that just busted open. I don't know how that happened.
I'm gonna be honest, very little is known about Mr. Pissair's personal life, but so much can be said for the content that he produces, which has got to be some of the most disgusting I have ever seen on any social media platform. And of course, this all originated from TikTok. From his very first video, Mr. Pissair has made it quite clear just how he lives, quickly capturing the attention of hundreds of thousands of people.
What's up guys, today we're gonna be teaching you how to make piss hair.
Awesome. Thanks,
so
nigga.
Today we got 1, 2, 3 bottles of piss. So you're gonna need some piss jugs. And so basically, the piss air will come up from the bottle and go in the back.
It's the culture.
They're not sending their best.
The fan, and then front of the fan will spray the air. And then so basically, you got some beautiful piss air. It smells good. It's hygienic. Women love it. So get you some piss air. Hey, I love the piss air. Yay!
I'm going to warn you right now that this is quite tame in comparison to some of the videos that he would put out in the future, but the vast majority would be oriented around these jugs filled with liquid. The contents of these jugs have been debated quite frequently by viewers of Mr. Pissair's content, but he has always maintained that these are pee jugs, which he absolutely loves. These would mostly be the center of his videos, but there would also be another kind of emerging content that viewers were extremely interested in, and that is the house tour. Not only had Mr. Pissair's antics with jugs got him attention from followers on TikTok, but so had the absolute state of his home. People knew that it was bad, but they didn't know just how bad it was until he gave us a room tour.
What's up, guys? Today,
guys, if we cut Medicaid, these are the type of people we're hurting.
We'll be doing a room tour. So we got the piss air right there. We got the food box, and this is the cooking station. This is where I do, you know. And so this is the trash can, and this is my gaming setup. And
hell
I don't
yeah,
know what that
dude.
is.
You gotta have the gaming set up. You know, gotta get some gaming done.
This is the clothes, and this is my bed, and that's the second trash can.
The image of that mattress haunts me, and it's not even the worst thing in the room. Mr. Pissair had just begun his TikTok journey, and people were already mortified, and they were sure to let him know in the comments section. But this didn't bother him in the slightest, continuing to make videos centering around his beloved jugs, while also showing off his very eccentric personality.
Oi, oi, baka.
Dude, you already know the entire Rothschild family is just edging to this shit. They're like, oh, yes.
Oi, oi.
Our dream has come true.
Oi, baka. Woo! See, that was actually funny. You thought you could
Bill Gates smiles upon this fucking, you know, degenerate shit.
stop me. Me, I am the god of piss. I know piss jitsu. Hey-ya, 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 hey-ya. You can't stop me. Not ever in a million years. I'll take over the world and cover the oceans with piss.
He had been posting for over a month now and was starting to gain traction. His personality, the jugs, the skits, it was really bringing people in. And like any good audience, they craved more content, which Mr. Pissair couldn't have been happier to deliver on. His room tour video had seen massive success, so after many comments asking him to show more of the house, he would show us what I consider to be the most disturbing room in the home, the kitchen.
What's up, guys? Today we're going to be doing the kitchen tour. So first of all, we got my sink. It's kind of brown right here. Don't worry about that. And, you know, the top part of the faucet, I don't know where that shit went, but it just kind of disappeared. You know, when you turn it on. What the fuck? Okay. And this is where I wash my dishes, but, you know, I haven't done it in a couple of years. Over here, we got the stove.
Thanks,
This is
nigga.
where I cook
Alright.
shit. You can cook shit up because, like, you know, I'm a 5-star chef type shit. Over here, we got my fridge. It's kind of brown. Don't worry about that, though, because, like, the spirits and shit. But, yeah, that's my kitchen tour.
Almost everything in that room had this crust to it, likely years of filth just layered on there. And then there's the sink. How do you even use that? All of this fueled the rumors that Mr. Pissair didn't even live in this house. He just filmed content there. And like I said, we know very little about his personal life, but there is some evidence that this is actually his home. But we'll get into that later, because right after the kitchen tour, Mr. Pissair would start a new series that would reveal possibly why his kitchen was in that state, because he would start to make crazy concoctions in his kitchen on TikTok, always centered around the contents of his jugs.
Right, and then put it in there, shut that shit up, and start it. And so basically, once the 15 seconds are over, what you're gonna want to do is take it out, open it up, and the stench will be so horribly bad.
And this is when things really started getting weird. He gave us a bathroom tour, which I'm not going to show you guys. I don't think any human being should have to witness that. It's actually worse than the kitchen, but that's not even what I'm talking about when I mean things got so much worse. Mr. Pissair was completely unleashed, having no issues creating some of the most bizarre and disgusting TikToks that he ever had.
I really don't know how people could argue with the statement that if you just executed certain members of society, the world would be a better place. Like, someone like this just needs to be put down. Yeah, this is the libertarian dream, bro.
His TikToks were only increasing in popularity, as was the level of filth in his home. And like it had done before, the filth spawned yet another series for Mr. Pissair to take advantage of. And that is the constant war that he is at with the roaches living amongst him. It would be almost an impossibility for a house in this condition to be free of pests. There are plenty of places for them to hide, lots for them to eat, and that's really all they need. So I'm sure it doesn't shock you to know that this house is absolutely infested.
Dude, he looks like that one African guy who picked up the soccer ball and tried to eat it.
To the brim with cockroaches. But if he's good at anything, I would say it's making the best of a poor situation. So he just
Hold on. It's similar to this.
This African tribe is going to try Coca-Cola for the...
Hold on, actually, let's see if I can just find... Yeah, I don't want a commentary. It's like that, bro. What is this?
Ale. Zate.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's similar to that, bro.
Turned his issues with roaches into even more content.
All right, guys. I got the bug spray right here, and these are the roaches. They're literally infesting my drawer. I can't open this. I'm too scared. So, on the count of 3, I'm going to spray this. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's crazy. My goodness. No, they're not even phased. They're just taking it. Okay, guys, this is the aftermath. As you can see, there's no more roaches. Oh, there's one right here.
Watching that video made me itch. I'm not gonna lie, a couple times during the production of this, I was physically ill. I didn't throw up or anything, but I came close a couple times. And that's how I knew this would be perfect for you guys. And a fair warning, I've yet to show you the worst. There will be so many more wars with roaches, so many more jug concoctions. At this point in the timeline, Mr. Pissair hadn't even reached the peak of his popularity, but he was gaining followers at a rapid pace, and saw no reason to end any of his series.
Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. What's wrong with asthma? He has a mental illness. Same with this guy. Why does he want to live like a slob? He's mentally ill. That's why. It's disgusting. Like, I can understand, like, having a messy house, like, not putting everything away or whatever, but, like, living in actual, like, rotting filth is a different thing. Like, you know, having clutter is not the same thing as, you know, just letting your fucking garbage rot or not cleaning or things. I don't know.
Giving the people yet another long-awaited glimpse at his house. This time it was the fridge, which is very disturbing.
What's up, guys? Today we're going to be doing a fridge tour. So first off, we got the freezer. I don't know what the fuck is in here. There's some fucking doo-doo stains. I don't know. And, you know, down here, we got the same thing. I don't know what all this is. And there's some fucking dirt, doo-doo stains. Look, man, it's brown. I don't know what it is. That's my fridge tour.
I'm not a pest control guy, but I'm pretty sure all of that is roach feces, and extremely, extremely bad for you to be touching or breathing in. But roaches weren't the only thing running around in Mr. Pissair's house. There were also what he calls mutant crickets. They're these crickets with crazy legs that have infested his basement.
What's up, guys? Today we're going to be going mutant bug hunting. If you want to know what that means, there's some unknown species of fucking cricket in my basement, and I'm going to eradicate this species. Okay, y'all, that's one right there. We got one. Now we got to go in quick.
After a little bit of research, I figured out that these mutant bugs are most likely camel crickets, and they are much less of a nuisance than the roaches, but they are known to infest homes. If I'm being completely honest, if I saw one roach in my home, I would have the entire thing looked over. I forget exactly what the saying is, but it goes somewhere along the lines of, if you see one roach, there's 1,000 more you can't see. I counted a baker's dozen of roaches in that one video of his. The place has to be crawling with them. You would think things like calling an exterminator or maybe getting a new faucet would be at the top of Mr. Pissair's priority list, but he is far too occupied with developing new and exciting ways of piss warfare.
What's up, guys? Today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a piss cannon. So basically what you're going to need is a bottle of piss. Once you have your bottle of piss, it's pretty easy from here. What you're going to want to do is just lay it down on the floor. Once it's on the floor like this, all you're going to want to do is jump on it. What's up, guys? Today I'm going to be teaching you how to make piss missiles. So what I have here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bottles of piss. Do not have the caps on these bottles. Leave them open and out. And today I'm going to be launching all 6 of these piss missiles. Okay, guys, so when you have a piss missile in your hand, you're going to want to hold it like this. I've got the others right here. Now I'm going to demonstrate how you throw it. Piss missile number 1, hut! That's 1. Let's do it again. Piss missile number 2, hut! Piss missile number 3, hut! Piss missile number 4, hut! Piss missile number 5, hut! Piss missile number 6, hut! What's up, guys? Today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a piss booby trap for home intruders. So right here I got 4 bottles of piss.
Alright, that's enough.
So let's start. This is one that
That's enough. It's just like at a certain point, it's like, I already fucking hate most people anyway. I don't need any more reasons to hate. I don't need more reasons to hate. Jesus with the 5, someone I know, unironically, thinks the Jews control the weather and are conspiring to destroy the world. Well, just not... let's say, well, there is the Frankist school, which, yeah, if you know about Frankist Jews, then yes, technically they are trying to destroy the world, but not with weather. Given up talking about real topics with them. Yeah, I mean, look into, like, I forget what it is. Let me look up the exact name. I know they're the Frankist Jews, which... Yeah, Frankism. I'm trying to remember what the school is. There's like a certain school that it comes from. But, yeah. Yeah, the Frankfurt School. That's it. I just saw it on my end, too. But, yeah, that is that section. Like, whenever people talk about the elites, that's what they mean. Frankist Jews, essentially. But, yeah, the weather thing I don't really buy, personally. Nero Redwood with the 5. To me, I would feel weird dating an 18-year-old being almost 28. Freshly out of high school is a no-go. She needs to be mature. But, bro, what if she's got some big old titties and an apple bottom that makes you want to take a bite out of that shit? I don't know. Yeah, it really would depend, but, yeah, I personally probably would not date an 18-year-old either. I probably wouldn't either, unless she was, like, unusually mature for her age. But even then, probably not. Because where would you even come into contact with one is the better question. Like, unless you're rating the high school graduations, most likely it's never going to happen anyway. You're not going to, like, naturally encounter an 18-year-old as a 20-something, because they can't even drink, so you wouldn't even be at, like, a social gathering that they would be at unless they're using a fake ID, which, you know, again, that's another variable at play that, yeah, makes it even less likely. A waitress? I guess, I don't know. But you had a better chance of winning a fucking scratch-off ticket than, you know, successfully hitting on a waitress. And let's see, Jesus with the 5. This friend, though, is Muslim and refuses to believe that Muslims are responsible for anything bad. He thinks the Jews did 9/11. Yeah, I mean, if anything, they let it happen. That's what I think. When people say Bush did 9/11, I don't think he actually did 9/11. I think whatever, Al-Qaeda did 9/11. But it was allowed to happen, is, I think, the more realistic explanation. It wasn't like some U.S.-Israeli op or something. I think they just allowed it to happen. Because they admit that, oh, we had all the warning signs, but we just didn't, we didn't know it was coming. Because we didn't have Homeland Security, so give the government even more authority over ruling your life. Yeah, exactly. Never waste a good crisis is basically what I think it was. It's like Pearl Harbor. The U.S. knew the Japanese were going to retaliatory attack because, we had embargoed them and prevented them from buying oil in the middle of a war. So, yeah, we knew that the Japanese were going to attack, and Roosevelt was waiting for any excuse to get involved in World War II. So it wouldn't be the first time. I mean, what was the ship for the Spanish-American War that was also false flagged? Shit, I don't remember. But also, I think that's what the Liberty thing was. I think that was another, like, kind of false flag operation to, like, try and pull the U.S. into war that went wrong. Attractive waitresses get like 50 compliments from different men and a lot of tips, emphasis on the... Yeah, exactly. Dude, I mean, maybe it's not as bad today because nobody asks anybody out anymore, like, statistically speaking. But you gotta know, like, the attractive waitress that sees, like, you know, hundreds of people a day. If you're hitting on her, then maybe it's not really unreasonable to think that there's probably other people hitting on her too. Also, she's financially motivated to be nice to you. So, yeah, the girl that's being nice to you wants money out of you. So, yeah. A lot of people misread that, too. I don't know, man. Personally, I wouldn't ask a waitress out. You know? They're on the job. Yeah, but I think the whole thing with, like, the Liberty was they were trying to make it seem like it was some other, you know, attacker. I think that was the intention, was, like, the Israelis were going to attack the ship, but then pretend that it was somebody different, and, yeah. I think it was that, personally. Like a false flag type thing. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. Richard would fill up those piss cannons real quick with his stage 20,000 diabetes. Or if he just drank a lot of water. But, yeah, it wouldn't be the same color.
I can't afford this shit!
And Jesus with the 5. Here's $2 for your Girth Day gift, Griff. Thanks, bro. I wish I had a girth worth celebrating. You would know if a waitress liked you, she would ask extra questions. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, what are y'all doing today? Or, like, I don't know. I don't really even feel like that. That seems like even more of an effort to get more tips. Because you're like, oh, she was so nice, man. You know, what a great service experience. I feel like that's what it's like, tipping a stripper, bro. Of course they're going to be fucking nice to you. They want to get your money. You know? They want the money. I had a friend that would get extra food. Get on the house extra food from waitress. Huh. Yeah, that would probably be a pretty good sign. That would probably be a pretty good sign. Like, would you like syrup on your pancakes? Nah, but let me get some syrup and toss the salad. Shit. In middle school, girls were only nice to me because they thought I was autistic. Rip. That's a shame, man. Were you? She only likes you if she gives you her... Yeah, I mean, that's an obvious sign.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2, Bidoof and Cricketune are the greatest Pokemon. Absolutely.
All right,
man.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, a beaver and a literal cricket. Unbeatable. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Apparently Seattle had yet another protest. As someone who lives in Washington, I declare Seattle gets expunged off the state. Yeah, everybody just needs to go out with their jackhammers and just start hammering away and just carve around the city limits of Seattle. Just dig a fucking trench all the way around it. Why would I want to click on Violet, bro? No thanks. That fat cow is nasty. Jesus with the 2, RTU has to be one of the lowest forms of intelligent. Like, yeah. He's the classic New York lib. Unfortunately. They're a common breed. Yep, 6 more days until Bing Bing Wahoo, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
And then the gaming industry will be ruined forever. Oh my god. Dickers can't even operate Discord? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't even know if I could now. Oh, you could figure it out, but... "10 years of Halo 5 has rotted my frontal cortex." So fucking... Why? Why has it rotted your frontal cortex? Are game consoles dying? No.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about a debate, a controversy, an angry screaming match that's been happening across the internet for the last 24 hours, which is the idea that consoles are dying, that the PlayStation 5 is an utter failure, that the Xbox Series X has done so bad that it's actually damaging Microsoft. People even...
It's doing worse than the Xbox One, so I'd say that's pretty accurate. I mean, Target's not even carrying the Series X anymore, apparently. They delisted it from their website.
Seem to be dismissive of the Nintendo Switch, and I wanted to just sort of chime in, because I do like console gaming. I've put thousands of hours into my PlayStation 4 and my PlayStation 5. I've put a bunch of time playing stuff on Game Pass, and of course I've spent a lot of time traveling with my Nintendo Switch, but I do have to admit that PC gaming is growing way faster than any other market right now. I mean, it is wild to actually consider. It's just interesting to see stuff like PC sales tripling when every other system is kind of stagnant, or even stuff like, I think, honestly, the future of gaming is stuff like the Steam Deck, a basically portable console that's powerful, that's cheaper than...
You think the future of gaming is a portable console? Yeah, we haven't had those for 3 decades.
And Nintendo Switch 2, it already has your Steam library, but I want to take a look at some hot takes and some...
Yeah, we sure as shit haven't had portable gaming, machines for, 40 plus years, I guess, now. Right? Maybe? I don't know exactly how long it's been. Doesn't really matter. We've already had that.
Anchor and sort of the origin of this debate, because I think that consoles will always exist. In fact, I think that, honestly, the PlayStation 6 coming out here in the next couple of years, I still think the PS6 is going to be a juggernaut, even if, honestly, Xbox is dead. But let's talk about it, because I feel like people are kind of underestimating how much people love easy, quick console gaming experiences. But let me break it down. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Okay, so this is sort of the genesis of the debate. I saw this sort of stirring up last night, and people were actually mad, but this is Destin Legary. This guy worked at IGN for, I think, 13 years. For 10 years of that, an entire decade, he was on one of the biggest Xbox podcasts. I disagree with Destin a lot. I think a lot of his takes and stuff, I feel like...
Oh, he's a massive cock-sucking shill. Let's put it bluntly.
80% of the time, I don't agree, but I always like his stuff, because even when I don't like his conclusion...
PS5 is not pacing behind the PS4. This is this is a lie. Like, just an outright lie. The PS5 is, like, literally right neck and neck with the PS4. And if anything, the PS5 is doing better than the PS4, because the PS5 was literally handicapped for the first 2 years. So... not accurate at all.
I like kind of seeing his mentality as to how he got there. So let me make it clear, this is not a hate video to Destin. I actually think he's a very nice guy, but this is it. I've never seen fanboys be madder than when I say console sales are flatlined or shrinking, and yet the PS5 is pacing behind the PlayStation 4. And
not true.
And let's face it, the Xbox is dead. The Xbox has been dying for 14 years. It's been digging a deeper and deeper hole. Y'all need a new hobby if this makes you mad. It's not even an opinion, it's just fact. Now, this is technically correct, but...
no, it's not.
It's also kind of weird. The PlayStation 5 currently is like 1.8% behind the PlayStation 4. In fact...
1.8% is pacing behind. Yeah, and it's, what, 20% more expensive? Actually, what? No, it's like 60% more expensive.
A lot of people in the comments are pointing out the fact that this is kind of a weird comparison. The PlayStation 4 had an absolutely record-settingly explosive launch. It's very well documented. That's not my speculation. There was a lot of controversy at the end of the Xbox 360 because the Xbox One was supposed to be always on. It had a camera aimed at your balls. It had a lot of features that people just did not want. So
yeah, Destin's one of those guys that's like, I'm going to shill for Xbox for 5 years. Oh, well, I don't really care what happens to the Xbox console. I have a PC. He's one of those types. He's one of those, I can't be a console fanboy because I have a PC types. While in the same breath saying that, you know, a PC is an Xbox. So it's just, I hate these fucking people, honestly.
There was a huge demographic of people that went from Xbox 360 to the PlayStation 4. The fact that the PlayStation 5 is selling better than the PlayStation 4, or in this case 1% behind it, I think that's honestly a compliment to just how massive the PS5 is actually doing, which is extra weird when you consider the fact that the PlayStation 5 really does not have games. And I know that's the meme, but I mean, like, the PlayStation 5, this is the slowest drip of PlayStation first-party exclusives we have ever gotten, and yet it's still selling so well. I am a big believer in the fact that the PlayStation has become the default console, in that if you're a guy, you're just in college, you're like, all right, I've got some free time, I want to go out and buy a game console to play with the bros, whether it is Madden or Call of Duty. 99% of those people, they're getting a PlayStation. And I think that that dominance of the industry has clearly just showed Sony that in a lot of ways they can get away with being lazy. They are now the default, which I think has led to them canceling more games, not caring as much.
I think they should cancel all of their games, other than the eventual sequel to Astrobot. I don't think there's really any Sony games that are worth not canceling, to be completely honest. Ghost of fucking Sushi 2, don't care about it. Last of Us 3, don't care about it. Intergalactic, don't care. Wolverine, don't fucking care. I genuinely don't look forward to any PlayStation games at all, so cancel everything. Who gives a shit?
It's interesting though, because from their own math, the PlayStation 5 is now the most profitable console that they have ever done, which again is weird because it has the least amount of games, but a lot of people are also...
It does not have the least amount of games, you fucking mouth-breathing twat. First-party games is not how Sony makes their money. It's selling other people's games. Holy fuck, dude. He's such an idiot. Genuinely.
Pointing out that it is funny that in his tweet, he's excluding the Nintendo Switch. The Switch 1 has sold 150 million units worldwide. I mean, undeniably, the Nintendo Switch is, I think, even though I don't give it enough credit, I'll admit I do not actually give the Switch enough credit. The Nintendo Switch has created tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars of extra revenue in the industry. And the reason why is because I think the Nintendo Switch convinced a lot of non-gamers to pick it up. Oh, it's Mario.
Yeah, because over the COVID years, you had a bunch of people stuck inside with nothing to do. So they're like, yeah, bing, bing, wahoo, let's play some Nintendo shit.
Oh, it's Zelda. Oh, it's Kirby. Oh, it's Animal Crossing while you're traveling. The Nintendo Switch, I think, was a good gateway drug to get a lot of people to want to try it. And I believe a lot of people that bought a Nintendo Switch, those people, 5 years down the line, bought a PlayStation 5, or a lot of those people became PC gamers. But
let's see. Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 5. Do you think the Switch 2 will sink into Richard's gut? I don't know. I guess it depends on how heavy it is. But it's entirely possible. Will the Switch 2 release kill Fred? If it doesn't, some laced weed or something probably will. And Bill Herb with the 5, do you think any new company could enter the gaming market, perhaps take Microsoft's spot? Do you think that's possible? No, I don't think so, honestly. I don't think there can be another like hardware manufacturer. I don't think it's going to happen. I would be genuinely surprised if we ever see like, standalone gaming hardware in the form of like a traditional console from any other company moving forward. I think PlayStation and Nintendo will just be the de facto consoles, and then everything else will just be a multi-platform developer.
But this is interesting because some people are pointing out that Destin Laguerre has at times been much more Xbox focused in his coverage. I'm not saying he's biased. I'm not saying he's like trying to skew the data, but it is interesting that the biggest console decrease, if you just say console sales are down, that doesn't really tell the full story, which is that, yes, the PS5 is down 1%. The
BlackRock Gaming, you mean the Xbox? One of the biggest shareholders of Microsoft is BlackRock, so.
Xbox Series X is down like 95%. It's something absolutely insane. I do think that console sales are going to skyrocket with the launch of GTA 6, but here's the other part of it that I strongly disagree with, and I just don't like this take. Some people, in this case it's Destin, but I've seen some people kind of be dismissive to the importance of the Switch. The Nintendo Switch proves...
Then why are you liking his tweet if you don't like people being dismissive?
Consoles are here to stay. Y'all forget that Nintendo stopped making handhelds and folded their console and handheld strategy together. The Switch has not outsold the Nintendo DS. Back in the day...
I'm pretty sure it has. Like, it's like either right there or it has already, but...
The DS and the Wii console sold 255 million units. The Switch is a console. I mean, undeniably. Look, I've got a 3DS right here. I like the DS. I like the 3DS. I play mine all the time. The Nintendo Switch is undeniably a console. And it's undeniably got,
the Switch Lite is a handheld. The Switch is a console.
Opinion, Nintendo Switch fans...
I mean, it is a handheld that, can be used handheld, but yeah, it's primarily a console.
Are, in a lot of ways, the most diehard gamers we have ever seen. There's data that shows that the average Nintendo Switch person buys like 15 exclusives, that's called attach rate. Their attach rate is through the roof. Nintendo Switch people will buy an inferior port 5 years after its original release at full price. And I'm not saying that to act like they're brainwashed zombies. Instead, I'm saying I think that is a testament to how much people really appreciate the power of the Nintendo Switch. Even if it is underpowered, people like it. Now, I think part of this comes down to the shrinking of the industry. I think it's more about stuff like this. I think that, honestly, the big push to subscription models, the big obsession with Game Pass, that's the kind of stuff I feel like is hurting the console industry. Maybe I'm crazy here, but if you're saying this is your Xbox Series X, it's a...
Yeah, subscriptions will hurt the industry just the same way it hurt the movie industry, the TV industry, as well as music. So, yeah, digital distribution through subscription service is a fast-track way to tank an entire industry. And it'll result in them having to externally monetize. So, you know, yeah, you'll be able to play some form of games through a subscription service in the future, but you'll be nickel and dimed on everything else. Like, there's a reason why concert tickets used to be like $5, and now they're like 500. Because nobody buys music anymore. So the only way that people make money from music is selling concert tickets. So it's the same thing that's happening with like movie theaters. Like movie theaters used to be dirt fucking cheap. But now because you don't have DVD sales, or you can just wait until it goes to Netflix, you know, movie theaters have to charge out the fucking ass because less people are going to the theater to pay to see the movie. Like, it's just... This whole, like, subscription model has been disastrous for the entertainment industry as a whole. Like, I don't think anybody can deny that. So, gaming, I don't think is going to be exempt from that.
$600 console, and also, if you want the latest and greatest games, you got to pay $20 a month forever, or you lose access to them. I do think that's kind of off-putting. I do think, as crazy it is, as expensive as PlayStation games are, I think it sucks that PlayStation games are probably going to cost $80 at some point soon. I do think we're in a spot where people are like, all right, I'd rather buy a game and have it in my account forever. I can take a break. I can go on vacation and just come back later and start playing that $80 game again. I don't have to worry about a subscription fee or, oh, I missed a payment or, oh, whatever. I do think upfront sales are still king, and Nintendo doing that, PlayStation doing that, PC doing that has been a good advantage. Here's the thing. I find stuff like this to be incredibly fascinating. Capcom just did a investor briefing yesterday, and they said that when it comes to digital sales, 54% of their games are on PC.
Yeah, I would imagine with the digital sales. What about all sales with physical included? That would be more interesting to see, because I'd actually like to see the actual split. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense, because most people who play Capcom games in Japan are on PC. So PlayStation lost a ton of ground in Japan.
This, I think, shows the tide is turning. And I'm kind of fascinated to see what this turns into. I do honestly think stuff like the Steam Deck being so cheap, this is wild. I genuinely think everybody should get a Steam Deck. I love the Steam Deck. Steam Deck has made me game more on PC than ever.
Remember, guys, this is the guy who cares so deeply about physical media on the Switch 2.
You're broke! You're
This is the guy who cares so deeply about games being digital only on the Switch 2. He's telling you to go out and buy a digital-only console. Everyone should have it. It's just faux outrage to the fucking T, man. Chaka Gaming with the 2. What's the best Pokemon game? Either Platinum or Omega Ruby and Sapphire.
Ever before. I love my Steam Deck. I do think, though, that a lot of these studio closures and stuff, it is the fact that I think that companies are in a spot when it comes to console stuff where they think it has to be.
How does anyone have time to... Well, dude, he lives with 4 roommates, doesn't have a real job, and makes one slop YouTube video a day. He's got plenty of time.
The biggest high-budget $200 million project. When I see a lot of this stuff, these games are all hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And if they're not selling like crazy on your console of choice, then they go bankrupt. Now we're even seeing all these preemptive closures. Yesterday they shut down the studio that's working on the Black Panther game. It's just gone. They made this studio to make this game.
Good, you know.
Guard! Guard! Guard!
Fire every single fucking person that worked on that piece of shit.
And canceled it before we even had a trailer for it. My point is the fact that when I look at a lot of this stuff, I think that PC gaming is growing because PC gaming is more focused on the consumer. Mods, customization, play.
PC gaming is not focused on anything. PC gaming is just literally a means to play games. Like, there is no PC gaming that's focusing on certain aspects. Whatever. Dude, this is so fucking stupid. No, PC gaming's growing because the amount of money people are willing to spend on their hobby is going up. You know, contrary to popular belief, people have way more money to spend on their hobbies than they ever have before. And gaming has been getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, so people don't mind spending $2,000 for a gaming PC because gaming is what they're spending the majority of their free time doing. So they don't care about spending money on it.
Play with any controller you want. Do anything you want. Play it online. Play
Like, bro, think about it this way. You know, 30% of guys haven't, are like single, right? They haven't been on a date in over a year, whatever the stat is. But, you know, 70% of men under the age of 30 are single. If guys aren't going on dates, that means every week the equivalent that they would be spending is like $100 to $200. So that means every single month they have $400 to $800 that they can spend on their hobbies instead of dating. So when you think about things in that perspective, yeah, it makes sense why people are spending more money than ever before on gaming-related shit. Because people have way more disposable income, especially in the key demographic of people that gaming appeals to, which is, you know, teens and young adult men. So, not really surprising if you actually boil it down.
offline. You can get it on a Steam sale for way the hell cheaper. Stuff goes on sale on PC faster and for deep.
I mean, what else are you supposed to spend your money on as a guy? Like, we don't buy a bunch of gay shit like makeup and clothes and all that type of stuff. So we spend money on our hobbies. And gaming is the most popular male hobby.
For discounts, you can get individual pieces. So if you want to get a cheapo, crappy, open box, lame-ass PC from Best Buy, you can, and then upgrade it piece by piece. Oh, now you can get a last-gen graphics card for cheaper and upgrade that experience, a better drive, a better piece of RAM. I think that PC gaming is getting more popular, and it's not because consoles are dying. I think that some people are starting to see it as that next-gen experience. PS5 still rocks. Xbox Series X still looks great. The Nintendo Switch 2, hopefully it's not a complete bomb. But I still feel like the conclusion that just saying that consoles are dying or shrinking, I just personally feel like that's not quite correct. But I don't know. These are literally just my hot takes based on the data I've seen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll see some sort of mass exodus here whenever Grand Theft Auto 6 comes to PC. But as it currently stands, I think there is going to be a PlayStation 6. I think the PlayStation 6 is going to be incredibly popular. And whatever comes after the Nintendo Switch 2 is still going to be a mega hit. But as it currently stands, it's always hard to tell, right? I don't have a crystal ball. But how do you feel about console gaming? And
was Black Panther a good movie? Oh, yeah, dude, it was the greatest movie ever. It was just so good. I have no idea. I never watched it.
How do you feel about the state of the industry? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not to suck.
Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking lot.
Saying gaming is your hobby is gay. Imagine saying watching movies is your hobby. Oh, no, people do watch movies as a hobby. Cinemaphiles, I think, is the term for it. It's like audiophiles. No, there are definitely people whose hobby is watching movies. No, that's the thing. Just like people whose hobby is tinkering with audio equipment and shit. Yeah, no. It exists. There are enthusiast-grade consumers for basically anything. I would say gaming PCs, unless you're rocking like a fucking potato build, is an enthusiast-grade gaming experience. Like, you're buying a PC if you're an enthusiast-level consumer. And with gaming, there's becoming even more and more consumer, like, I guess, enthusiast types.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I mean, I like watching movies. Wouldn't say it's my hobby. But yeah, that's the thing, is you can like doing something. It doesn't mean it's your hobby. Well, I mean, technically it still is a hobby. But, you know, you can like to go fishing, and it's technically a hobby at that point. Like, a hobby just means something you enjoy doing for leisure. I'm pretty sure, right? Let's pull up the definition. It's like a leisure activity. Yeah. An activity done regularly in one's leisure time for pleasure. That's all a hobby means. It's just something you do for fun. So, yeah. I mean, jerking off could be a hobby. Like, shit. Yeah, you go join a club, dude. The jerk off club. The gaming club. The movie club. But, yeah.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Evolved with the 5 EA fired that studio because they didn't work on Black Panther game. It was stuck 4 years in pre-production. Whatever happened to that woman only hiring blacks, dude? She wasn't going to hire no white people. What happened? I thought we were going to see black excellence in action when it came to game development. Maybe if she had hired some white people, it might have been actually released. Considering that it was white people that made Black Panther in the first place. Which is what's ironic. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2. Richard's gut is his hobby. Eating. Most likely. I could see it.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy. Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. And we have some breaking news, which is kind of shocking, which is that Xbox is killing the Xbox Handheld. Now, this project has still not been officially revealed, but there has been a lot of leaks.
Yeah, well, Phil Spencer already came out and said they're making it.
Rumors for the last year and a half that this has sort of been the emergency strategy by Microsoft, that essentially Xbox is just being butchered by the PlayStation.
Could you imagine how cursed of a design? Bro, if this is actually what it looks like when it comes out, dear God. Why would they use Windows 8 as the UI for this thing? In their little, like, mock-up. Like, is Windows Central trying to convince people to not buy a potential Xbox handheld?
5, like pound for pound, exclusive for exclusive. If you're comparing PlayStation to Xbox, Team Green is never ever catching up. So Microsoft had a unique strategy in mind. A lot of leaks talked about the fact that essentially, instead of trying to copy the success of PlayStation, they were going to go in the Steam Deck direction to make something that is a micro PC that could play Steam games, that could play
Yeah, a micro PC, I'm sure.
Xbox games, that could play Xbox Game Pass stuff, but the idea was to essentially have the power of an Xbox Series S in your hand. And I'll admit it, I made videos actually excited about it. I thought this was a bold strategy. I mean, right now, PlayStation doesn't have a dedicated exclusive. Like, they don't have a PSP, they don't have a PlayStation Vita. Right now, all that PlayStation has is the PlayStation. I thought this idea was fantastic, but a new leak that just came out 28 minutes ago says it's dead. Microsoft, from the top, said, can it? Wrap it up. It's time to just focus on Windows optimization and the next...
Yep. Do you know why? Because that Steam OS release has them freaking the fuck out. Because what is Microsoft about to fucking launch? They're about to launch a Windows handheld with Asus. And what happens if you have Steam releasing Steam OS on all handheld Windows PCs? Well, what happens is people download Steam OS on their new ROG Ally that's branded with Xbox, and not a single fucking game will be purchased from the Xbox store. No Game Pass subscription will be bought because, you know, you can only access games on Steam if you download Steam OS. So that's what they're afraid of, and everyone knows that Windows handhelds are fucking hot garbage because Windows, like we found out throughout the years of Microsoft trying to make tablets, does not fucking work on anything other than maybe a laptop and desktops. Laptops are still iffy. But yeah, Windows is a desktop operating system that works like absolute dog shit on any other sort of alternative device that does not have a keyboard and mouse attached by USB.
Gen Xbox. But let's take a look at the leaks, because I have to admit, it is weird that this seemed so close to the finish line and they just took it out back and shot it. But let's talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day. I'm Dreamcast Guy. Be sure to give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this is it. Xbox dedicated handheld has...
I mean, this is the thing, though. It's like Xbox can't sell a normal console. Do they really think people are going to buy a dedicated Xbox handheld when nobody wants the dedicated Xbox console? It's idiotic. It was never going to sell. Unless it had 360 backwards compatibility, I wasn't even going to buy one. And I typically will buy all the consoles.
It's been sidelined for now, what a polite way to put it, to focus on Windows 11 handheld gaming with third-party partners. Now, this is something that apparently, publicly, Microsoft is very obsessed with putting Windows onto other devices. They want to put it on stuff like the ROG Ally. They want to have like a version of Windows you can easily put onto a Steam Deck if you wanted to. Now, right now, obviously...
I think they already have that, but it doesn't work very well.
Windows is a giant power suck. A lot of people do not want to put it on stuff because it's bad for optimization. It sounds like they want to make a Windows handheld that...
Buff Garfield with the 2, does it have your whole library? What? What are you referring... The Xbox handheld or the Steam OS or the ROG Ally? What are we talking about? So the Xbox handheld, nobody knows. We don't know if it plays Xbox games, Xbox PC games, certain generation. Oh, Xbox handheld? Yeah, in theory, it would play your Xbox game library, but nobody knows what that actually entails. If it includes the backwards compatible games, if it includes Xbox One games, if it includes the series games, like, nobody knows.
You're fucking poor!
That information was not available. So...
will actually run as good as the Steam Deck, as good as the Nintendo Switch, stuff that, plays games. According to Windows Central, the next-gen Xbox is still in development. Now, instantly, everybody is just... Gen Xbox is still in development. Now, instantly...
There he is! I thought I saw him. There he is, dude. There's Rent-A-Dog. I thought I recognized that profile picture. He made it, guys. He made it into a Dreamcast Guy video.
Everybody is just freaking out. This is ridiculous. In other words, another grave of abandoned Microsoft projects. Good. They had an easy W in their hands, and they constantly miss. Oh, God. Oh, God. Every freaking meme, it's just Xbox fans to Microsoft. Xbox is now officially dead. I mean, it's wild. So this leak is from Jez Corden, who is one of the biggest Xbox leakers. I have to say that this is such a wild thing. They're going full steam ahead on the next Xbox. Even that, I'll be honest.
Who the fuck is going to be buying the next Xbox? Nobody. You're either going to get a PC or you're going to get a PlayStation. There is zero reason to buy the next Xbox. Just don't. Save yourself the money and the eventual heartache and just, move on.
Xbox is canceled so much, I doubt there will be a next Xbox. If they reveal it and it comes out, I'll definitely be surprised. Let me look at the replies here. I'd much rather see a first-party dedicated project than the third-party ones. So right now, there is still something come out called Project Keenan. Keenan is the code name for Microsoft's handheld with Asus. Essentially this thing. We made a video talking about these leaked pictures. So instead of making a dedicated handheld, there's going to be stuff like this. It's a ROG Ally that runs Windows. This is not the point of it. I don't like the actual direction they're going because in my mind, what makes the Steam Deck so incredible, I have made multiple videos now about how much this thing has won me over. It's the fact that it's not just that I can put custom themes on it. It's not just the fact that I can fill it with emulators and play the original Resident Evils. It's not the fact that I can put Pokemon hacks on it and stuff. It's the fact that it automatically has my entire Steam library. I can click it. I can automatically update games. It will pass cloud saves back and forth. I love the fact that I can...
Bill Herb with the 10, Xbox just simply directionless. And they have been since Phil's taken over. They didn't know what to do with the Xbone. Game Pass is floundering, and their games are mid at best with constant issues. Yeah, and even the ones that aren't, terrible, let's say, like the Indiana Jones game and Doom Dark Ages, they're not selling. because they aren't marketing them. So, yeah, they have no fucking clue how to run a gaming division. Like, the incompetence from the top down at Xbox is borderline criminal, bro. It is borderline criminal. If they didn't have Microsoft bailing them out constantly, they would have been bankrupt a long fucking time ago.
Can play. I spend a lot of time at the gym, despite how tiny little stick arms are. It is cool that I can, on the treadmill at the gym, play Slay the Spire, come back home, transfer that save automatically back to my PC, and keep playing it. This is what I wanted from the handheld Xbox. This is what I eventually want with the handheld PlayStation, is the idea of, hey, here is the full PC experience, the full console experience that easily takes that back and forth. The idea of taking just a basic-ass crappy thing like the ROG Ally, slapping an Xbox button on it, even if it doesn't have Game Pass, that's stupid. And also, let's face it, we know for a fact that they are terrified of how good the Steam Deck is. This thing has become such a juggernaut that now Steam is actually taking the Steam OS and they're putting it on other handhelds. Other people are now getting the ability to play Steam games essentially natively better than if you put Windows on it. They're in a spot where if they don't figure out a way to optimize Windows, to make Windows a better place to play, nobody's going to care about it. Microsoft knows that Xbox is very much a dead brand. At this point, nobody's excited about it. I feel like there's some people that kind of meme about it, but the amount of people that are actually out there still saying, hell yeah, I'm proud to only own an Xbox, that number continues to shrink. Them making a dedicated handheld could have breached into a separate market, but nobody's going to be happy about, hey, check out my awesome Windows micro console.
Yeah, they can't sell a normal console. They're not going to be able to sell a handheld.
Buddy, that just ain't happening. Probably realized it's not worth the investment to make one themselves. Well, this is probably the math that happened. In order to make a dedicated handheld, it's not just the research, it's not just the development, it's not just doing all the testing of how vertical should the sticks be, it's also the mass production. When you make a console, you have to make warehouses, you have to make deals to make chip manufacturers, you got to ship stuff overseas. Producing these things in mass, it is an extremely, extremely expensive endeavor. And I do think to some degree that there is a chance that somebody at Microsoft just did the math and said, we can't sell 1 million Xboxes in a year. How the hell are we going to sell 1 million Xbox handhelds in a year? I think the idea of Xbox still existing next generation becomes a more fleeting and fleeting idea. I think Steam Deck, if the rumors of a Steam console come true, this is going to be what actually kills Xbox. I don't think that PlayStation going head to
Steam is not making a console. Steam abandoned that idea a long time ago, and rightfully so. They should just stick to making handhelds. You know, expand upon the Steam Deck idea. I think the Steam Deck is a good handheld for what it is. It's just, you know, I don't think anyone's going to have any success in the traditional console space other than Nintendo and Sony from here on out. So it would just be a wasted effort. I don't see it happening.
Head, I don't think PlayStation putting games on Steam. I really think just on its own, Steam Deck and Steam on its own, that's what's killing Microsoft more than anything else. The death of Xbox, I have to admit, it's surprising to me, but it's not the Nintendo Switch.
Buff Garfield with the 2 Xbox will still be a brand, just not a box. Yeah. But that's the thing that I hate about, you know, the bots, where they're like, oh, dude, Xbox isn't dying. It's like, oh, they're making more money than ever. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, they're not, for one. They're losing money on a lot of stuff. But, you know, when everyone says Xbox, the first thing that comes to mind is the console, because it's called Xbox. The box is the console. So, yeah, I know what you mean, but that's just one of the things that irritates me about talking with Xbox people is they're like, no, Xbox isn't dead. It's like, okay, sure, the publishing arm isn't, but the actual, like, hardware side, which is what the name is, you know, connected to, more so than the game, but yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they rename it from Xbox after they get rid of consoles. I think it'll be Microsoft Gaming, personally. I just see that happening.
It's not the PlayStation 6 coming out in like 5 years. It's this. It's just how damn easy and how cheap the Steam Deck is. That's going to do laps around the Xbox all day long. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. I'm still actually shocked by this, but Night Rain came out in exactly the minute I'm pressing stop on this video. So I'm going to go play Elden Ring Night Rain and put a video out about that tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't suck. But I love you very much. Hopefully you're having a great day. How do you feel about the death of the Xbox Handheld? I got to admit, kind of a shocker. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put.
They didn't care about how much Xbox made them until Xbox asked for $100 billion. So yes and no. Xbox was so small in the grand scheme of Microsoft prior to like $100 billion worth of acquisitions and the Activision merger and everything like that. So all the attention and all the money that they had to spend in order to get Activision made Microsoft care about gaming. And it made their shareholders aware of that business unit more than they would have been in the past. So that's the issue.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about Elden Ring Night Rain, because I just stayed up all night playing it, beating bosses, unlocking relics, and actually trying to learn the game, and I gotta say, I hate it. I absolutely hate this game, and I'm surprised to say that, because the original Elden Ring, in my opinion, is maybe in the top 3 best games ever made. I've put...
Oh my god. Oh, yeah, dude, a popular game from less than 5 years ago. It's literally the best game ever made, dude! Like, I hate this trend in gaming, man. People are so quick to declare every game like one of the best games ever made. Yeah, let it simmer for about 10 years and see if you feel the same way.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours doing magic builds, melee builds, madness builds. I love the game, every aspect of it, from the exploration, the boss design, the cryptic lore. Whereas with Night Rain, this game, it sucks. It is...
Dude, fuck this boss. I hate the dancer. That's like the boss in Dark Souls 3 that gave me probably the most trouble. There's just something about its fucking effeminate ass that pisses me off and doesn't allow me to read the moves properly.
Is a lazy cash grab, and I feel so weird and honestly kind of guilty saying that, because From Software is one of my favorite studios. I've been playing their stuff since 2009 when I imported to PlayStation 3 to play the original Demon's Souls. It's weird to think about the fact that inventing this genre of fun, difficult combat, how did that studio now in 2025
inventing the genre of fun, difficult combat? Oh my god. You would think this guy's never played video games before in his entire fucking life. Bro, Souls did not invent difficult combat. Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Dude, I really just can't. I can't with these fuckers, bro. You know, for people who love to soy out about retro gaming, it's almost like they never even played games. How can you say with a straight face that Dark Souls and fucking From Software invented difficult combat? Come on, bro. Like, Miyazaki even says that, you know, Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1 were heavily inspired by the combat of Monster Hunter. Like, he even acknowledges the gameplay is basically ripped from a different game.
Release a game that genuinely just makes no sense on its most base level. Let's talk about why this game sucks, why you probably see the low review scores, and why it's kind of getting review bombed on Steam, because I played it on
But did it actually get low review scores? I thought it had like a 79 or something like that on Metacritic. That's not really low. It's not great, but it's not low.
See, this game runs bad, it plays bad, it is bad. From my point of view. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So, what is Elden Ring Night Rain? This is it's a co-op roguelike Souls game, meaning that you're able to explore, there's a slightly
trash
randomized map, there's randomized...
Fuck roguelikes.
events, but the goal is to basically live as long as possible while this Fortnite-style ring continues to close. An entire run of the game takes about 40 minutes, and it's broken down into nights. Night 1, Night 2, and then Night 3, it's just the last boss. But the whole game is set at a breakneck pace. No mistakes, no exploration, no chance to stop and smell the roses. Every moment absolutely matters. But you also can't split up. You and your 2 teammates have to immediately clear camps, find mini-bosses, and get upgrades. But everything you find is randomized, from the weapons to the magic to the passive bonuses. So while you're doing this, you are very much constantly in a light state of panic. Now, why is that? It's because the game is way too hard. And I'm not saying that like, oh, I can't dodge. You can see in the gameplay, I know how to play Dark Souls. I mean, I've been playing it for almost 2 decades. The thing is, every boss, every enemy, in my opinion, hits about 20% too hard and has about 50% too much health. Like, every boss can...
Yes, exactly 20% too hard. What got you to arrive at 20%, Dreamcast guy? I'm just curious the mathematics that went into that one.
Practically one-shot you. And it does get to a point where...
Okay, so if enemies can practically one-shot you, how is that 20% too hard? Isn't it, 100% too hard? Shouldn't they be able to, like, 2-shot you but not one-shot you, so they should deal half the damage? So... I don't know, man.
The only way to even possibly survive is to be perpetually power leveling and waste 0 seconds. If you make any mistake, run in any direction wrong for even a moment, if you climb up to the wrong fort, if you check the wrong church to try and get a flask upgrade, you instantly lose your 40-minute run. But let me talk about the worst part of this game. It's forced co-op. There is a solo mode, but it's completely busted. But playing this game by yourself, you can't play it with 2 people. It is 3-player only. They said eventually they're trying to make a 2-player mode, but there is no voice chat. There's no text chat.
Yeah, it does look like dog shit. It's the worst part of a Souls game. It's literally just for people who want to jerk off with sandpaper. Like, it's for the masochist audience of the Souls franchises. That's it. That is literally it. It is for the people who jerk off to difficulty.
Chat, there's no emotes. You can ping the map and literally nothing else. Now, here's why it makes it so damn. So, the reason this makes it so damn hard is that after you beat the game for the first time, you unlock all these different Night Lords, and each of them just sort of plays slightly different. They've got different abilities, different area attacks, and a different elemental weakness. Now, because they have so much health and they hit so hard, you need to use that elemental weakness. If they're weak to fire or weak to lightning, you need to spend every upgrade of every fight for the entire hour-long run purely going towards that one elemental weakness. Oh wait, you can't communicate. The worst part of this game is the complete lack of voice chat. Now, for the entire time last night, I was playing with my best friend who actually, thankfully, is also very obsessed with Elden Ring. So we were able to competently sit in a call and communicate. But the problem is that with that third person, that random spot, we had people that would just grab random loot, pick it up off the ground. Oh yeah, loot is shared, meaning that sometimes you'd have people that just grabbed everything. Hey buddy, I'm trying to tank. Hey, I'm trying to do a bleed build. Hey, I'm trying to grab the Uchi Katana so I can do more stuns and stuff. Since you...
Oh my, shared fucking loot in a Souls game. Wowie zowie. Real controversial truth with the 2 FromSoft fanboys pulled the wool over gamers' eyes. Yeah. I genuinely despise that community nowadays.
You can't talk, you cannot actually build a proper team comp. You can't actually say, hey, you go towards more...
Yeah, the fact this doesn't have voice chat's pretty wild.
...grease items. That way we can throw fire on them. Hey, you start stacking lightning now. Because you can't communicate, when you get to the bosses, you can't talk strategy, you can't properly communicate. And the worst part is that even when you do get to these bosses, there's a good chance that honestly...
little damage he's doing.
Your build is just gonna...
And that's not even a boss, it's just a normal enemy.
...suck, because the randomization is way too fierce. Good roguelikes are something I'm very much obsessed with. Now, if you've not played a roguelike, essentially this is a newer genre that's popped up here in like the last 10 years, and I truly think that roguelikes are the...
This is a real gamer, by the way, guys. This is a real gamer. When did they come out? Yes. Roguelikes have gotten, what did he say, the past 2 decades?
...are the best. If you've not played a roguelike, essentially this is a newer genre that's popped up here in like the last 10 years, and
It's a newer genre that popped up in the past 10 years. I just looked it up, guys. The game Rogue, which the game genre is based on, came out in 1980. A whopping 45 years ago. But it's okay. It's a genre that just popped up in the past 10 years or so. Are you fucking shitting? I'm not even as old as this fuck, and I know this. Oh my god, bro. This is like such tourist energy. First, From Software invents difficult gameplay. And now rogues haven't existed until about 10 years ago. It's a brand new genre, guys. Have you ever heard of it? You know, just like, have you guys heard of a small Polish indie development studio that put out one of the best RPG experiences of all time? Maybe you've heard of it, but probably not. It's a little game called The Witcher 3. You know, I don't blame you if you haven't heard of it. You know, I didn't until recently. But it's one of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. It's the exact same energy, bro. It's the exact same tourist energy. 100%.
I truly think that roguelikes are the best genre ever because they are literally...
They're the best genre ever. Isn't this guy, like, declaring that his favorite genre is survival horror most of the time? So now roguelikes are his favorite genre?
Replayable. It means slightly randomized runs. The bosses sometimes act the same, but basically every time you play it, everything is randomized, from the camps to the enemies to the upgrades. And that can create a good thrill if it's a well-tuned roguelike, because you always start weak and you always end strong. And it feels cool to feel those combination of abilities. Oh, I've got extra stamina. Oh, I've got extra stagger. Oh, I've got a special ability where when I stop moving, I call down these...
Yeah, the only thing that's wrong with The Witcher 3 is the combat is genuinely not good. And even CD Projekt Red admits that the combat was not good. So, The Witcher 3 combat's not very good at all. I would not want to play that game on any difficulty higher than easy. It is not a fun game to play. But the world building, the characters, the immersion factor, absolutely. Like, the story, everything else is amazing. Other than the Bloody Baron arc. But, yeah, gameplay-wise, not the best. Let's see. Ferris with the 21 months, no voice chat, no crossplay. This shit is
get the fuck out.
Yeah, no crossplay is wild, especially if they don't have voice chat. Like, I could understand not having voice chat if it's crossplay, but no crossplay and voice chat is absolutely retarded.
Little shards of electricity that can actually hit people around me very nicely. The problem is that because enemies hit so hard, because you're constantly rushing, I feel like you never get a chance to stop and smell the roses. The best part of Elden Ring is the strategy, is figuring things out, is connecting those dots and making sure, hey, I can actually outplay this enemy. As soon as you're dead, you're dead.
Well, the best part of Elden Ring was the sense of freedom. Because the Souls games up until that point were incredibly structured. Like, Dark Souls 1 and 3, maybe you can argue about 2, have, like, some of the best world design, other than the annoyances of Dark Souls 1 with all the traps and shit. But they had such a well-crafted, intricate level design to them. And, like, every inch of the game felt like it was purposely put there. You know, Elden Ring was the complete opposite. It's like, okay, here's this massive open world. You can basically go wherever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want. So it was like the polar opposite of like that hyper-curated, linear experience of the Souls games. And that's what made Elden Ring special, is you had all the stuff you loved about a Souls game, but you had like this newfound freedom. And you could tackle and approach things in ways you never could before, or do things out of order, or whatever it is. But, yeah, I don't really think going back and beating a boss over and over again is what makes Elden Ring Elden Ring. Elden Ring is the sense of freedom that you have.
Dead. Now, if you die before like the big bosses show up, you can revive, but every time you die, you lose a level. If you lose a level, your run is basically borked. I hate the fact that you cannot actually talk or communicate or do anything to actually say, hey, we need to go this way. We had times where we would be in a dungeon trying to clear it as fast as possible before that Fortnite fire ring closes, and then one of our guys just runs off into the woods. What do? Do we chase him down? Do we hope he knows what he's doing? Does he have some sort of idea? Did he find a map that shows a nearby treasure chest that's a good clear upgrade? You have no idea. You can't talk.
Yeah, the way to have done this, and, you know, this might be a hot take, But I feel like the way to have designed this would be every single day is a different run. Because that would alleviate a lot of the problems I think people are going to have. So let's say every single day the game randomizes and you have like, you know, your set of bosses. That would give you the opportunity to do multiple different runs and gradually learn how to fight the bosses in like a subsequent, you know, sequence of runs. What's happening now is like you're going to die to a boss almost immediately because you don't know how to fight it. And chances are you'll never encounter that boss again for the next 10 hours. So people are going to just get pissed off and quit. So I think the way to have done it is to have like, you know, a particular set of enemies on a particular day. You encounter all the same bosses for that 24-hour time period. It allows you to play multiple different times, go up against the bosses multiple times, and see if you can learn how to take it down. And then the next day, you get a new set of bosses, so you have to repeat the process again. That would give you a more similar gameplay loop to the actual, you know, single-player Souls games. What this is just a frustration simulator that's only going to appeal to the jerk-off with sandpaper, you know, component of the From Software fan base. And I think that's why it's not going to do very well long-term. But we shall see, man. We shall see.
You can't ping. And you're like, okay, I guess this run is screwed. We had multiple runs where we had 30 minutes of tight, clean, awesome progression, where we had actual good builds, actual good synergies to our ultimate attacks and stuff. And then, oops, whoopsie doodle, somebody makes a mistake 30 minutes down the drain. Now you'd think, oh, that's an interesting style of challenge. But I guess I don't like challenge where other people can ruin my run. It doesn't matter how good I'm playing. It doesn't matter how smart I'm playing. It doesn't matter how much research I've done and practiced the enemy's attacks. Since every enemy has way too much health, you can't solo them. One good player isn't going to...
Yes, you could solo them, Dreamcast guy. You just got to get good, dude. No hit run. You absolutely can solo them, bro. I've already done it.
Be able to carry the team. Now, my thing is that when it comes to these bosses, I feel like they have 6 times the health they normally would. You would expect they would have 3 times the health because there's 3 players. It really does feel like there is 6 times the health. And I don't like that because everybody being so spongy, even when we did win, even when we completely beat the game, it felt weird to just sit there and bash on a bad guy for like just solid 15 minutes. Hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge. 100% efficiency.
Hit, dodge. In what fucking FromSoft game post Dark Souls 2 are you hit, dodging? You can't fucking do that shit. You're dodging like 800 times and then maybe you get the hit once.
Mistake, the run is done. I had times where literally we were all playing perfect, an enemy came up and it turns out they were like a level 12 enemy and we're at level 8 and it just one-shots the entire party. Sorry, good luck, so long, screw off. Now, people don't get instantly killed. Instead, they get downed. But when you down somebody, your teammates can come up and hit you while you're down on the ground, and it picks you back up. But here's the thing. When somebody has the first down, it takes about 3 hits to pick them up. When they're down a second time, it takes about 8 hits to pick them up. When they're down a third time, it takes 15 hits to pick them up. And if you don't pick them up in 3 seconds, the bar resets, meaning that we have had times where me and my buddy had a partner that was down, and they were very good, so we're trying to pick them up while the boss is chasing us around. And by the way, if he touches us, it's a one-shot. We had to try and do about 40 hits to pick a guy up before the timer ran out.
Bro,
this kind of stuff
this
is not
bird. The death right bird. Bro, that shit pissed me off. I hated that.
Not fun. It's frustrating because it requires a sense.
The death right bird was an annoying boss
Of progression that to me just doesn't feel warranted. If I was able to talk or communicate or strategize, if I was able to sit in a lobby and say, hey, we're doing this boss specifically, we've got this idea, hey, I'm picking this class, I've got the guy who's really good with the grapple hook, who has the explosive arm, I'll be good at...
Yeah, they needed to make this more casual, bro. They've made this like a super sweat fest and it's not going to do well.
Stunning them. Oh, he's going for the...
They should have made it a more casual Souls experience. People are going to want to have fun playing. Like, either that or have difficulty options for the queue.
Tank. Let him grab the shields. Make sure that he's ready to tank and spank these bad guys. Oh, you're going more towards a magic build or a healer build. Let's try to figure that out. The fact that you
either that or you should actually be able to permanently progress your character. Like, you should be able to gradually upgrade your health bar after, you know, subsequent runs. So you always have more starting health or more starting stamina or something. It's like, I don't know.
Cannot communicate makes these incredibly difficult.
There has to be like some actual like substantial upgrades to make this fun. Otherwise, it just looks like it's going to be miserable.
difficult bosses, in a lot of ways, unplayable. Oh yeah, also, it runs terrible. I have a high-end PC. My buddy has like a $7,000 PC. This game runs like trash, and that's not just for us.
Yeah, it's a FromSoft game. Every FromSoft game runs like shit on PC. Elden Ring was borderline unplayable for like 3 months. I bought Elden Ring on PC, and I couldn't even fucking play it for like a month or two. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, I actually played this game on PC. Elden Ring. Oh, I was gonna see my achievements. So, like, here we go. Arrived at Round Table Hold March 5th. I didn't play it for like another week because it was so bad. And then I stopped playing it at some point. I don't fucking remember. Yeah. I remember I was like, I played it and then it was so fucking stuttery that I stopped. So maybe it was only a week. I don't know. But yeah, I remember I bought it, started playing it, and it ran like absolute dog shit. So I stopped. But you played it on your potato PC? Yeah, back in what was it, 2022? Yeah, so it was a little less of a potato back then, but
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It was getting there.
Entire Steam reviews are filled with people saying, what the hell kind of performance issues? How does this even have performance issues when Elden Ring runs so good? You can look at the code. I bet this is just exactly Elden Ring. Oh yeah, this is just Elden Ring in the fact that there's no new weapons. There's a couple new bosses. There's not really any new music. It seems like this is just straight up an asset flip. They took the exact game.
It's called Elden Ring Night Rain. What the fuck did you expect? It's literally just Elden Ring, dude. Wow. No way, bro. You mean like Dark Souls 2 is like literally just Dark Souls, but a little bit different? Oh my. No way, dude.
Gave it to the C team, let them remix it, and sold it with a $40 price tag. If this was free DLC, if they tacked this on, I would actually...
Free DLC. Yeah, right.
Be more accepting of it.
Well, this game's already sold like 2 or 3 million copies, so they definitely already made their money back on it.
Because this could be an interesting mode to play for a bit, but a $40 price tag, it signifies
There's no way this costs more than like 30 million bucks to make.
That they trusted this to be the next chapter of Elden Ring, one of the best games ever made. I also don't like the fact that it doesn't...
They did not trust this to be the next chapter of Elden Ring. This is a spin-off multiplayer game.
Teach you anything in the game. It doesn't tell you what these items are. It doesn't teach you how you dual wield. It doesn't teach you how to change weapons. It doesn't teach you anything because it assumes you have already put those hundreds of hours of Elden Ring. A good game, even a good sequel, even a good spin-off, I think should teach you how the hell the game works. I'm annoyed because I think there needs to be a better sense of progression for every single run. When you're playing this, you are very much at the whims of just hoping you get good stuff. The map stays pretty static. The map doesn't evolve that much, but you will get these things like the Shattered Earth event. Sometimes something massive shows up, an electric storm that empowers enemies. And if you kill those enemies, which of course makes them 3 times harder, now they give you 5 times the souls. Okay, those are tough. We've encountered those, and when you survive, hey, great reward. That kind of stuff at times can be thrilling, but sometimes you'll just get a giant volcano that's way too big, and you go, okay, that's a level 10 area. We can't go there till night 2. That makes sense. Oh wait, the storm is closing, and it crushes us into the volcano. Because of that stupid Fortnite ring, I have been shoved into lava. I've run into sheer cliffs and just died to the storm. I've had incredibly good runs die because the storm just shoved me into a wall that had no way to climb it. This game's randomization is terribly designed. Good randomization is exciting. Good randomization keeps the game perpetually fresh. You truly cannot imagine what comes next. Let me end this on a good note. I think that this game is going to be modded, and whatever the hackers make out of this is going to be infinitely better than whatever we have now. I'm curious to see what people are able to mod to make this into a single-player experience, a single-player roguelike with properly balanced enemies that aren't such a sheer spike in difficulty. I'm sure some people are going to be like, oh, just get better. Play the game. Trust me. I have played hundreds of hours of Elden Ring. I've done low-level builds. I've done purposely gimped builds where I'm not strong enough. This is more than just, I can't do much damage. It's more of, the bosses take 80 hits, and if they hit you once, you're dead. Having that back to back to back, not being able to practice to attempt to really get good at these fights, it just becomes boring. My buddy, after we played this all night, he loves Elden Ring. At the very end of the night, he said, Dreamcast guy, I'm glad I helped you make this video, but I ain't never playing this again. I'm not playing it for fun. I'm not logging in. I'm going to freaking tell Steam that it doesn't work and try to get a freaking refund. This game is unplayable trash. And I'm kind of in that spot where I think this game has some interesting ideas, some strong merits, but this package It's bad. As an Elden Ring fan, it is just bad. What the heck? If you're looking for that From Software charm, but with your friends, go play the co-op mod for Elden Ring. That is honestly sharp. You can play the whole game start to finish, and honestly, it's better balanced, it's more fun, and of course, it's actually interesting. This is boring slop. I think Bandai Namco forced them to make. Somebody at the studio literally wanted a cash grab, and I've never
it's Bandai slop.
seen From Software do a cash grab, and I'll be honest, I don't like it. How do you feel about Elden?
From Software has done plenty of cash grabs. Again, Dark Souls 2, but, you know. Yeah, they're going to do more and more cash grabs because they're now a mainstream game studio, so get ready for it.
Elden Ring Night Rain. I can't even give it a score. I give it like a 4 out of 10. Thanks for watching. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. Please give this video a like and subscribe.
Yeah, it looked like shit, bro. There was no way I was going to buy this garbage. So I didn't even want to buy it to shit on it. Like, I don't know. Just no part of me wanted to play it. I think it was like a 300K, bro. The Japanese are going crazy on this, though. I guarantee you. How many people are on regular Elden Ring? 38,000. Let's see. Store. Oh, they already took it off the banner. Rip. Let's see how many people are on. 200,000 right now. It's all the Japanese that are playing it, I guarantee you. Because the Japanese only play Japanese multiplayer games, and, you know, there's not very many of them. So, buy this instead for 20 bucks. I was playing this again today, bro. It's amazing how much better this is than fucking Expedition 33. I immediately already had way more fun playing Dragon Quest XI in 5 hours than I did in my 15 hours of Expedition 33. So, buy this instead. And I definitely would be having more fun in this than Night Rain, that's for sure. But yeah, it's $20 right now. Well worth picking up. Damn, bro, I just realized I got a collection of the worst characters. Like, literally the worst characters in the game. I got all the trading cards of. I got all the shitty characters. Bro, that sucks. Like, I didn't get the main character. I didn't get Jade. And I didn't get, what is her name? Serena, right? But yeah, I got the worst fucking characters. Eric, the fat guy, the homo, and then the fucking jailbait. Great. What is it? Oh, here, I'll just show you real quick. It's just basically, it's Square Enix slop, but I think I'm at a part where I can show it. Although I'm not sure. Steam cards are only worth collecting for the badges, which is what gives you Steam levels. Oh, of course, I can't leave. Okay, well. It's a turn-based JRPG, basically. I can skip all this shit at least. I've already played this game, so I don't need lay story. The girl crying beneath the tree. No, this is not better than Rebirth. Whoa, dude, I traveled back in time. Arigato Oni-chan, that's right. Yeah, turn-based RPGs didn't exist until Expedition 33, dude. Yup, the fucking shitty UK voice acting, which is a plague among JRPGs. Just like Xenoblade 2, man. Unbearable. Unfucking bearable. Well, she's not a little girl in the normal timeline. Yo, it's literally me, dude. It's literally me. Oh my god. Whoa. Shut up, kid. Yeah, crikey. Yeah, that shit's gay as fuck, man. Alright. Head to the Emerald Coast. Okay. There we go. Uh-oh. The Nazis bombed the village. Seems too wholesome. I guess. I mean, it's a JRPG, so they're kind of leaning towards the more heckin' wholesome story. Ban anime? I agree. It's a necessary measure. Seriously, I can't ride up there? There we go. Look, dude, it's turn-based combat. It never existed. And you don't have to spam parry every 5 seconds. Yeah, it's on sale right now on Steam, so if you haven't played it, you should definitely buy it. The only bad thing about this game is that if you don't actively grind enough, you definitely will get over-leveled very quick by the enemies. Like, they will absolutely rail you. So there's like a portion of the game that I got to on the original version where I basically got roadblocked and I had to grind like a ton. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of stingy. It takes a while to level up. It's like old school Pokemon, where it takes a long time to level up. But yeah, I don't know, bro. I enjoy this game much more than Expedition 33. Looks like slop. It's definitely Square Enix slop. So that's exactly what it is. Oh, I should have hit no. Oops. Is there a Tifa in this game? The similar character to Tifa is Jade. Jade is probably the most similar character to Tifa in this. I guess you can't, like... Just... There we go. Is there an Aerith in this game? Yeah, Serena is the closest to Aerith. It has all your typical JRPG, like, character tropes and shit, so... Yeah, that's the thing is, like, Square Enix, they just have a certain feel to their games that I really like. Like, it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what it is, but every game from them, for the most part, just feels really immersive. Like, whatever it is that they put out within at least the JRPG genre, it's very, very immersive, and you just enjoy spending time in it. I don't know. Yeah, real games like South of Midnight and Goy of War. It's called Soul, yeah. I thought Final Fantasy 15 was decent. I like Final Fantasy 15 a lot, personally. Oh, I guess we could check. Here we go.
This is your gaming weekly news. The Xbox Handheld has been sidelined. This is the official Xbox Handheld, a console-like handheld that is supposed to be like an Xbox Series X in handheld form, with also a dock for your TV.
Dude, Colt's audio balancing is so bad, bro. Like, for someone who sells a course on how to edit videos, you would think he would know how to balance audio. Like,
Xbox just announced yesterday that they're sidelining the project.
That is way too loud. Like, it should be like right here at max volume.
Due to recent difficulties
maybe not
with
there.
the upcoming Windows 11
Like right
and being
there.
outperformed by Steam OS.
That should be like the level of audio you're getting at max volume on YouTube. Like, his other shit's way too loud.
Central Jez Corden broke the news saying it was always a bit unclear if Microsoft's handheld was designed to be native Windows 11, a PC gaming style handheld, or more of a native Xbox console style experience. Jez says it seems that it was indeed meant to be a device that could run full Xbox games. Instead, Xbox and Microsoft have decided to prioritize the upcoming Xbox Asus ROG Ally or Project Cannon. This is a handheld device that we've covered that will not play your console games and is more of a PC handheld. Jez Corden goes on to say that at least for now, he has been told that Microsoft still has big ambitions and is investing heavily to deliver a native Xbox handheld, but the shift is about prioritizing and allocating resources right now. Microsoft potentially has some stacked against it here, with Steam OS and the Steam Deck platform already spreading across Windows 11-based PC gaming handhelds. Initial tests reveal huge battery life and performance improvements with Steam OS over Xbox's current Windows 11 gaming platform. Jez says hopefully these
anyone who's ever used a Windows laptop is not going to find that surprising.
priority shifts will deliver improvements PC gamers are looking for and eventually lead to a more optimized platform for things like Xbox Play Anywhere, Xbox Cloud Gaming, and the multimodality that Microsoft clearly believes is the
and on top of that too, Steam just added a native version of GeForce Now to the Steam Deck and Steam OS. So now xCloud is not even like a compelling offering on the handheld, because it's like, I would rather just use GeForce Now like any sane person would, because it's a much better streaming experience. Let's see. Where am I on these? Nero Redwood with the 5. Remember, most newcomers of these games started with Elden Ring. No wonder they glaze it. At least started with Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3. Huh, tourist. I actually played Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 way back when, so I'm one of the OGs, bro. But yeah. Yeah, Elden Ring is people's first foray, so they think it's like the greatest thing ever. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Why is Dancer in Elden Ring now? Same with Nameless King. He's in there as well. I get PTSD just thinking of that wretch. The fucking spin move she did was crazy. Yeah, I cannot read the moves of that boss. That boss is like basically my kryptonite. I fucking hate fighting it. And Buff Garfield with the 2. Final Fantasy 12 Zodiac. Nope. No Final Fantasy games or any other turn-based games ever released after Final Fantasy X. Expedition 33 is the only one. And Bill Hurd with the 5. Colt's the guy who's been waiting next year for Xbox to show up strong for the past 10 years, you know? You can say many things about Colt, but you can't call him disloyal, you know? He's always there, just waiting.
Gaming future. The problem right now is the Xbox gaming handheld was supposed to launch alongside the next generation Xbox gaming console that was supposed to launch sometime around holiday 2027. Jez Corden reports that this is still on track.
Wait, I thought the Xbox console was coming in 2026, Colt. That's what you were saying for like months. You kept making videos about how Xbox was cutting the generation short. They were going to release their next generation console in 2026, but I guess that's changed now too.
With the handheld being sidelined. One of the issues that this handheld is coming up against is performance and optimization when it is looked at as a competitor with Steam OS, but the other issue is full capability and compatibility with all of your Xbox games. If Xbox plans to bring some 40 million people up to next generation with a gaming handheld in concert with a console or a PC, they dang sure better hope that all of your games that you own or any game available on the Xbox Series consoles, some 6,000 games would come over with that handheld. It's my speculation that compatibility is one major problem and their performance issue is something that Microsoft should totally have a handle on. They're literally the team that developed and built Windows Gaming, Windows PC, and continue to be one of the front runners and pioneers for gaming software, and they're being beat by Valve.
No, okay. Microsoft is not one of the pioneers of gaming software. Gaming has thrived on PC despite Windows, not because of Windows. Windows is just the most open and widely used operating system. Gaming does not benefit from being on Windows. Windows benefits from having gaming on Windows, not the other way around. Games are not inherently better because of Windows itself. Windows, if anything, hampers your ability to develop and play games. That is just a complete fucking lie. You know, the company that's done the most damage to PC gaming as a whole is Microsoft. Hands down. With their dog shit games with Windows Live, DirectX issues, the constant fucking OS updates. You know, Microsoft is the reason why PC gaming doesn't have like true backwards compatibility with a lot of older games, is because of shitty fucking Windows updates and such. I don't know, man. Microsoft can't even get their own games to run better than the versions on Steam on the Xbox PC launcher. The Xbox PC launcher is the worst place to play Xbox games on PC. What is he talking about?
Of course, the first reaction everyone's going to have is if they're canceling or delaying or sidelining the Xbox handheld, that surely they're going to do the same for the next Xbox gaming console. If we're supposed to see this thing sometime in 2027 for release, then is it possible?
No, you said 2026 is when we were supposed to see it.
Xbox could just scrap the console and hardware altogether. The problem with that logic of thinking is that, well, Xbox can do anything they want to, and they've certainly shocked us in the past, but they absolutely...
They can do anything they want to? What about release consistently great games?
Need their gaming platform on console, even on handheld. They rely on it heavily in a whole tiered system of Game Pass, PC gaming, and console gaming, and none of those work without the other. So no, I don't believe for a second that the next Xbox gaming console is going to be delayed or completely scrapped, but we have a lot to look forward to because I think that announcement may come sometime in the next year or not long after that. The wait for Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't very long if you're looking forward to this upcoming game in 2 weeks, Mind's Eye. For Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't
being paid to trash the game online.
Very long if you're looking forward to this upcoming game in 2 weeks, Mind's Eye. The reception for Mind's Eye has
Oh, I remember this from like the Game Awards. It looked like crap.
Been pretty mixed and actually kind of cold, as fans have called it third-person shooter, the game.
Fans? How do people... Wait, hold on. How are there fans of a game before it even came out?
But before we get into the complaints, the CEO of Build a Rocket Boy completely damaged the reputation and the potential launch for Mind's Eye by accusing bots and paid fans for trashing the game. Mark Gerhardt,
I can believe that. You're a bot.
The CEO at Mind's Eye, said he believes the underwhelming reaction to the imminent game is a result of a concerted effort to trash the game and trash the studio. In a series of posts on the game's Discord server, Gerhard responded with a question from a fan asking if he thinks that all the negative reactions were financed with someone, and he said 100%. When pressed further,
I could see it.
Gerhard said that there is a concerted effort by some people that don't want to see Leslie or Build a Rocket Boy be successful, so it's pretty easy to see bots and the repeated replies to any content that we...
When does it come out? Maybe I'll try it. I don't know. I don't really know anything about this game at all.
Put out, close quote. The last thing you want to do before you're ready to ship a big game is shift the blame to other people or even gaming fans themselves. Mr. Matty
No, I think it's perfectly okay to blame gaming fans.
Plays did a great breakdown of a hands-off preview he got of the game, getting to see a ton of the combat and campaign, saying that the game looked very stiff, had repeated animations. The developers were plainly playing the game.
Repeated Wow, I've never seen repeated animations in a video. What does that even mean? Repeated animations? Like, okay.
In God mode because all of the damage they were taking would have stopped progress. There were repeated mechanics of a drone that wasn't actually being used.
Wait, you can play the game in God mode? Maybe I am interested now.
Of big, exciting.
If they have a built-in God mode, then I'm interested.
Mechanics that never materialized in the preview. Those of you who've seen several minutes of the gameplay and the trailers, looking at what you have here is a really visually impressive game that actually looks to me like Saints Row decided to make their next game be a little bit more serious. And
what's wrong with that? That's exactly what everybody wanted Saints Row to do, but then they made Saints Row 4, and
I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. Personally, I look at games like this, and the very first thing I'm looking for is not how much it will fail, but looking at what are things here that are going to entice me to want to like this game.
I don't know. Maybe we'll try. I don't know. When does this even come out? Mind's Eye. If it's like in a random spot, maybe I'll try it. Mine's $60. Shit. June 10th? I don't know. That's right around the Switch 2 launch. So, when will I be getting back from my stupid trip? Let's see. I will be getting back on the 8th. So that would mean I'd have the 8th and the 9th to do Switch 2 related shit. Maybe. We'll see. This game looks like it'll blow up my PC. You should get it then. And make sure you store a couple canisters of gasoline next to it too. Or I'm sorry, petrol. But try not to sniff it all this time.
Play it. It's got all of the basic formula items that really make me excited to play. Third person, semi-open world, or a living city to drive around in. The driving mechanics, shooting out of a car, third person shooting, cover-based systems, all that stuff is really great and has been a staple of some 15 plus years in gaming. But there isn't much else to see outside of this. A lot of people are saying Mind's Eye looks like a...
Griffin will be meeting the one on that stupid... No. Oh my god. Yeah, that's right, dude. A girl is gonna magically appear in front of you, and she's gonna be like, oh my god, can I suck your cock? Like, yeah, no. Keep dreaming, dude. Diego Hernandez with the 5. I heard a good strat for the dancer is to be close to her ass. You don't say. For some reason, she can't easily hit you. I guess the devs intended for that. Yeah. Miyazaki's into some weird shit, so it wouldn't be surprising.
A Just Cause ripoff. But Mind's Eye has always been kind of a spooky game that has been revealed all too soon before the actual release date, when you're not actually getting a great look at gameplay till about 1 or 2 months before launch, and before that it was just cinematics. You have to kind of wonder, what is this game going to be? In fact, some people are saying they expect this game to get the low 70s or maybe a 60 Metacritic. One previewer even said it was possible this game could be just under a 50 out of 100. But I have to know, what do you think of Mind's Eye? Is there a threshold where you think that you might actually just go ahead and make the leap and see if Mind's Eye is a game that you want to buy, or even a game you want to play when it's on sale? We're just 10 days away.
I mean, if it's just a dumb, fun action game, then I don't really care. Like, that's right up my style, but it depends. I have to look at it.
From the big Xbox showcase.
I don't mind. I don't fucking mind just slop action games, personally. It's my favorite genre. So not every game needs to be a fucking 10 out of 10, but it depends on how gameplay focused it is. Griffin San, will you do it? Some random chick that popped out of... That's right, dude, exactly. A random girl is just gonna, magically appear and then, ask me to I don't know. Dude, this is the thing. It's just retarded. I don't even want to entertain the thought because it's stupid. It's like, yeah, some random bitch is going to be at my hotel lobby and be like, oh my God, can I go with you to your cousin's wedding? And be like, yes, you can. Let's go. Like, yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Hope, dude. Turn up the hopium.
And about 8 days away from Jeff Keighley's Summer Games Fest, there are going to be a ton of reveals and announcements ready to break down in the coming weeks. So much to cover and look forward to. If you checked out my video about the showcase, I talked about everything Xbox has in the pipeline, save 2 games that I didn't cover because I was feeling a little bit iffy about them. Check out that video. It's linked in the description. You want to see everything that Xbox could possibly be showing, and I think they're going to end that show with an amazing, amazing reveal. And that's your gaming weekly news. This is Colt Eastwood. Thank you so much for checking out this video.
What a great weekly... Dude, look, it's an 8-minute video, and for the next 2 minutes, he just shills his fucking, you know, whatever education course or whatever for editing. Microsoft just ended it. Sad Xbox update. Your sad, pathetic life. That's what they just ended. Dude, just look. These are all the undesirables of society. Melanie Mac, the empty egg carton, the Asian mid, the white trash, the other white trash, and the obese Hispanic chick. Yeah. Which way, Western man? Which way, Western man? The tatted up, roasty e-girl, the Asian mid, the white trash chick, the old white trash chick, or the obese Hispanic? Which way are y'all going? The Asian mid. Yeah, honestly, that might be the only choice. She's the least likely to be a single mother, so there you go. The fat chick, I can fix her. I don't know, bro. Those socks look like they're hanging on for dear life. Those socks are crying out in pain. Like, help. One more tortilla and we will rip. Who's going to step in to be a real man to my Jamal and Tyrone? Where's the good men at? I'm ready to settle. Exactly. What man wouldn't want to wake up to their cold wife who doesn't want to ever have sex with them and 2 kids that say, "You not my daddy"? Shit. What a life, man. Can't wait. Walking wallet for the win, am I right? I can see Griffin dating a torta. What did you ingest before you had that thought? What did you ingest? Did you smoke some laced weed, some psychedelics, some magic mushrooms? I don't know, bro, because there ain't a reality where that's happening. I don't even think I would go with a fat white chick, much less a Hispanic one. Ain't gonna happen. Are you a fat phobe? Yeah, dude, the only thing a girl has to be is skinny, have a nice face, and is fun to be around. That's it. Literally it. As long as she has a good personality, is skinny, and has a decent looking face, that's all I ask. You know, I don't need double D titties, a perfectly shaped, you know, pair of ass cheeks. I don't care if she's a boss babe or whatever. You know, all that stuff is nice. But, you know, skinny, nice face, decent to be around. Is that too much to ask? Apparently so. Also, no fucking disgusting tattoos and shit either. Like this. Ugh. Yeah, all the churches near me are pride churches, unfortunately, so... I live in the DC area, so we have all the homo churches. I think I've sent this before, but I don't know if I have it on this... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's really bad. It'll sum up exactly mind struggle. Let's see... This will give you the perfect idea of why. Here we go. This is why I can't go to church in my area. Yeah. Yeah. A black gay Jesus holding his fucking, you know, cup of scissor, bro. Yeah, somebody, like, threw some shit at the fucking window. So it looks like he's drooling, but yeah. There was some stuff on the window that somebody threw. But yeah, there you go. This is why I can't go to church in my area. But yeah, this was taken by me. Spotted out in public. Yeah. Not even worth it, bro. And then every other church has, like, the everyone is welcome here with, like, the gay flags, the stand with Ukraine flag, BLM. It's just, like, you can't, bro. You absolutely fucking can't. They're all fucking gay pride churches. But yeah, there you go. That's what I'm dealing with. Yeah, we need a corrupt papacy again. I agree. You know, maybe I need to take my talents to the Catholic Church and become Pope. And raise a, you know, what would it be? I don't know what crusade number it would be, but a new crusade against Western degeneracy. And we'll just sweep like a fire across the continents of Europe and North America, purging the heretic in massive death squads, killing millions each day. I don't know. It's the only way, bro. Honestly. It's too far gone at this point. The only way we're recovering is mass death, which, whether that's in the form of the next plague or just, you know, the eradication of certain groups of people by, like, a political uprising. It's just, that's the only way anything's going to course correct at this point. Like, there genuinely has to be mass death. And it's unfortunate, but it's the truth. It's so far ingrained at this point that, you know, we're too far gone. Too far gone, unfortunately. Start writing your political testament like a failed painter, then work from there. Yeah, that's right. That's a great idea, man. Absolutely. Yeah, Protestant churches are a fucking joke, bro. I mean, technically, you know, my family is Episcopal, I think. Which, dude, yeah, fuck that. That's probably the gayest fucking church. But the thing is my family is from the deep south, so it's not as bad there as it is, like, you know, up north and stuff and in other parts of the country. But yeah, the Episcopal church nowadays is, like, genuine fucking dog shit. So, I definitely do not associate with... you know, but yeah. You know where I was probably going to take that. I don't have it on the soundboard. I was thinking for a second I did. I don't think I ever put it on. Did I download it on this computer? I should put it on there. Oh, nope, I did not. Shit. I need to do my transfer stuff. But yeah, I do not associate with Protestant anything. So if I were to identify with a, I guess, sect of Christianity now, it would either be Catholic or Orthodox. I'm not sure which one, but yeah, definitely not Protestant. So if I was going to go find a church, it would definitely not be any sort of Protestant church. Well, Catholic and Orthodox are basically the exact same thing. That's the thing, is you have, it's basically the Western Roman Church and the Eastern Roman Church. So Catholic and Orthodox are almost identical. There's very few differences between the two. They're almost identical. It's like kind of like the Church of England is basically the same thing as Catholicism, but it's just not controlled by the Pope. So it just depends. It just depends. I know that the Catholic Church has the extra books of the Bible in there. I do know that. That's like probably the biggest difference. Like they have the extra Apocrypha stuff in the Bible. Join r/atheism. That's right. I believe in science. That's right. Oh, my science. Oh, my Big Bang. Rome took out the book. No. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Okay. All right. You are wrong. You absolutely are wrong. You 100% are wrong, bro. The Bible did not exist until the Catholic Church existed. The Bible literally did not exist until Roman Catholicism existed. You can't take something out of something that didn't exist. Or like, no, okay. I don't know if I want to do I don't know if I have the energy to do a religious debate. No, the Orthodox Church in the 400s council. No. Nope. Nope. It's dude, the Great Schism occurred after the Catholic Church existed. Oh god, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do that. I don't want to have a religious debate. Yeah, the Orthodox Church is based out of Constantinople, which Constantinople was part of the Roman Empire. Constantine was the founder of the Catholic or Roman Catholic Church. Constantine ruled over Constantinople. They were the exact same religion at one point. Identical. The Council of Nicaea is what determined what we know as Christianity. That is what created the Bible as we know it today. Yeah, Orthodoxy is literally a spinoff of Roman Catholicism. It always has been. So, the thing is Catholicism was just... So this is what's another misconception, is Catholicism was never a sect of Christianity. Catholicism was Christianity. The Catholic Church just means the universal church, as in all-encompassing. Catholicism was the only version of Christianity for a very, very, very long time. So Orthodoxy arose due to disagreements with the way that the Pope was running the Catholic Church. The Bishop of Rome was the head of the Catholic Church, and the Bishop of Constantinople was the head of the Orthodox Church after they split. But both were part of the Catholic Church for hundreds of years. So they have the exact same background as each other. They're almost interchangeable. So Catholicism predates Orthodoxy by a several hundred-year time period. So... Griff, what do you think about Judaism? I don't know. What do you want me to think about it? I don't inherently have a problem with Judaism, but I don't really have thoughts. They should get with the script and, you know, stop coping, I guess. There you go. Stop living in the past. The Jews, well, the thing, so there's a misconception about the Bible, is the Jews in the Bible are not all Jews, which is what's interesting. So the Israelites or the Hebrews or whatever are not all Jewish. The only Jewish people in the Bible are the tribe of Judah, which is a very common misconception when people read the Bible. So not all people in the Bible are Jewish. FYI. Only the tribe of Judah is what is considered to be Jewish. So most people in the Bible are not Jewish. Synth still to this day refuses to renounce the Torah? I think you have them mixed up. I think you're talking about the Talmud. The Torah is just the Old Testament. It's the exact same thing as our Old Testament. The Torah is just the Old Testament, dude. That's not the problem. The problem is the Talmud, which is not the Word of God. That's just written by a bunch of random Jewish scholars. It has no actual divine, you know, inspiration behind it. It's just a bunch of lawyers, basically. Well, if you think about it this way, like, you know, that type of shit. That's basically what it is. The Talmud is not the Torah. The Torah is just the Old Testament, but it's structured differently. But it's the exact same text. So, yeah, if, you know, Jewish people just followed the Torah, which the majority do, most people don't actually follow the Talmud who are Jewish. So, the Torah is the actually holy book. The Talmud is basically like, you know, a Jewish cope session, essentially. There's a I don't know if you can find it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Not all people in the Bible are Jewish. Let's see if it pops up. I saw it on Twitter. It broke it down pretty good. It went through like the lineages. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't recognize it. But there's like a breakdown video I saw, and it goes through like the individual people in the Bible and who's actually Jewish and who wasn't. It's only like a certain lineage of Noah and then the tribe of Judah, and then yeah. It broke down like the actual people in the Bible that are actually Jewish versus non-Jewish. They were the chosen people. Well, when it says the chosen people, it's not just the Jews, though. That's the thing. Is when you look at the Bible, only the tribe of Judah was, Jewish. There's many other people that, fall into the category of God's chosen people that were not Jewish. So, that's the thing. I still think it was funny that when the popes, like our recent pope, not the fucking commie pope, he said that, all Christians are God's chosen people, and he had all these fucking cope artists on Twitter like, no, they're not. Only the Jews are God's chosen. It's like, oh God, here we go. We're already off to a good start here, We're already off to a good start. All we need to do is have the Pope tweet out, yes, in the Bible it says to circumcise your child, but it doesn't say to suck his penis. We just need that one to come out next, and then that'll really set them off. That'll really get the people going. God chose the people who obeyed him from down to Adam to the people of Judah. Yeah, exactly. But, not all people are Judah. But yeah, I don't really want to get into a whole religious conversation. Aaron with the 2 Griffin thoughts on the Russian Orthodox Church. It's pretty base from what I understand. So, yeah, Orthodoxy and Catholicism, I feel like, are the only 2 options for Christianity nowadays. Anything else is just pure brain rot at this point. Like, it's completely compromised by, globo homo psyops. It's not even Christianity anymore. Griffin is the official religion of the Russian Federation. That's right. Bow down to your king. But yeah, I know. I know Russian Orthodoxy is the chief religion of the Russian Federation. I know that. Like those churches where it's just a rock concert and they have a Starbucks in the lot. Yeah, exactly. Bro, hold on. Let me find it. It's like... Yeah, this. Oh my... This is so true, man. It's so accurate. Yeah, megachurch pastors, it's all about Jesus. Also, the megachurch pastor. It's just like, it's spot on, bro. Yeah, they're just aura farming and extracting cash, like, on. Where is that? I don't remember. What plane was it? Pastor says God told him to buy... I think it's that. Oh, what is
They
this?
were in church when suddenly their pastor comes flying in from the ceiling when starting his speech, and everyone in the room was shocked. The pastor said the zipline was already in place due to there being plays in the same building. He was just up there one day while they were rehearsing and wanted to try it, and then thought it would be a funny way to enter the room on a Sunday. They were in church when suddenly...
Yeah, this guy... It's a commentary video.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a
Dude, this guy's so creepy.
with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
No, listen to me just a second. Not the people.
Look at bro, it's so creepy. How do you look at this guy and go, yeah, I want to give him all my money?
The main reason is because
he looks like the demon, bro.
Of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing. That's really the main.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid.
Look at bro, it's just, it's, ugh. He looks like a fucking skinwalker.
You kind of caught me off guard here, okay?
Certainly. Well, if you'd like to come out here, I'd like to give you a chance to catch your breath and have a conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
I love Inside Edition. You got to get this now. Hey, you listening to me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. Now, thank you, Lord.
Bro looks good for it. Yeah, because it's all the plastic surgery.
Help me. Let me pray this thing.
Well, let me just ask you a really simple question.
Let me pray for a second. Dude, oh my God.
A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets.
Nah, I don't. That's the thing. This is a very easy counter. Be like, people value the word of God that I'm spreading. I want to do it in the most effective way and by a means which I can easily do so to the best of my ability. And if that means buying a jet or having a nice house that me and my family can live in together, then that's what it takes. Like, it's easy. It's not even hard to answer this question. He's like,
what's your response to that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. We have brought over 100, let's see, the latest figures just came out.
He was a B-tier musician in the 50s. Interesting.
122 million people to the Lord Jesus Christ. Let me give you another example. Last May.
It's because of the fucking plastic surgery he's had. You know, there's certain areas that they can't really fix with plastic surgery after a while, so you can start to see.
Was scheduled for Lagos, Nigeria. That's a long ways. I had a week off, and I was scheduled for Peru. And I prayed about it, and I thought, I'm not missing that dedication in
Oh my God.
Jerusalem. Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere. And Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Well, my
I couldn't help but buy. Dude, it's so creepy.
question then. Well, okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons because people are very concerned about that comment.
Give me a chance here, Inside Edition. I love your eyes. And
I don't love yours. I don't love yours. It's creepy.
Here's what happened. We flew in 21 days, 70 hours, 40,000 miles, touched 5 continents, and preached face to face personally with 125,000 people.
Do you ever Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment, you said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do.
Yes, I do. But they can all be saved by the light of our Lord Jesus Christ. Donate here at my GoFundMe.
Do not. And don't you ever say I did.
I remember this. This was an old meme format.
We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
Do you think that people that fly commercial are demons?
Yes, I do. Dude, he should just come out and say, yes, I do, but anyone can be saved by the light of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Donate below.
Chance to talk, sweetheart, I'll explain this to you. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. People, I love people. Jesus loves people.
And I might as well be Jesus, so give me your life savings right now so I can get a second jet.
People get pushed in alcohol. Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach to a lot of people when somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle? It made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch the guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
So you just don't like to be around the sinful people or the hurtful people. Is that what you're saying?
Not the people, baby. Not the people. Back during the days that we couldn't do anything else, we had to travel commercial. When I went to Oral Roberts University, I flew for Oral Roberts. I'm a commercial pilot. So I spent a lot of time in airplanes.
Because he's had a shit ton of plastic surgery, that's why.
You have how many planes?
We have the Gulfstream, and we still have our Citation 10. And then we have a little small airplane. But both those are the two ones that we use, and we use them all the time. And other people use them too. We have other ministries that use these. In the book of Ephesians, oh God, I love this. We wrestle not with people, but with principalities and powers unseen.
No, he does have a point, though. I wouldn't want to fly commercial either, bro. But he could just say that. It's like, yeah, with my busy schedule, being able to get on a plane whenever, wherever I want to allows me to, you know, do what I do with my busy schedule, fly my team out all at once. And then, you know, that's it. That's all you have to do. And say, luckily, the person who sold me the plane gave me a great deal. But, you know, what I do with the money that's donated to my church, I use in a way that I view as the most effective way to spread my message. Done. But nah, he's like, I don't know, bro. This is wild. Oh, dude, he probably has... Hold on, what's his name? Kenneth Copeland. Let's see. He's probably got some palace, bro. Yeah, here we go. Like I thought. That's his house.
Things. Rulers of...
And he has vacation homes and stuff too, they mentioned, so, yeah.
The darkness of this world. Talking about the devil, he's a very real devil. Just the same as Jesus is a very real Lord. And I spent a lot of time on airlines. But the main thing that happened was not, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was I could no longer do what I called to do and be on the airlines. Besides that, I need my clothes when I get there.
And you have some fancy clothes. I mean, for a pastor, you are living a life of luxury. You've got great homes, you've got great planes. You drive in limos,
I'm a
and
very wealthy man.
you're a very wealthy man.
Yes.
Yeah. And some people would say that is it appreciate?
May I add something to that? My wealth doesn't come from offerings alone.
Because you sell things, books and DVDs.
Yes. And I have a lot of natural gas on our property. Didn't know that, did you, babe?
Now I do.
Yeah, you do. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, I guess. It's wonderful for you.
Back.
Oh my God.
And I might add another thing too. We invest from, let's see, I don't know the exact number on last year yet, but it will run something in the neighborhood of 25 million in the poor. You can't do that and be broke.
So final question is, a lot of people maybe have a misunderstanding then about what you do in prosperity preaching. So the final question is this. To those critics that say that a preacher should not be living a life of luxury, what is your response to that?
What's wrong with the Lord providing, honey?
They're wrong.
That's it?
That it's a misunderstanding of the Bible that if you go into the Old Covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
Bro, all right. Place your bets, everyone. Place your bets. How likely do you think this is a Jewish guy LARPing as a Christian? I mean, the suspicion just went up 100 times for me. I didn't want to say it before, but yep, the possibility is very fucking strong. He sold out to his Israeli handlers when he was a failed musician and picked up the Christianity grift. There you go. I think this might be the case.
Are you saying that Jewish people appreciate money more than... Really?
They believe.
Yeah, the Jews believe that it's literally your duty to make as much money as humanly possible. Like, they view it as a religious obligation. I shit you not.
In wealth.
Some people would find that offensive.
No, wait a minute now. I'm not talking about some people. I'm talking about the Bible. The blessing of Abraham. Abraham was extremely wealthy, and he had a covenant with God. It's not the Jewish blessing, it's the Abrahamic blessing. God, I get excited talking about it because I love it. And I
love it. I love it.
Started out deep in debt with nothing, which is another story. But anyway.
Wait, hold on.
In debt with nothing. And I started out deep in debt with nothing.
Uh-oh. Yep, I just got another round of suspicion added on even more. He owed his debtors a lot of money. Who gave him the loans?
Which is another story.
It gets worse. It keeps getting worse, bro.
But anyway.
So you say that it's biblical and that there's a foundation in the Bible for this.
Let me close
the Lord provides. Just say that, bro. Holy fuck, I'm not even a pastor. Just say, the Lord provides and blesses those who live the way he wants them to live on this earth. Simple as that. Bruh, it's not hard. It's not hard.
With this,
maybe I should pick up the religious grift, bro. This shit would be too fucking easy if this is what I'm up against.
I had to learn this, like I said, from the Bible and from my spiritual mentor, Oral Roberts. And I learned it from him, working with him, and then he was close friends until he died. And he took the same heat for
Well, happy
believing God
birthday
would
to you,
prosper you that I've taken over the years. And Abraham was very, very wealthy man.
He had a bunch of cattle because he let someone fuck his wife.
Galatians chapter 3. If you belong to Christ, then are you Abraham's seed and heirs according to his.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. That's actually in the Bible. I'm pretty sure it was Abraham. You know, don't quote me on it, but I believe it was Abraham. I think he let the Pharaoh fuck his wife. And it was like based on a technicality that it was also his sister. So it was something weird. I don't remember. Here, let's see. Did Abraham let another man sleep with his wife? I believe that's who it was. Yeah, Abraham let the Pharaoh sleep with his wife Sarah. A situation made possible by the fact that Sarah was pretending to be Abraham's sister. Abraham reaped the benefits of this arrangement. That's what I thought. All right, there you go. So just let another man fuck your wife and you two can get some cattle.
His promise, and his promise was great wealth.
The Bible also says that it's more difficult for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to get through the eye of a needle, correct?
The rest of the scripture. But he said, all things are possible with God. And he said, if you study the Greek behind that, it's trusting in wealth. When he said that, his disciples said they were astonished out of measure because they were wealthy men. They were astonished out of measure, saying, how can anyone be saved? He said, all things are possible with God.
Both of my grandfathers were preachers. They were both very poor. They lived simple, modest lives. They were extremely offended by men that made money like you do, preaching like you do. What would your response be to people that think that preachers shouldn't live this kind of a lifestyle?
If God put it on this earth, then why shouldn't I have it?
Folks like both my grandfathers.
And I understand that. And I love them with all my heart. It's
so cringe. Oh my God, bro. Stop. Holy fuck. Nobody on his team prepped him for these kind of questions? Dear Lord.
It's your grandfathers that we're standing on their shoulders. They held up and they held us up so that we could stand up taller and be closer to the Lord God. And he blesses us every day as a result of their efforts, and they themselves sit at his right hand. Bro, it's like, come on. What is he doing, bro? Stood for it, glory to God. But when you go back to the Bible, it's full of wealth. And it's full of miracles and signs and wonders. And it's full of goodness, and it's full of meanness. It's just full of hell.
Dude, who does he sound like right now? Who does he sound like right now?
On earth, those are the demons, not the people.
Destroy the child.
I love the people.
Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta find it. Nope.
They have flatulence taxes now in Australia and Canada. Saying methane is unnatural. Toxic waste. Oh, is, and we put, everybody goes, down to there. And, you know, that mommy never disciplined everybody. Gates laughs with it. And then there's a I should do a special newscast on this on the nightly conference. If we of life can, everybody's like, it's just like garbage. We are all Nellies going, kill everybody. I get off when I talk about cutting people's power off. I'm a Nelly. Yeah. Just simpering control freaks in big nerd packs, taking everything over, ruling everything, becoming police officers with weapons, tasering us for fun. I've had it with control freaks and scum! You people are cancer! Gates up there with that little chicken neck, hopping her now, little murdering eugenicist. You know how he walks, like a demonic elf. Hey, Bill Gates! I'm going to shoot you up with something that's going to kill you down in the hammer. How's a 30-year death from gut disease sound, African children? Roll up the sleeves. I'm a little chicken neck bastard, and nobody's got the will to see what I am.
Hold on, let me see.
Voice, all that training. Those people are really globalist. They like to beat women and rape people, and they go in and have sword fights with each other with their trainers, and they're just savage. They're just like, hi, I'm liberal, be your friend. And guess who else is told groups act like that? He's ought to act like a Nelly. Have you noticed how they all act like little? That's to make you think they're non-threateable cute thing. Found that a lot of you are coward. Male activity.
Oh, damn, this isn't the real version. Shit. All right, Alex Jones, Bill Gates. Let me see if I can find this. We need the 6. I have it on my other computer, but I'm not on my other computer. Dude, I hate how everything gets deleted nowadays. It sucks. Because there's like one specific part where it sounds exactly like what that dude just said, and that's what I was trying to find. Let's try chicken neck. I think it was chicken neck. What's the title? Shit, man. Wait, there it is. There it is. I found it.
And I've seen Bill neck pieces of garbage justice, and you know what I mean. Criminals coming down on us. God.
This part.
Murdering scum. I want to get humanity awake. I want to get our forces up. And then I want to bring these people to justice, and you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I want to unleash humanity, not have a bunch of con artists, pot-bellied, chicken neck, pieces of garbage running our world. More importantly, they act like effeminate, cowardly chicken necks because they want to train you to act like that. They want to train you to be weak. God. They want to train you. That's a nasty taste coming up in my mouth. I'm tasting those globalists. I can taste their fear and their weakness. I taste metal. I taste blood. Probably shouldn't be on air today. I almost didn't do the show today because I'm in a bad mood, man. And looking at Al Gore's fat, ugly face doesn't help. And pulling up the image of Bill Gates, that piece of garbage, and all the stuff he's done to innocent people, it makes me want to throw up. Oh, boy, I tell you, we're going to get people awake to you, you bastards, and we're coming for you. We're coming straight for you, and you know it. That's why you're so scared. That's why you're moving so fast now. And you just better keep doing that dance, because you can feel that flame of rebellion starting to lap up and lick right up there. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Ah! Man, you know what it's like to be able to see these people, to know who they are, to just see them conning everybody. I am so sick of it. I am so tired of it. I've never liked con artists. I've never liked scammers and bullies and scum, and I don't want to be ruled by them, and I sure don't want you to be ruled by them. All right, we're going to break, and we'll come back. I'll come back with Jason and Adam and Chris and Tim and Severin and everybody else. We're going to come back. I'm going to try to settle down. But I start thinking about all those effeminate men with their legs all crossed, with little twitly looks on their face, giggling about killing humanity. I mean, it's a normal response to a pack of scum saying they're going to kill you to get angry, ladies and gentlemen. And
But yeah, that part right here.
when you see a threat con, that's where it begins. It begins.
This part is so similar to this.
And signs and wonders, and it's full of goodness, and it's full of meanness, it's just full of hell on earth. Those are the demons.
That's what it reminds me of.
I'm telling them about a reality that's there. I get out angry and stop caring. It begins with not caring about what your slack-jawed, knuckle-dragging, cowardly, pseudo-tough guy, football-watching neighbor thinks. Okay? That's where it begins. It begins with not caring what happens to your individual person. And when you have that attitude, then the enemy doesn't have anything over you anymore. Stop being gelded, domesticated garbage. Stop being weak. And when you see a threat come down on you, deal with it. Become a human again. Stop being weak. We got a bunch of criminals coming down on us. God. Ugh. Murdering scum. I want to get humanity awake. I want to get our forces up. And then I want to bring these people to justice, and you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I want to unleash humanity, not have a bunch of con artists, pot-bellied, chicken neck, pieces of garbage running our world. More importantly, they act like effeminate, cowardly.
But there you go. That's what it reminds me of, man. It all comes full circle.
Not the people. I love the people. I love the people.
Again, getting back to the... Sir, thank you so much for your time
What's your
today. Lisa Guerrero.
Lisa, God bless. Father bless Lisa today. Thank you for her grandparents. Thank you for...
It's so cringe. Oh my god, dude. I hate these fucking phone it in Christian. It's like, bro, there's no ceremony. There's absolutely no, like, any. It's just shameless grift. Pure fucking grift. Like, yep, I'm gonna just start doing all this corny ass Christian shit just so I can get myself out of a bad situation because I looked like a fucking dumbass on TV.
Giving me the opportunity to know her and to her team.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, exactly. Making me question my stance on the existence of demon. Bro, he looks like the fucking demon.
And I pray and I believe her peace will be successful. I love Inside Edition. I love the people on it. And it thrills me to get a chance to have my face on Inside Edition.
Thank you very much, Reverend. You have a nice day.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Damn, I wanted to see what her face looked like walking away. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, that guy is creepy. Isn't he in jail? I have no idea. Let's see. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't see anything about... I don't think so, man. He's got connections, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean. But yeah, we know what type of connections he had. His debt magically disappeared. You know, he was a struggling artist in the music industry. He was in debt. Then all of a sudden he found God and is now defending the Jewish lust for money. I don't know. Yikes. I mean, all you have to do is, like, if you're a pastor and somebody asks, like, why do you have so much money or whatever, it's like, well, you know, the Lord blessed me and my family. I take that as a sign that the good word that I'm preaching is the message he wants people to hear. I'm surrounded by generous people who recognize the value that I provide in allowing to share my message in the most effective means possible. And I do my best to give back to the communities that prop me up, as well as ones who don't even know who I am. So through being wealthy, it allows me to do good work that otherwise wouldn't be possible. There's your answer, bro. That's it. And nobody prepped him for that. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. That's such an easy answer. Such an easy answer. I know what you mean. Yeah, exactly. Griffin's already a dude, honestly, I would be very, very good at messaging when it comes to anyone in the public spotlight. Framing stuff and, you know, I'm very good at that. Don't you got to go to work? It's a Saturday. So, last time I checked, no. But yeah, that guy is creepy as fuck, man. Let's see. Bill Herb with the 2. This like what I imagine AI would make. Oh, that guy, yeah. He's uncanny as fuck, man. And Ascendant with the 2. Whoa, buddy. Indeed. Real controversial truth with the 2. Alex, a troll, phrased it better than a Christian. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if I ever make a video game, Alex Jones is on my #1 spot for a must-have voice actor. The fact that nobody has tapped his pure talent at voice acting is fucking crazy to me. That dude would be an absolute monster in the industry if people actually gave him roles.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Like, you can't tell me that Alex wouldn't have made, like, a better Bowser, for example, in the Mario movie. Imagine. Imagine the possibilities. They're boundless. The Winter Soldier with the 2. Yo, Griffin, are these gaming hours? Nah, it's the weekend, so this is normie season at this point. It's just the last day before Pride Month, so enjoy it while you can.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, Boogie could tell the audience about how his mother twisted his tipples and grabbed his balls and his dick. Most disturbing moment. Let's
Watch
see.
Kenneth Copeland shamelessly use a dead man to beg for more money, and then watch this Christian's response.
Mylon Lefevre. Mylon called me. He said, how many Breitlings do you have? And I said, I don't know, 36, I think. I haven't counted them lately. He said, I'm going to give you number 37. I said, great, Mama. Now, he's believing God for his healing. He said, I'm giving you my Bentley, and it has a Breitling clock. Whoa.
Bruh, the flex.
A Bentley with a... Thank you, Jesus.
Kenneth Copeland has the audacity.
He's flexing his fucking Bentley. That's so fucking weak, bro. How do people fall for this shit?
The temerity to...
The audacity. I'm gonna be real offended for the camera.
Get up in front of all of those people listening to him and tell the story about this man who was believing for a healing, so he sowed a seed of a Bentley and a Breitling clock, and he's dead. I think their conscience...
Dude, this is like a new version of indulgences. You know, I kind of respect it, to be honest.
Couldn't possibly be any more seared than what it is.
That might be the worst thing I've ever seen from Kenneth Copeland. Subscribe for more videos like this. Watch Kenneth...
I almost have to respect it, man. You know? Like, these people are falling for the most obvious, like, old-timey grift in the book. Like, indulgences were outlawed by the Catholic Church, like, 500 years ago. For this exact reason, but it comes full circle. Do you want to be saved from the fires of hell? Then give me a Bentley with a Breitling watch. There you go. Yeah, I just really wonder, like, how do people fall for this shit? I really do wonder. Telling that story gets the collection play full. No, what it does is it shames those who are unworthy to open their wallets and dig deep. You know, if somebody else gave him a car, then... You know, he's obviously got to get something else from someone else, you know? And Aaron with the 2 Griffin thoughts on the Russian Federation's allies. They don't really have any real allies, which is the thing. You know, Iran and China both don't like Russia, and Russia doesn't like them. But they're forced to work together because the U.S. and Western Europe refuses to let Russia interact with the rest of the world because, you know, Russia is their scapegoat for literally everything. So Russia doesn't really have real allies in the traditional sense. They more so just have companions, or I guess, I don't know, companions in their hatred for the United States, essentially. You know, the countries that don't fucking like the U.S. and that the U.S. doesn't like, you know, they're basically just acquaintances or companions or whatever. I don't know. They're not really, like, allies. But it's all they have to work with because, you know, Western foreign policy is fucking retarded. Don't press the button. My cat is snuggling next to me and she's firm asleep.
Shoot him! He's black! Shoot him! Racism!
I pressed a different button. Did y'all know the first GTA box art is Trump? I don't think I've ever even looked at the box art for the first GTA. Let's see. Stillborn Pariah with the 5. Tony Chase, look him up. He's a gem. Okay. Look it up real quick. Oh, what's this? Hold on 1 second. Review offer. Oh, nice. Yes. Hopefully he actually pays. Sweet. Dude, I've had a card listed for like 3 years, and I think it just finally sold. If the guy pays, that's the question.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, I think I copied it. Nope, I did not. That's still the chicken neck bastard. Copy. There we go. Oh, I've seen this guy before. Yeah, I've seen this guy before. I mean, I've never really, like, watched him, but I've seen his face. Which one am I watching? Like this, the short one? I think I've seen a clip of this dude on Twitter or something. His most popular video. Okay. Is it not gonna work? Big balls, sex addicts. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Well, is he like shadow banned? Yeah, I don't know. Jay plays casual with a 5. My old base PS5 since I had from launch is overheating. Guess it's time to get the Pro? Exactly. You probably got dust or something in there. But yeah, just make sure it's not visible when you go trade it in. I mean, $650 for a Pro, I would go ahead and upgrade. Alright, I don't fucking know. I don't know why they won't play.
Guys doing this is another thing.
There goes one.
Important. That satellite man just choked my cat. Was that a black satellite man? You have a pet, black satellite man? Why don't you step in the ring, black man? You want to box me? You want to fight me? You want to fight a tycoon? Step in the ring. Oh, don't forget. Maybe they should tell you what my boxing record is and which black people I've boxed as. You want to box? You want to fight in the ring? Some people might have called me a heavyweight champion before, man. And a lightweight champion, an middleweight champion. Step in the ring, man. You want a box? You're trying to cause racism. They just choked my cat. Whichever satellite man did that has to get arrested. That's an American cat, and you need to get deported. Have you murdered white people's pets, satellite man? You need to go to court. No matter what. You're not going to ruin my relations with my friends that are African American or black. So you need to go to court.
Is this one of those gang stalking motherfuckers where they think like somebody's out to get them? Worse. What is this?
Here are 5 disturbing Kenneth Copeland moments that prove he's a false teacher. He calls God a loser.
Who was the biggest loser? Satan? No, God.
He says you are
That's like out of context, though. Okay.
exactly like Jesus.
And your DNA and Jesus' DNA are exact. You're
Yeah.
exactly like it.
He's a human and you are too. Okay. These are like literally just out of context. These aren't even that bad.
Deceives people for money.
Whatever you do right now, don't you stop tithing. You get that tithe in that church, you get that offering in that church, and then you go home.
He performs.
Hell yeah. That's like me saying, get that super chat, going right now.
Fake miracles.
Put your hand on your
Or in other words,
Give me money. Head like that. Bald spots, I call you gone. Hair! Grow!
And he's
hey, grow. Oh my god, bro.
Speaks demonic tongues.
False agents of God, who really are the agents of Satan. They are ministers of Satan.
What was he even saying? Was he speaking Spanish? I don't even know what the fuck that is.
False agents of God,
Is everything non-English fucking satanic or something?
who really are the agents of Satan. They are ministers of Satan disguised
That's not tortilla flipper? Yeah, I have no fucking clue.
as angels of light, leading people on a road that says heaven but ends up in hell.
Subscribe for more videos like.
Why is it always Asians that are making this content? The other person who made the short was Asian too. Nah, he didn't sound like he was trying to clear his throat, so he definitely wasn't speaking Arabic. Yeah, Chinese op. Yeah, I think so. So this is what I think is happening, guys. It's been a trend I've noticed. Is, since all the white guys are now going for the Asian girls, I think a lot of Asian dudes are now picking up the white chicks. I've seen a lot of Asian dudes with like fat white girls. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this either, but I've seen like a bunch of like skinny, in shape Asian guys dating like absolute quirk chungus white chicks. Like all the fat, quirk chungus, like Disney adult type white chicks are dating Asian guys. It's been pretty frequent that I've noticed it. But Stop noticing things? Never! Oh my god. Yeah, the white men don't want the fat white women, so they're going for the Asian chicks, so the Asian guys have to go for the fat white chicks. You know, maybe it does confirm my race mixing, I think, reality, is that whites and Asians will intermarry and, I guess interbreed. And, Hispanics and blacks will be the ones that, commingle. I think that's what's going to happen, honestly. That seems to be the way things are going nowadays. Is whites and Asians will, get together, and then basically blacks and Hispanics will also. You'll never date a black woman? Well, that's too damn bad, Juan, because your state mandated, Shaniqua with her 4 kids is on the way over right now. Don't worry, she's only 260 pounds and looks dummy thick. She's thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, boy. I don't know if you can handle all these. I hope you don't got no penis, Juan. You need some dick. Juan will never date a woman? Exactly. A lot of Mexican women look Asian. I don't know about that one. I mean, maybe like Filipino or something, yeah. But that's because Filipinos are Hispanic. But anyway, that's beside the point. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Russian women are peak? Yeah. I agree, man. I would say that's probably the best, at least from what I've seen. On average, the average Russian chick is probably the most attractive that I've seen of any country. But I haven't been to Russia, so I can't say for certain. But just based off of, women I've seen on the internet, Russian women have been consistently the best looking. But I don't know. I've never been to Europe in general, so I couldn't say. You think you went to Europe once, FBI, or you did? I feel like that's kind of a hard thing to mistake. Been to Russia, Croatia, London, all of Spain, and a little of America. Which one had the baddest bitches? Definitely not London, so you don't need to mention that. Russia? Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, bro, half the women in London, you can't even see what they look like. Yeah, German women are attractive too. Yeah, there was a German cruise. I've already told a story about the German cruise ship of all the like freaky, you know, German couples who were just banging on their balconies and shit in full view. But yeah, the German chicks that came off the cruise ship were really hot. I agree. So, yeah, German women are very attractive too. But Germans are in a similar area of the country, or I guess continent, as, you know, the Russians are. So I guess it tracks, man. Hey, yo, cruise. I don't remember. It was like some German cruise line. So here, let's see. I can see if I remember the name. German cruise lines. Let's see. German cruise lines. Was that it? TUI? That might be it. Let's see. Yeah, I think that actually is it. The TUI cruise line. That looks familiar. Imagine being an American soldier and bringing home a smoking hot German war bride to pump full of babies. There you go, man. That is an image. You know, I guess there's worse things in life, right? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Why looking for Europe chicks, Griffin, when you have Mexicans and Argentinian? Because why do you think the Mexican and Argentinian chicks are hot in the first place? I'll give you a hint. Europe. Have y'all ever seen what the native Mexican... Hold on, here. So just tell me what the difference is between these two. Gee, now just imagine that, but with the women. Griffin wants to date chicks from Greece because they... Yeah, bro. Yeah. Greek girls are very hairy. They have a ton of arm hair. A lot of arm hair. Just like Arab women, though. Arab women have to shave all the fucking time. They're hairy as fuck, too. Same with Indian women. So, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what country the people were from. I just looked up Latin American presidents, and I just found one that had white looks to him, and then the other one that looked native. So, yeah, that's all I pulled up. I don't know which country they were actually from. I just found the one that looked like they had European, genetics, as well as, one without. Would you rather date a skinny third worlder that's poor as fuck, that will be submissive and a great wife, or the rich boss babe that you might be able to change? The skinny third worlder, depending on what they look like, but I don't know. Are they like identical in looks? Is that a thing? But yeah, I would rather be around someone who's actually nice to be around. Like, why would you want a boss babe when you could have a good wife? Like, that's kind of a loaded question. Also, define rich. The native one looked like from... Yeah, I have no fucking clue. Nah, Juan's just used to his mom telling him to do something with his life, so he wants a boss babe to come in and stomp on his nuts with her high heels on and say, "Get to work, you fucking peasant." The lawn needs trimming. Get out there. Now compare Argentina. Well, the thing is all right, so let's see. Native Argentina versus European Argentina. Trying to see if there's like a comparison picture between the two. Of course not, because it's probably racist, bro. Argentinians are white, not the indigenous ones. But yeah, most Argentinians are white. Or pretty much white. It's pretty close. I don't know. I can't find. I don't really care. Yeah, bro, you have to wonder how, like, hard the people on those ships were fiending. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest, bro. I don't even know, well, I know for a fact if I was on a ship for 3 months, I don't know if I'd want to go plow some native poon, but, you know. I guess it depends on what you're married to back home. I don't know if I would be capable of going native, personally. I don't know. Like, yeah, I just kind of have a headache. I can't right now. Sorry, I'm just going to go to bed. That's most of Latin America, dude. The whiter you are, the better you're treated. Yeah, I mean, that's just a fact in pretty much all of Latin America. That's pretty much all of Latin America. It's not just, you know, Cuba. That's in Mexico especially. Yeah, in India too, yeah. Yeah, very much so. I mean, all of Asia. The whiter your skin, the more, you know, beautiful you're perceived to be. Slick Rick with the 10. Just finished my second week at my new job. Nice, man. After being rejected by hiring managers for half a year, morning shifts are the best, but can't watch you as much anymore. Just glad I'm not a brokey anymore. Well, yeah, that's definitely more important, bro. So glad things are working out well for you. It's good to hear. But yeah, I'd say that's definitely a more important thing on the list of priorities, so... You're beautiful? No, you're not, FBI. You're probably like that typical Aussie stereotype, you know, the scraggly ass, patchy beard that's not really long. You've got like the nasty, leathery, dark, tanned skin, the beer gut with body hair on just the upper chest that's slightly turning gray from being bleached in the sun. You've got your cargo shorts that you've had for about 5 years too long. Of course, you're not wearing shoes because no one in Australia fucking does. And yeah, you're probably drinking most of the day, if not the entire day. Yeah, Australians don't wear shoes. That's the thing.
I can't afford this shit!
That is a thing. I mean, some of them do, but a lot of them don't. It's completely normal to just walk around barefoot in Australia. Why? I don't know. Why not? Down south, people do that too, especially in beach towns. He drinks that shitty Foster's beer and has a pet kangaroo. Most people were wearing flip-flops. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of people down there that don't wear shoes. Griffin walks around with his Jordans and skinny jeans. Oh, yeah, dude, definitely. I gotta give me my Jordans. I wear my, my Jordans, my Amiri denim. Yeah, the skinny jeans with the rips all over the place. I got my white wife beater on, my Cuban link chain, a pair of oversized aviators. And, I got my fucking, I don't know. My fucking broccoli cut. There we go. My broccoli top cut. Shit. Got the rollie on the wrist. Pants sag. Yeah, so you can see the fake Gucci underwear that they don't even sell. Exactly. I got the Gucci belt too, unbuckled of course, so it hangs easier. Yeah, exactly. Nah, bro, the flat brim cap gonna mess up the cut. Australia is just greater Florida with a bit of Texas. Well, that's the thing, is Florida and Australia were almost identical in how they were founded. Australia was basically a prison island, and Florida is basically where all the pirates and, prisoners escaped to. Because the Spanish completely neglected it for so long, it became like a place for, like, criminals to go. So, yeah. The spirit is alive. Y'all have crocodiles. We have alligators. So, pretty much. Griffin wears a stolen fake diamond Rolex. Yeah, because if you ain't steal it, then it ain't worth shit, right? It ain't a flex unless it's stolen. Obviously. I don't make the rules, but that's what they are. Well, damn, it's already almost 10 o'clock, guys. I probably should go ahead and hop off. Should probably go and hop off. Oh, wait. Aaron with the 2. Russia, Ukraine, Poland, all Slavic ethnicity. Yeah, Slavs for the win, bro. The Tripolowski tracksuits, undefeated. But anyway, I'm going to hop off, guys. Have a great Saturday and a great weekend in general. And I guess I'll see all of y'all later. Peace out, guys.